4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, shake it out. Back to the squat. This time, instead of halfway all the way, we're gonna do a continuous squat, okay? So you can take those weights across the chest again if you want, or you can do your knee lift with that. You're gonna keep doing those knee lifts if you want, or change it to an inner hip lift. Here we go. So it's down, push up, down, continuous. Feel that weight shift into the heels. Again, if you can't go all the way, do what you can. We never want you to feel like you can't do something. Okay, so it's more important that you're moving and trying to do something with us. Good. Good. Now, if you want, you can press the weight over the head. Up. Or do a front arm raise. Okay, nicely done. Last 2. Nicely done. Shake it out. Okay, leg extension. You're gonna lay the weight on our leg. Take your knee up, and we're gonna kick the leg straight out, okay? Here we go. It's out and in, out. Again, use the chair if you have it. If you can let go, that adds a balance challenge. Good, keep breathing. Good, 2 more. Last one, other side. Start with your knee lift. Extend that leg out. Out and in. 2. Good. 3. What a great day. It's so nice out. Extend. It's a great day to exercise, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Looking good. Extend. And there you go. All right. We're ready to do some lunges. Stationary lunges again if you want.
Good morning. I will now call the October 11th San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting to order. Let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Vargas. Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher here. We will begin with the invocation, which will be delivered by Reverend Caleb Lines from University Christian Church. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher, supervisors and citizens. Greetings to you on behalf of University Christian Church in Hillcrest. It's an honor and a privilege to be with you this morning. I invite us all to find that quiet place with the source of grounding for you, whatever that might be. And invite us all to take a deep breath in and out as we center ourselves. For whenever we gather here, we have an opportunity, a chance to find common ground and make our neighborhoods, our cities, our county, and indeed this world a better place. Through our words, our actions, our votes, our laws, we can make a difference. We can reach out to one another. We can create a better society. Idealistic, perhaps, but possible. There are challenges, to be sure, but when we are at our best, we can model cooperation, compassion, and great care for one another. There's an opportunity to do right unto others and to this earth that we call home. As such, especially since yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, we recognize the Kumeyaay land on which we stand this morning. And on National Coming Out Day, we give thanks for the full spectrum of sexual orientations and gender identities and ask that we might recognize the inherent worth and dignity of each and every person. We give thanks for this Board of Supervisors, their willingness to lead, and ask that this might be a time where those in greatest need are on our minds. We lift up those in our county living in poverty, those experiencing homelessness, those who have felt marginalized, and we ask that this might be a time where those people who are the most in need weigh heaviest on our hearts. We human beings and this earth are all connected and dependent on one another for mutual care. Perhaps U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limon said it best when she said, "Here it is, the new way of living, with the world inside of us so that we cannot lose it and cannot be lost. You and me are us and them and it and sky." To paraphrase her, we are all connected. May we love each other enough to make this world better with each moment that we are privileged to have, with each breath that we take, with each action we make. May it be so. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. The Pledge of Allegiance will be delivered this morning by Rudy Baker's second grade class from Silver Wing Elementary. We can see you all. I think we have a little audio technical difficulty, but we welcome you to our Board of Supervisors meeting. And one of you give us a thumbs up when you want us to start. Oh, they're going. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful day at school. We will now proceed with our proclamations. Oh, thank you. They're very excited for school today. Thank you all very much. Vice Chair Nora Vargas and I will give the first proclamation to Think Dignity. Accepting this proclamation will be Michelle Woodson, Executive Director, Think Dignity.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Think Dignity, I am humbled to be receiving this proclamation this morning. I speak for our organization when I say that we truly do this work for the healing and not the headlines. So we are completely honored to be recognized for what I consider our heart's work. For 16 years, we have been advancing basic dignity to people experiencing homelessness. There are innovative programs that provide access to free storage, basic hygiene, nutritious meals, and equitable access to justice. Most importantly, though, we advocate for system-level changes to make a meaningful impact on the lives of the people that we serve. I'm often asked about how people can get more involved in their communities and how to be a good advocate and activist. And to this question, I say this: to take a moment to look around. And the next time you witness an injustice, the next time that you see a gap that isn't being filled, the next time that you are in a room and there is no one there that looks like you, and no one there that feels a deep pain the same way that you do, and the next time you hear that no one is speaking up, to be that person to move towards change, because you too add value and deserve to be in those spaces. It has been said that there are 3 kinds of people in this world: those that are immovable, those that are movable, and those that move. I encourage you to be someone that moves. Yes, cry, get outraged, be angry, and then move. Show up, take action, demand more, just move. Take that grief and that rage and use it to fuel you towards visions of a better world. Embrace the uncertainty in our successes and be hopeful that at the very least, it will spark the passions of our future community advocates. Continue to fight for justice. Continue to heal our communities. And I promise that we will continue to stand alongside you in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Come back, come back, come back. You're not done. It's a real honor to be able to recognize Think Dignity today. It was almost 16 years ago today. In 2006, 9 women who were deeply concerned about the number of unhoused folks in their neighborhood decided they needed help. They met at Rachel Jensen's house to discuss the challenges of homelessness and to make a plan. They all shared one important thing in common. They viewed those unhoused as people, as their neighbors, as their friends, as somebody's child, somebody's brother, somebody's uncle, perhaps someone who served our country in the military, but they viewed each and every one of them through a lens of humanity and dignity and decency. That meeting led to Think Dignity, to recognize the basic dignity present in all of us. And while they started small, distributing survival backpacks to those living on the streets during the coldest months, they gradually increased their efforts, showing up at city council meetings. They have developed a simple model, which they call microactivism. They hold monthly open forums at the Basic Dignity Coalition to discuss their work impacting their community. Upon identifying an issue, they gather information, conduct on-the-ground research. From there, they craft community-based solutions to meet the challenge, including coalition building, organizing, and advocacy. Our county is leaning into homelessness in ways that we never have before. Our cities, most of them are doing so as well. And I'm glad that there are nonprofits like Think Dignity that continue to push everyone to do more, not just because the need is there, but to do more, understanding and recognizing the basic dignity of each and every one of them. And so it's my honor to join you all today to recognize your work and commend you for everything Think Dignity has brought to San Diego over these last 16 years. And with that, I'd like to introduce Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Chair Fletcher. I'm also very excited to be presenting this proclamation with you and recognizing Think Dignity, particularly because it's a group of women who are just GSD, right, getting stuff done, and leave it to women to do the work. But their programs in a year, I think, have supported more than 2,764 people. They provided over 8,691 resources and referrals for essential services to support stability and growth. And I really want to congratulate Michelle Woodson, the executive director, for her and her team for all their hard work this year and also this past year in 2021. It really was an important year for them, particularly as they celebrated their 15th year as an organization that's really determined to continue to work towards really recognizing housing as a human right and access to basic sanitation as a necessity, and decriminalizing poverty and as an imperative to empowering the communities throughout San Diego County. So with that, Think Dignity, we really appreciate everything that all of you do on behalf of the citizens of San Diego. And so today, Chair Fletcher and the County Board of Supervisors is honored to proclaim the 11th day of October 2022 as Think Dignity for outstanding public service and commitment to San Diego County residents, and do hereby declare this day to be Think Dignity Day throughout San Diego County.
Our second proclamation will be from Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer and myself, honoring code enforcement officers. Accepting the proclamation will be Jamie Zeller, 2022 CACEO Presidents. Hold on, let her go first. That's what I was told.
Code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of residents and communities throughout the region. We know code compliance takes many different forms. As a community, we are incredibly grateful for the planning and development services, the Department of Public Works, Department of Environmental Health and Quality, and Agricultural Weights and Measures. Each department has their own piece of code compliance to oversee, and their work, while vital, is often invisible to the average consumer. These code compliance officers ensure our food is safe to eat. They inspect our farmers markets and scanners to make sure we get what we pay for. They protect our watersheds, and they address various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, and life safety. Thank you for your work to improve the quality of life of all San Diegans.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. You know, every day in America, there's so many things that we take for granted. You take for granted that if you get in an elevator, it will have been inspected. There'll be a permit, you won't get stuck in there. When you go into a building, you might take for granted that they're gonna have fire sprinklers. They're gonna have systems to ensure that you're safe. When you turn on your faucet in the United States of America, a lot of times you can take for granted that that water you drink is gonna be clean. These are features of our life that allow us to live in a safe environment, in a safe way. There are things that help ensure that buildings don't collapse. These are things, if you get on a ferry or a boat, that ensure you can get where you're going to where you're gonna be in a reasonably safe time frame. And all you have to do is look around the world at all of the tragedies that are born, because there aren't systems that ensure that people are protected and that one another are protected. And one of the easiest things in the world to do is complain about this regulation or that rule. But when we think about how many lives have been saved, when we think about the basic protections that you are afforded as an individual member of the society, that is why we come together. And our code enforcement officers have the often thankless job of going out every single day to make sure folks are following the rules. So you can have a reasonable degree of certainty that when you go to that restaurant and you get that meal, or you pull that gallon of milk off the shelf in the grocery store, or you go into a building or a supermarket or facility that everyone is being held to a level playing field and is following the rules, again, designed to allow us to have a functioning society where you can go about your daily life with the lowest possible risk. And so we're here today to thank our code enforcement officers for what you do, to recognize the vital work, to let you know we appreciate it, and to know that it is not a nuisance, it is not a burden, it is what we do to protect one another. And so we're here today to recognize and officially honor and commend our code enforcement officers and all, with myself and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, this 11th day of October 2022, that we commend code enforcement officers for outstanding public service and commitment to San Diego County residents, and do hereby declare October 3rd through October 9th to be Code Enforcement Officer Week throughout San Diego County. Thank you all tremendously for your work.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the County Board of Supervisors. I am honored as the president of the California Association of Code Enforcement Officers to accept this proclamation on the behalf of the county code enforcement officers. I want to personally thank Chairman Fletcher and Supervisor Lawson-Remer for issuing this proclamation in appreciation of the code enforcement officers of San Diego County. Code enforcement officers are key in preserving the quality of life throughout the state of California. Especially during the pandemic, they had to pivot their roles in many different facets. Thank you for recognizing the amazing work our code enforcement officers do every day for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We got to even out here a little bit. It's a little lopsided. Thank you all so much. Our third proclamation will be from Vice Chair Nora Vargas, honoring our Iranian community. Accepting this proclamation will be Roya Razuldadeh.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for being here. As a woman of color, an immigrant, come on in. Please join me. Thank you all for being here. As a woman of color, an immigrant, and a women's rights and justice advocate, this proclamation has a special place in my heart. I watched the events unfolding in Iran with the murder of a 22-year-old woman, Mahsa Jina Amini, with shock. Like many people here in San Diego and around the world, I felt compelled to take action in solidarity with the people of Iran and around the world who are peacefully protesting and advocating for women's rights. Protests and demonstrations have erupted throughout Iran, and demonstrations in cities around the world, including here in San Diego. San Diego County is home to a large Iranian American community, and I am so honored to take this opportunity to recognize their efforts in the region and the lives giving back to the community at large and supporting them in their fight for human rights and freedom in Iran. Echoing words that rage through decades ago, human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights, must be focused once and for all. This morning, we are joined by some of the wonderful organizations working to bridge divides in San Diego, including the Persian Cultural Center, the House of Iran, the Association of Iranian American Professionals, and the county's Middle Eastern Employees Resource Group. I want to thank all of you for everything that you do for the community and for being here with us today. Today, we must continue to dismantle and to ensure that we can do everything in our power to make sure that women and girls are safe and healthy, not only in San Diego County, but around the world. We must unequivocally stand to ensure that they have access to the autonomy they need to make sure that they are able to live their lives the way they choose to live their lives. Iranian women have united in unimaginative ways, and we must stand together in solidarity with them and ensure that we do everything in our power to make sure that they have the freedom that they so deserve. Today, I'm proud to proclaim that the County of San Diego recognizes our Iranian American community and the residents of Iran who have inspired the world with their courage, resilience, and in their ongoing fight for liberty, equity, and dignity. Now I'd like to turn it over to Roya Rosada from the county's Middle Eastern Employee Resources Group. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vice Chair Vargas and the Board of Supervisors for recognizing the biggest women's rights movement in the world, which is taking place in Iran. This movement is being led by the incredibly brave Iranian teenage girls and women. My name is Roya Rasulzadeh, and I'm honored to be receiving this proclamation on behalf of the Persian Cultural Center, House of Iran, Association of Iranian American Professionals, the county's Middle Eastern Employee Resource Group, the hundreds of thousands of peaceful protesters in 150 countries, and of course, the courageous women and men of Iran who are risking their lives fighting with words for their basic human rights and freedom. This movement was ignited by the death of a 22-year-old woman, Mahsa Jina Amini, who was murdered by Iran's morality police for showing a little bit of her hair. Iranians are demanding at great risk to themselves freedom of speech and expression, bodily autonomy, the right of a woman to decide what she does and does not wear, the right of a woman to travel without her husband or father's written approval, and so much more. It is the outcry for justice stemming from 43 years of oppression. Some may ask, why should the San Diego County Board of Supervisors care about this movement when there are so many other concerns closer to home? We would respond by saying that we are all part of the same global community. We are yearning for liberty, better lives and times, and as human beings, we have the capacity to empathize and care about the myriad of things at the same time. In Iran right now, as I am standing here in front of you, the free exchange of information via the internet continues to be cut off. Young women and men are disappearing, detained, tortured, imprisoned, and killed for speaking their minds, for daring to say they demand freedom of speech and expression. It is not lost on us that in Iran, I would not be allowed to stand before you today and share my perspectives freely, nor would I be able to do so by making my own decision on whether I want to wear a hijab in a public settings such as this one. From everyday followers of social media platforms to international artists to world leaders, the global family is the voice of these brave Iranians who are risking everything for human rights and freedom. They are counting on us to amplify their voices. We appreciate the support of our elected officials who have participated in local protests and illuminated county and city buildings over the past few weeks. Our community members join me in thanking all of you for your steadfast focus on inclusion, diversity, and belonging, and for this proclamation today. In the spirit of the anthem of the movement, for woman, life, freedom, baraye zan, zendegi, azadi.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us, and you have our full support. I'd also like to say a special Board of Supervisors welcome to a real leader in the Iranian community sitting in the back this morning, but not unnoticed. Ms. Shari, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all you mean to our community. Our fourth proclamation will be from Supervisor Lawson Remer, honoring George Courser. And accepting this proclamation will be George.
It is my great honor to honor George Courser. George has been a champion for San Diego County's open spaces and unrivaled biodiversity for decades. As an executive committee member and longtime chair of Sierra Club's San Diego Conservation Committee, George has led countless coalition efforts to rein in sprawl and leapfrog development and preserve the rural character of our backcountry. He's been on the front lines of many of the major environmental and land use debates in our county, including Gregory Canyon, Sunrise Power Link, Del Mesa Preserve, Lilac Hill, Safari Highlands, Otay Villages 13 and 14, and Newland Sierra. In these battles, he has been a voice of conviction, reason, and compassion, willing to stand his ground when there is no alternative but to fight, and to compromise when he believes that is in the best interest of nature and community. I am so grateful for George's leadership as the Southern Secretary of Sierra Club California and the 2018 recipient of Sierra Club California's Sally and Lise Reed Award for outstanding conservation advocacy. Whereas the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those individuals who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and George Courser is one such worthy individual. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Chair Fletcher and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that they commend George Courser for his outstanding commitment to the preservation of our open spaces, for wildlife, and for future generations of San Diegans, and do hereby declare the 11th day of October 2022 to be George Courser Day throughout San Diego County.
A couple little things. Good morning. That was probably the most flattering introduction possible. I'm so delighted. And my thanks, of course, to Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer for the county's recognition. I've been here quite a few times in the past 20 years. And things are actually going in the right direction as far as both Sierra Club. We're looking very closely at a lot of things that can preserve our county in San Diego. One of the most aspiring things that have happened in the last 20 years are the outstanding candidates and resulting elected people. For instance, this board back here, this is unprecedented in San Diego, and I'm deeply appreciative of being here. Thanks again, Miss. This is quite an experience, and thanks to Ms. Tara Lawson-Remer, our supervisor. Thank you so much. You're delightful. Here we go.
Should you get a photo?
Okay.
Thank you, George, and thank you to all the members of the Sierra Club. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Our next proclamation will be from Supervisors Joel Anderson and Jim Desmond, honoring the Burn Institute's 50th anniversary. Accepting this proclamation will be Susan Day, Executive Director of the Burn Institute.
Good morning. Good morning. We have Susan. Where's Susan? Where's Tessa? Tessa,
Yes,
come
it is.
Tessa,
Tessa,
come on.
come on up.
Come on, Tessa. Well, good morning. It is my honor to welcome Susan Day, the Executive Director of the Burn Institute, and Tessa Havlin, the Director of Marketing and Events at the Burn Institute. The San Diego County Board of Supervisors, we congratulate and express our deep gratitude to the Burn Institute for 50 years of educating and inspiring San Diego community members in the prevention of burn injuries and the empowerment of those who are affected by burn trauma. In 1973, the Burn Institute aided and established the UC San Diego Health Regional Burn Center as one of the first accomplishments in the San Diego community, and specializing in medical and surgical treatment and the innovation burn research. 100,000 San Diego County residents annually benefit from the Burn Institute's burn survivor services, fire safety programs, and burn prevention resources. The Burn Institute's Burn Survivor Support Services provides burn survivors the resources and the support to overcome the devastating psychological and physical effects of their injuries and maximize their chance for recovery through access to comprehensive support and programs through the Institute. So I want to say thank you very much to the Burn Institute for 50 years. 50 years of your specialized services and treatments. And now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Supervisor Joel Anderson. Here we go.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Now he gets to be Vanna White holding it up. 50 years of serving our community, lifting people in our community, changing lives for the better and saving lives. Thank you so much for that service. I'd like to read the last paragraph of the whereases because I think it's the most important part. Now, therefore, be proclaimed by Chair Fletcher and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this day, October 11th, 2022, that they commend the Burn Institute of San Diego on their 50th anniversary for their unyielding dedication to providing life-changing services to burn survivors. And do by here declare Burn Institute Day throughout San Diego County. Thank you again for your great service.
Did you want to say a few words?
Thank you. I would. Well, thank you. We are delighted to celebrate 50 years, and we're so appreciative of the acknowledgement from this Board of Supervisors and the 36 supervisors that have been in these chairs over the past 50 years. So the Burn Institute continues to provide fire and burn prevention education for children, adults, seniors, and our entire community. We also provide burn survivor services that are so desperately needed for those individuals that have endured a painful burn. So thank you for your support of the Burn Institute, this wonderful acknowledgement. We are a mighty team, a small but mighty team of 12 individuals, hard working, but we hope that you'll follow us and watch what we do with our next 50 years. Thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, you get a picture?
All right, thank you very much. Our final proclamation today will be from Supervisor Jim Desmond honoring Red Ribbon Month. Accepting this proclamation will be Judge Enrique Camarena Jr. We invite you to join Supervisor Desmond. And Judge, as you come up, want you to know that we appreciate your work, your lifetime of work as along with your family's lifetime of work. It is noted and it is appreciated.
Thank
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. All right, come on up. Well, I'd like to welcome our Drug Enforcement Administration DEA specialist, special agent in charge, Shelley Howe. Shelley, right here. Also, Division Counsel Brian Chahak. Where's Brian? There we go. Oh, he's in the back. You're hiding back here. Okay, Brian. And also Judge Camarena Jr. and his aunt Myrna Camarena and his aunt Diana Lucero and her husband Ernie Lucero. I want to thank you all for taking the time to be here with us this morning to honor and recognize October. The month of October is Red Ribbon Month. And as you can see, we're all wearing red ribbons here today. And Adrian, here we have Donna, who's on my staff. We got extra red ribbons if you'd like to display one today or for the month. And this is to demonstrate our commitment to live a drug-free lifestyle. In the County of San Diego, we honor and greatly appreciate the DEA and all the county law enforcement departments who bravely protect and serve our community throughout the entire year, always. But on February 7th, 1985, Enrique Kiki Camarena, a DEA special agent who was stationed in Guadalajara, Mexico, was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by the Mexican cartel members. Kiki's family is with us here today, and I'm very sorry for the family's loss. His son, Judge Camarena, is here today and will be speaking to us shortly. Alcohol and drug abuse affects individuals, families, and communities across the nation. And the DEA conducts prevention events during this month at schools to make kids aware and educate students on the prevention of drug abuse. In 1988, the National Family Partnership coordinated the first National Red Ribbon Week with President and Mrs. Reagan serving as honorary chairpersons. Now, over 80 million people across the nation participate in Red Ribbon Week activities with their families and schools and communities each year by wearing and displaying the red ribbon. Red Ribbon Month is a uniform way for our citizens in San Diego to take a stand against drugs and drug use, especially during the opioid epidemic that we just have gone through, in which a record number of 107,000 Americans died of drug overdose just last year. And today, this board will be taking action to further provide fentanyl and education here in the county. And citizens can find out how to get involved and how to celebrate a drug-free lifestyle at a website, www.dea.gov/red ribbon. And the San Diego County Admin Building, this building here is going to be lit up in red on October 23rd in honor of Red Ribbon Week. So the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those organizations who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service. And the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, the San Diego Field Division is one such worthy organization. So therefore, be it proclaimed by all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors and the family of Enrique Camarena on this 11th day of October that we commend the DEA, the San Diego Field Division for working in the community to prevent drug abuse and to continue to educate families and friends on the importance of living a drug-free lifestyle by wearing and displaying the red ribbon, and do hereby proclaim this entire month of October to be Red Ribbon Month throughout San Diego County. So congratulations, thank you to hear, like to honor you with this proclamation. And also I want to have Judge Camarena, you want to come up and say a few words? Yes. Okay, I'll take this back from you. Okay.
I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Desmond for the honor today and the honor of speaking with you. Red Ribbon Week is the oldest and longest lasting drug prevention program in the nation. It reaches hundreds of millions of students every year throughout the nation. I've been throughout the country to speak, as well as several of my family members, including my Aunt Myrna, who's standing behind me. The Red Ribbon Campaign honors my father's sacrifice and legacy, and it started just after his murder in 1985. And this began the continuing tradition of displaying red ribbons as a symbol of intolerance towards the use of drugs. The mission of the Red Ribbon Campaign is to present a unified and a visible commitment towards the creation of a drug-free America. I'm thankful to our extended DEA family for their efforts and continued support of Red Ribbon. And my family and I are ever grateful for the recognition of Red Ribbon and always my father's legacy. So thank you very much. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate that. And
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for being here. Before we get to non-agendized public communication and the formation of the consent calendar, for those of you that are here to speak on an item, I just want to remind everyone we have a time-certain item, agenda item 16, for 10 a.m. or at the conclusion of forming the consent calendar. We will hear item 16 first when we get to the agenda items. After that, we will then hear item 11, and then we will resume our docket in sequential order beyond that. Next on the agenda is non-agendized public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters that are within our jurisdiction but are not on today's agenda. The only action the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will be allotted additional time to facilitate translation. Additionally, according to the rules of procedure, we will hear from 5 in-person speakers, 5 virtual speakers. Any remaining requests for non-agendized public communication will be heard at the conclusion of our agenda items today. At this point, I would ask the clerk to call forward up to 5 in-person and 5 virtual speakers on non-agendized public communication.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 23 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 12 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, again calling the first 5 speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Michael Brando, Mike Borello, Oliver Twist, Sabrina Bishop, and Maria Estrella Garza. You may come forward. And again, please state your name for the audio record.
I use the name Michael. The mechanistic ideology of the Board of Supervisors aims to instate a technocratic society that is attempted to be operated on the basis of so-called objective numerical information, fact-based, data-driven best practices. This gross misinterpretation of the nature of reality attempts to eliminate subjective preferences and abuses of power. This naive misbelief in the objectivity of numbers leads to, paradoxically, the abuse of power itself. This ideology of the board repeatedly is used to present false numbers to confirm and reinforce its own predetermined World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, and UN Agenda 21 narratives. The result is a fictitious reality in which some people foolishly place their faith and trust to their own detriment. This misperception of reality is determined time and again by numbers that a few months later turn out to be very relative, sometimes plainly wrong, or even deceptive. These numbers are used over and over to attempt to impose the most far-reaching measures and to set aside all basic tenets of humanity. You know, on a different note, yet related to that, I want to offer sympathy to all the first-time visitors here and all the people listening online, because you're going to hear a lot of nonsense today from these people. The earlier part of this message is from The Psychology of Totalitarianism Matthias Desmond. If you want to know what's going on in your county, do some research.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Sabrina Bishop, and I am an IHSS provider. And I live in District 4. I am also the UDW District 1 Vice Chair. I have seen firsthand how desperately caregivers like myself need higher pay and better benefits. Our county, the cost of living is rising drastically, and it's squeezing every penny out of us, especially those of us who have lower pay. Here in San Diego County, the situation is dire. Our IHSS care providers can't even afford to take their children out for a fast food meal because that costs more than 1 hour of our pay. So if we can't afford to feed our children on $15.50 an hour, how in the hell do you think we're going to be able to pay our rents and our mortgages? We are in a dire situation. We need higher.
Ma'am, I'm going to pause your time for 1 sec. I'd like to ask everyone who is with us in the chambers today to understand, according to the rules of procedure, once we begin public speakers, there is no applause. It interrupts the speakers who are there and interrupts our proceeding. These are the rules of the Board of Supervisors, and we apply them consistently, regardless of the speaker. And so we ask everyone to please help us and observe and respect the rules of the Board of Supervisors so that there is no outburst or applause once we begin public speakers. We will resume your time. I apologize for the interruption.
Thank you. To fix this problem, we need to invest in IHSS care providers. We need to give us a livable wage and better benefits so that we can help our communities. When you invest in the IHSS care providers, we spend our money in our communities, which improves our local businesses and our local economy. It entitles us to millions of dollars from state and federal funding coming into our communities.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es María Estela Garza. Soy proveedora del programa de IHSS en Chula Vista. También soy la presidenta del Distrito 1 de San Diego, California. Durante 16 años he trabajado como cuidadora de IHSS.
Señora, yo soy intérprete, con mucho gusto le puedo ayudar.
Okay.
¿Está bien?
Sí, cómo no.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Maria Estela Garza, and I'm an IHSS provider from Chula Vista.
Durante los últimos 16 años he trabajado como cuidadora del programa de IHSS.
And for the last 16 years, I have worked as an IHSS caregiver.
Actualmente cuido a mi hija. Ella vive con parálisis cerebral.
At the present time, I do take care of my daughter. She has a cerebral palsy.
Pero también cuidé a mi madre que falleció y varios miembros de la comunidad que necesitan de mi cuidado.
And I also took care of my mother who passed away, and I've also taken care of several members of the community who have required my care.
Hago este trabajo no solo porque mi familia y la comunidad necesitan, sino porque sé que los cuidadores como yo necesitamos desesperadamente esa voz fuerte para que podamos tener la oportunidad de ganar la dignidad y el respeto que merecemos.
And I do this work not just because of my family and the community, but because I know that the people need caregivers like me very strongly. And so we can have that, you know, with the dignity and respect that we deserve.
En este país no valoramos el trabajo de las mujeres de color de la misma manera que valoramos el trabajo de los hombres blancos.
In this country, we don't value the work of women of color the same way that we value the work of white men.
Porque los trabajadores como yo terminamos trabajando el doble por la mitad de la dignidad y el respeto.
Workers like me, we end up working twice as hard for the half of the dignity and respect, you know, basically that they have.
En un hecho que se muestra en nuestros bajos salarios y beneficios.
This is a fact that is shown in our low salaries and benefits.
El programa de IHSS nunca se ha tomado en serio porque la mayoría de la fuerza laboral del cuidado en casa somos mujeres de color.
The IHSS program has never really been taken seriously because of the care workforce or are women of color like me.
Por lo tanto, invertir en IHSS no se trata solo de solucionar la crisis del cuidado.
Okay? Therefore, you know, as far as IHSS, it's not just to solve the crisis of the care,
sino también de finalmente brindarle una fuerza laboral vital que es la dignidad y el respeto que merecemos.
Also, we finally have to go ahead and bring this workforce and be treated with dignity and respect that we deserve.
Juntos podemos ayudar a las trabajadoras de color y a todos los cuidadores. Juntos podemos poner a las personas primero. Gracias.
Together we can lift up women of color, workers, and all caregivers. And together we can put people first, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So Mike Borrello. I just want to say the last two speakers, I want to say that livable wage is probably one of the biggest problems right now. It's not necessarily affordable housing like was put forth to the Joint Council last week. Livable wage is a big problem. And I don't know how this board can address it, but inflation is just going through the roof. Price of energy, $7 a gallon for gas now. Bag of groceries, $100. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because of the last two speakers. I think they had a good point. The really reason that I'm here today, general question, I have a question, a request from the board. I've sat in these chambers for like over a year now, and people bring up issues, and this board never seems to listen to what they do. Is there some way that you can communicate to us the way you bring in information from the community? It's not clear to me at all. People come here, I see that going on, but I never get a poll at my home. You know, you want things to go this way or that way. There's just no transparency in how you make your decisions. And I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to see how you actually go through that process. If you could make it publicly clear how you go through that process. Because it looks like you're really following ideology and politics and what's handed to you down from your overlords, not from the people. So just a request, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Oliver Twist here. This is regarding the land use meeting on September 28th. I'm again asking you to incorporate protocols into your teleconferencing procedures to build transparency in, because there is absolutely none as things stand now. Can I get somebody to pay attention, please? One, accountability. We were told at the start of the meeting Supervisor Lawson-Remer would be participating via teleconference, but just 11 seconds later, again, she did not answer the roll call. If the teleconferencing supervisor does not answer, the clerk needs to audibly state that under the umbrella of accessibility. To not audibly confirm an absence for the hearing impaired is perpetuating ableism. Two, transparency. After a records request, I learned that there's no transparent way for the public to know when exactly a teleconference teleconferencing supervisor arrives. From that meeting, Supervisor Lawson Reamer's name display does not appear until minute mark 3310, conveniently just after the first round of non-agenda public comment was completed. But the Zoom log indicates that she logged on at 9:09. So why did she not display her name earlier if that she was really there to clearly let the public know when she arrived? We shouldn't have to guess when somebody shows up. 3, honesty. Whenever a supervisor teleconferences, the minutes read and participated to the same extent as if they were present. That clearly is not the case when we cannot see your face or your reactions, or even if you're really there at all. If we can't see your faces, it is not the same level of participation. 4, integrity. Your Zoom logs are essentially worthless. All they show is that a computer was logged on. Ask any teacher the past 2 years about Zoom logins and attendance, and they'll give you an answer. Perhaps you should implement a pop-up like online banking prompts with a periodic, "Are you still there?" In closing, show your faces at all times and start holding yourselves accountable. Also, a big shout out to your IHSS workers, and please give them a living wage.
Thank you. Well, now.
All right, I'm going to remind members who are present, according to the rules of procedure, there is no clapping or outbursts once we begin non-agendized public speakers. These rules apply regardless of the nature of the speaker because it interrupts the proceedings of the next speaker. And I would ask everyone in the audience to please observe and respect the rules of procedure. We apply them consistently and fairly throughout all of our board meetings. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from, excuse me. We'll now hear from those who requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is KB Strange, Pharmacist, District 5. 12 years ago, in 2010, the County Board of Supervisors developed their Live Well Vision program. As a reminder, the Live Well Vision has 3 goals: to improve nutrition for the county's citizens, increase physical activity, and decrease tobacco use. In the USA, we have these 3 behaviors: poor nutrition, physical activity, and tobacco are major contributing factors to 4 diseases: heart disease, cancer, type 2 diabetes, and respiratory conditions that together result in 50% of the deaths in our nation. We thank you, Board of Members, for adopting a flavored tobacco ban here in the county, and we hope that this reduces e-cigarette and tobacco use in this county as it has in other cities and counties. Ban deprives the tobacco marketplace of their most lucrative and desirable customers. That would be young people. Young people are the only people that they aim their products at with their candy-flavored e-cigs and vapes. So I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors, staff, and listeners everywhere to consider the value of taking one more step to remove young people as targets and add a flavored marijuana product ban from the marketplace as well. Thank you for your consideration, and I wish all of us a life lived well.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I am a parent and a volunteer for many youth-related, youth-oriented programs and policies, most of which improve health and safety for our teens and our young adults. I hope you will join me in supporting Proposition 31, a retail ban on flavored tobacco products. It will be on the November ballot. The County of San Diego has been a leader on this issue since it's adopted its ban of these flavored tobacco products. As a youth advocate, it is only common sense to support the young people of our county by voting yes on Proposition 31, especially during Red Ribbon Week month. A yes vote on this measure means In-person stores and vending machines could not sell most flavored tobacco products and tobacco product flavor enhancers, the choice of 85% of teens who smoke and vape. This is the most important aspect of Proposition 31, that flavored tobacco products are the lure for those under the age of 21 to smoke and vape, and that strategy of enticement is not a mistake. Ending the sale of fruit and candy-flavored tobacco products and menthol cigarettes have been a proven and effective policy to reduce youth tobacco experimentation and use. It's a good policy, and it just makes sense to me and to parents and youth advocates, especially during Red Ribbon Week month. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Diane Grace, a mother and grandmother who is concerned about the youth in San Diego County. Recently, Scenic America, an online monthly newsletter, wrote about marijuana outdoor advertising, primarily billboards, that the number of marijuana billboards grew from 31% to 42% nationwide during the first half of 2022, representing one of the largest categories of growth. Scenic America is the only national nonprofit that helps citizens safeguard the scenic qualities of America's roadways, countryside, towns, and cities. Scenic America stated that marijuana billboards have no place on the nation's roadways or on our streets or in our communities. Quote, "They make our roads more dangerous, destroy our scenic beauty, don't improve our property values, and blast our children and teenagers with advertising for products or services that may not be good for them," end of quote. This surge in marijuana billboards brings up an important question about the appropriateness of cannabis-related content along the side of our roads, which invariably reaches children, teens, and other impressionable audiences. Similar consumer concerns prompted a ban on outdoor advertising for tobacco products in most states in 1997 with the passage of the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement. While we wait for California to catch up on the impact of outdoor marijuana advertising on youth, it would be my hope that this proactive Board of Supervisors would consider a ban on all forms of marijuana promotion, especially billboards, that we would add.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I see Michael Brandau's check from the Fed Up with Fletcher corporate PAC just cleared. Anyways, moving on. So I just wanted to thank Nathan Fletcher, Sean Elo Rivera, and the rest of the San Diego City Council and the San Diego County Board of Supervisors for the joint meeting they held at SDSU recently. I do think that addressing the housing crisis is very, very crucial. It will keep as many people in California, including the San Diego region, as possible, will hopefully prevent people from being forced to move to other states because of not being able to keep up with the cost of rent or property taxes. Hopefully it will help reduce the homelessness crisis we're seeing on our streets. And all around, I just think it is really smart to start addressing this now. It's frustrating that we have to wait until 2030 to get a certain number of units, but I get it. There's a big, long process involved. I just hope that we could use this as a stepping stone to get to a better San Diego region. I'd like to see our mass transit improved, and I'd like to, I just like to see our infrastructure greatly improved here in San Diego. And to the naysayers who claim that, climate change is a hoax, or, you're controlling people by forcing them out of their cars. Nonsense. Total nonsense. You look at any European country They do not have the absurd dependence on cars that we do. They already have mass transit. They already have denser housing. They're not complaining. They're not claiming, oh, I don't have the freedom to drive my gas-guzzling pickup truck. And, you know.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller this morning.
Truth, I'd like to share portions of a timeless speech delivered in Richmond, Virginia in 1775. Quote, "This is no time for ceremony. The question is one of awful moment to this country, a question of freedom or slavery. It is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against the painful truth. Is this the part of wise men engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Those who having eyes see not, and having ears hear not. Whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and to provide for it. Let us not deceive ourselves. We have done everything that could be done to avert the storm. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, and have implored to arrest the tyrannical hand. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt. If we wish to be free, the noble struggle in which we've been so long engaged, we must fight. I repeat, we must fight. They tell us that we're weak, but when shall we be stronger? Will it be next week or next year? Will it be when we're totally disarmed? Shall we gather strength by inaction, lying on our backs and hugging hope until bound hand and foot? We are not weak if we make proper use of those means which God placed in our power. People armed in the holy cause of liberty are invincible by any force. The battle is for the vigilant, the active, the brave. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Why stand here idle? I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
And Chair Fletcher, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Next on our agenda is approval of the Statement of Proceedings minutes for the regular Board of Supervisors meeting of September 27, 2022, and the San Diego County Fire Protection District meeting of June 28, 2022. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Motion by myself, second by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar. Members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar will have that opportunity after supervisors that have the opportunity to make any remarks or move any items from consent to discussion. I'll begin with Supervisor Anderson.
Nothing at this time.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Desmond.
Nothing to pull. I have a comment on the fire protection item number 1. I'm glad this item is being brought forward for the safety and the protection of the people who live in Borrego Springs and those who visit Borrego all year round. It's a population that fluctuates throughout the year between about 3,800 people to 10,000 people, plus those visiting for their flower blooms and the other recreational opportunities. So the transfer of this responsibility of the Borrego Fire District into the County Fire Department will increase the number of staff on the engines, update and improve medical equipment, and improve the career opportunities for firefighters there locally as well. So I want to thank many of the Borrego residents who are also excited about this move to the county. And I've talked with some of the firefighters there, and many of the firefighters in Borrego, they feel good about the transition. It was actually the community that reached out to us and said we wanted this to take place. So I want to thank Chief Tony Meacham, also to Patrick Walker of CAL FIRE, Jeff Collins, and the entire team here at the county for all the work and support on this effort and seeing this move forward. Thank you. And I'll make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Vice Chair Vargas.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. I only have comments on item number 2, particularly Animal Services, ratify acceptance of donation to the Department of Animal Services. I want to thank Daniel Abeloff Trust for their gift to our Department of Animal Services. Their donation comes at a critical time post-COVID when our spay and neuter program needs capacity to continue to provide community access to different surgeons. So I want to make sure that we encourage all folks who have pets to make sure that they spayed or neutered, and that's on behalf of Rocco and myself. Thank you, and I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to pull item 1. I think this is a really important item. Received notification of intent to leave correctional healthcare work group. This is a really important item. I appreciate the efforts we're going, but I think it deserves to be heard on discussion. We will hear it concurrently with item 7 when we get to that part of the agenda. With that, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Before we go to our public speakers, I will remind you, public speakers on the consent calendar need to speak to agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, or Fire Protection District. No other items are eligible and on topic at this point. I'll ask the clerk to please call forward our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 6 total requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the remaining consent items, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Both speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals. I'd like to invite forward Mark and Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state which items you are speaking on. You may come forward in any order.
Use the name Audra. So I'm going to talk about 2, 3, and 4, and maybe some fire. We'll see. Yeah, so you want to spay and neuter, have a voucher program. Basically, you're keeping animals from producing. You had 6,147 animals that entered shelters, and I'm pretty sure whenever they do that, if they're not spayed or neutered, you force people to do that, which is super weird. Why are you engaging in deciding what animals have babies? I don't know, but you're doing that with people too, because we love to kill things, right? So fun. And then your whole guardian and public conservatorship. I love that Newsom just passed a law regarding that so that you can, you know, take power over people. And it's nice because you're allowed to take their assets. It's interesting. So it's like, I'm going to take control over you and take whatever you have, and you can't say anything about it. I think you guys all need conservators. I would love to be that for you. Can I sign up? Where would I do that? I don't know. Anyway, okay, and then I just love, where did Nora go? That's fine, but $20,000 to continue coordinated vaccine clinics. I'd like to call those murder or genocide clinics, you know, because we're not looking into the bad stuff it does. It's like, who cares if those are killing people, right? I mean, why would that matter? It doesn't. It's just, we love death. We love abortion, death, and, you know, it's just so fantastic. You guys are great, because I need to get my clapping in, because Nathan, you keep interrupting people. It's so crazy. But fire inspections, let's say you did 1,272 that weren't mandated. When you do these fire inspections, are you taking...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, please.
Stop.
Mark, as far as the fire ordinance goes, I've spoken before stating that the globalists and the corporations that want to globally rule as a corporatocracy have a great interest in paying people to set fires. I don't see any response from you guys trying to find the people who have a huge, huge inspiration to set these fires and get the people out of the country, which is a real UN Agenda 21 goal. So to fight the fires when you're not catching the people who are setting them, and perhaps you even like what they're doing and support their UN efforts to get people out of their property they paid for. That really sucks. About public conservatorship, item 3, you combine this also with the fact that they can take homeless people off the street, do conservatorships, and just in regular life, I've seen the results of psychiatrists issuing lots of pharmaceutical drugs, and the people didn't get better. most of the people I've seen that happen to got much, much worse. Perhaps started out bipolar and wound up being completely crazy. So that's a very dangerous precedent. And I'd like to know more about what you intend to do on that. On item 4, section 6, allocate $5,000 from Community Enhancement Program budget to support Girls on the Run program, a 10-week program for 1,000 girls in grades 3 to 8 throughout the county that encourages positive character development, and Camp Girls on the Run, a 1-week summer camp designed to provide social emotional learning. Okay, this is off your own site. Opportunities to girls entering 3rd to 5th grades, global perspective, living out of the...
Thank you.
Thanks for cutting me off.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak.
Your ongoing outbursts violate the rules of procedure. It's your first warning.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Hinton. The appointments, as I've said before, it needs to be in the discussion items. We need to know who's running this county or appointed by the supervisors to do so. Communications received, I approve, especially of my own. The fire district, Borrego Springs, is 14 miles from the nearest county fire station in Ranchita. This risks stretching its communication lines, if not the response time from 14 miles away. Moreover, Borrego is so different in its geology, topography, and climate that I think it deserves its own fire protection. And the people of Borrego Springs should vote on this, not the Board of Supervisors. Amending the admin code, public guardian. So the county wants to administer the estate, asset, and trust, and get the 1 or 2% fee while the family has to take a back seat. Or community enhancement. You have $6,000 to promote the Asian American Filipino vote, $40,000 for documentary, $20,000 for vac clinics, kill more people, $7,500 for Black Pride. County funds should be about inclusion in the county, not just for a few fringe groups. They need, in my opinion, to find a way to promote one American culture. I think that's about all I have to say on the subject.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. The next caller is Noemi. Your device
Noemi.
might be muted.
Noemí, soy la intérprete. ¿Se puede quitar del mudo, por favor?
We'll come back to that caller.
Hello, this is Truth. Item 2 is a financial donation for a spay-neuter voucher program to, quote, prevent the birth of thousands of unplanned puppies and kittens, end quote. Where is the reproductive freedom for the puppies and the kittens? I'm sensing a lack of equity for these poor fur babies. Can you imagine if this item sentence about preventing the birth of thousands was said in the same honest way during the multiple handfuls of items on the murder of babies via abortion we've all had to endure during these. Item 3 is where conservatives who are gravely disabled or are unable to care for their own basic needs will now become trapped into the drug-filled world of behavioral health. And all it takes is for government or a judge to deem someone as having a serious mental illness or a serious emotional disturbance for them to be denied their basic rights. Eugenic style, institutional incarceration. Item 4, Pumpkin Smash Nora is spending over $226,000. She's giving $40,000 to Cesar Chavez Service Club for a UDW propaganda film, adding to Nathan's $25,000 and Tara's $60,000 for September 27th. And we had to hear the UDW members play the role of professional beggars earlier, pretending they don't have any money. Yeah, right. Ask your bosses. And see, the Otay Mesa Chamber of Commerce, Nora is giving $20,000 for vaccine clinics, contributing to the death toll from the toxic COVID shot. And item 5 is Helen appointing Felipe Garcia Bigley to the HIV planning group. Felipe has been involved in studies with UCSD's notorious Samir Gupta and misinformation minister Christian Ramers. No to all, you pumpkin head.
Now hear from the final caller. Again, Noemi, your device might be muted. Please go ahead.
Noemí, si está en mudo, por favor, quítese de mudo.
Chair Fletcher, we're not having any audio from that caller. That concludes public comment on the consent calendar.
There's a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas for approval of the consent calendar. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We're going to take up agenda item 16, receive a presentation on the fiscal year 22-23 economic update. I will turn it over to our team for their presentation.
Thank you. If I can just give a moment for the group to assemble. Yes, please. Thank you. Chair Fletcher and members of the board, in recognition of changes to economic conditions over the summer and potential implications to very important decisions that your board is making, as well as all of the various activities underway within the organization as it relates to five-year forecasting activities to prepare for budget development, I felt it was really important and critical to have an out-of-cycle economic update available for your board ahead of our scheduled December 1st or quarter update. Equally important, I thought that it was really important to have some independent voices here to help inform us on the state of what's going on and to help us level set in this new environment. And so to that end, I'm joined here today by two distinguished local economists. First, Ryan Ratcliffe, who is the professor of economics at the University of San Diego. He will provide you with a broad view of the national economy and address questions related to inflation, federal actions, and the future of the U.S. economy. Professor Ratcliffe is a familiar face to San Diego County. He's worked with us and supported our efforts over a number of years with the San Diego County Economic Roundtable. Also with us, we have Ray Major. He is a chief economist, among other duties at SANDAG. Mr. Major is also familiar with your board, having addressed you on several occasions over the last 2 years. His update today will focus on the San Diego region and how the broader economy is impacting us specifically. And then I'll wrap things up in the presentation today to talk specifically about our county organization and financial operations, and I'll give you the bottom line up front in terms of what we'll talk about. We have experienced significant, unprecedented levels of growth over the last two budget cycles that have really been bolstered by a trajectory of extraordinary revenue growth, which was fueled by pent-up demand. And that trajectory of growth simply just can't continue at that same pace based on our current outlook. So following this morning's presentation, we'd like to give your board an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have about the economy as well as our outlook. So with that as an overview, I'd like to turn things over to Professor Ratcliffe.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Your mic is not on.
There we go. Good morning, thank you. So I am going to try and do all of this in about 5 minutes. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has afterwards, but this is going to be a fairly high-level orientation. I'm a college professor, so when I wanted to frame this, I decided to keep it a little bit lighthearted. If I can have the next slide. Maybe even one more after that, please. There we go. So the big thing on our mind right now at the national level is the inflation at levels we haven't seen since the 1980s. And so my daughter is acquiring, my teenage daughter's acquiring a weird interest in 80s music of late. So the 80s are back everywhere, and this is very much an economics problem from the early 80s. Really, to start with, why have we seen the inflation that we have? I think it's a combination of two things together. First is, as consumers came out of the pandemic, there was a lot of federal support to keep incomes from falling during the economics effect of the pandemic, and they came out supercharged. We had not spent money, just staying home, cooking our own meals, a lot of things that we hadn't been used to for a while. And so when we came out of the pandemic, consumers were ready to spend, ready to travel, ready to buy stuff, and so we had a supercharged demand side of the economy that, coupled with the supply side, didn't really come out of the pandemic unscathed. Our supply chains for the last 20 years or so have been balanced on the razor's edge of thin margins and just-in-time delivery. And what we're seeing in the last year or so is just the hard time of getting that started again, right? Port traffic outside LA doing donuts because we don't have enough people to unload the container ships, workers dropping out of the labor force, as they try to deal with childcare issues, and just what their relationship with their employers is going to be after the pandemic. These are all sort of societal issues that we're dealing with, but at this level, it means that we aren't able to make quite as much, quite as fast as we used to be. So when this explosion of demand meets constraints in supply, right? This is pretty much the first thing I do on day one with the freshmen. We expect to see price increases across the board in that sort of environment. So I think the nature of the inflation we're seeing is just a combination of post-pandemic consumers meeting post-pandemic supply constraints. Next slide, please. To just briefly get into this in a little more detail, the graph on the left shows the various components of spending that make up GDP and how they're changing from year to year. The red bars there represent the consumption spending I'm talking about, and really the message of this picture is we've had, coming out of the pandemic, you can see the big negative bar, of course, when we saw this huge drop in spending. 6 quarters of consumption spending that were largely unprecedented relative to what we're used to. If you can see the scale on that graph, a typical contribution to GDP growth from consumption is about 2%. We see lots of double-digit numbers there in late 2020 and early 21. That's just showing, again, how much buying we saw happening in the 2021 time. And then there are any number of pictures I could focus on for the supply side. I think Ray and I are both going to focus a lot on the labor force in particular. This just shows the civilian labor force, just raw number of people at the national level who were either currently employed or were willing to work but couldn't find a job. So we've got the unemployed and the employed together in this number. And so what you see during the pandemic is, a very, very deep spike of people dropping out of the labor force to rearrange their lives to deal with what life during the lockdown looked like. And then about half of them came back, and there were about 3 to 4 million people over the span of late 2020 and 2021 that used to be in the labor force that weren't. So just fewer people available to the economy to do all of the jobs that they were doing in 2019. So that's where one of our big supply constraints has come from. You can see in the last year or so that this has eased a bit. I would say the overall labor force is very close to where we started pre-pandemic. At the same time, though, the population's been growing, so when you think about it in terms of labor force participation, we're still down a bit from where we were in 2019. So we have the same expectations of all the stuff we want to buy, all the services we want other people to do for us, and there are not the same number of workers that are available to do it. So the reacclimating to the post-COVID new normal, I think, is part of what's going on in the labor market, and we're still seeing it even today, and that's one of the big supply constraints we have. Final slide for me. Next slide, please. So when we see inflation like this, the last time we saw an inflation spike this bad was the late 70s and early 80s. It's a fairly famous episode for economist nerds like me. That the primary responsibility for dealing with it is the Federal Reserve. This is, their playbook here is, so if the issue is there's either too much demand or not enough supply, the federal government's ability to do anything about the supply side constraints is very, very limited. That is a very, very boots on the ground kind of problem. So the main tool that we have is the Fed needs to use its power over interest rates to slow down demand, essentially. That's the playbook here. A brief review of what the 70s looked like. Again, we could spend a lot of time talking about this graph, but the summary is the interest rate you always hear the Federal Reserve talking about is their target interest rate. Over a span of 4 years, they raised it 17%. In the language of the way we talk about the Fed today, that is 1,700 basis points. When you hear the financial press talking about, are we going to do 75 or 100 basis points? Just to give you kind of some context on the amount of increase. The inflation was certainly worse during the late 70s than what we see today, but just to give you kind of context on the interest rate increases that we saw, and it did its job. It was the purposeful creation of a recession. Right? The Fed did this on purpose. Inflation was being caused by demand being too high, and the unfortunate solution is create a recession and a 5% increase in unemployment over that span of the early 80s. That lasted over the span of about 3 years. I don't think our current situation is as bad. I think this early 80s Volcker disinflation recession is a worst case scenario. But where we are right now, we're only at the beginning of this. We've been about 6 months of increases in interest rates that have amounted to about 3% relative to the 17% that we had in the last example. There are the very first signs of maybe a little bit of a decrease in inflation, a little bit of a spending slowdown, a very, very slight uptick in unemployment. But the Fed has been very explicit that they are going to not adopt a wait-and-see attitude. They are very much in the, it is up to us to get this under control. We are going to do what's necessary, and unfortunately what's necessary is very likely to create a recession next year. So I think the main takeaway that I want to set the specific local context with is, you know, I don't expect it to be necessarily as bad as the financial crisis or the unemployment spike that we saw during COVID, but we are in for you know, a bumpy road in the economy next year as the Fed deals with this inflation. To the extent we can get some help from the supply side in terms of increases in labor force participation and so on, that might make the recession a little less bad. But to the extent that we have to fix this by convincing everyone to buy less than they have been, that is going to be the fuel that leads us into this recession that I expect to see sometime next year. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. I guess next one too. Thank you very much for having me. I'm going to talk a little bit about the San Diego economy and what has happened since COVID. So this is really kind of comparing post-COVID economic conditions here in San Diego. In terms of our tourism industry, we've recovered. Our visitor spending in the first half of 2022 was up 130% from 2021 levels. So it's not back to where it was pre-COVID. I don't want to give you that impression, but we did have a very good year in 2022 compared to 2021. A lot of that travel was local, people coming from the Los Angeles area, for instance, or from Arizona, much more so than international and business travel, which are the two components of our tourism industry that didn't recover fully this year. The innovation and military sector, which are driving sectors here in our economy, are doing relatively well, as is healthcare. It's been relatively resilient and is growing. During the COVID period, we lost about 250,000 jobs throughout the pandemic, but that we seem to have recovered most of those. Our civilian labor force, which is the people who are available to work, has about 13,000 fewer participants than we had pre-pandemic. So this is what Dr. Radcliffe was talking about, is that we have fewer people who are actually available to work. A lot of people have pulled themselves out of the workforce. Some of that has to do with childcare issues, some have health issues, et cetera.
but we don't have as many people to work. Housing affordability is probably still the biggest challenge we have here in the region, and I'll show you a little bit more about that in just a second. And inflation just complicates everything in the next year. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just a little bit more about employment. This is the San Diego employment. It goes all the way back to 2010, and you see that we had a pretty regular increase in the number of employees that we had in the region until COVID. We took a 30% hit in terms of employment, as you all remember, and we recovered fairly quickly. This is kind of that V-shaped recovery that people talked about, but we're still about 22,000 under where we were prior to COVID. And so again, this is why the unemployment rate seems to be low. There's still a lot of job openings. Companies are having difficulty finding employees. Part of that has to do with the fact that we have a smaller labor force than we had previously. Next slide, please. These are the three sectors as we look at them at Sandag. We look at them as driving sectors for the San Diego economy, which include tourism, innovation, and military, the supporting sectors of healthcare, education, and government, which are sectors you need for any community to function, and then traditional sectors, which are the things you hear about in the news, things like trade, professional services, you hear about construction, manufacturing, those type of things. This graph goes back to before the Great Recession, and as you can see with the purple line, most of what we lost after the Great Recession was in the traditional sectors. It really took a big hit. Construction and manufacturing led the way with loss in employment. And what you also see is that our driving sectors and our supporting sectors were pretty resilient and continued to increase up until until this COVID pandemic occurred, in which case all three of our sectors got hit really hard. Next slide, please. This breaks out our driving sectors a little bit more, and it takes a look at the innovation, tourism, military sectors separately. And what you can see here, the dark blue line, the innovation line, they really were able to very quickly adopt to working from home, and so we didn't lose a lot of employment there, and you see that we grew right through we had just a tiny little dip after the after COVID, and then you see that we've pretty much increased our employment in the innovation sector. It's the tourism sector that really got hit hard. Military was flat, but you see tourism has come back. We are still low in terms of tourism employment, and a lot of that has to do with the hotel motel industry and a little bit in the restaurant industry. Next slide, please. These are the supporting sectors. You can see that right after COVID, healthcare took a big hit, but it seems to have recovered. Education is still down, especially with part-time employment here in San Diego. Government seems to be about where it was prior to the COVID. Next slide, please. And then finally, the traditional sectors. And what you see here is that all of the sectors took a little bit of a hit at COVID. Most of them have recovered. Construction is about where it was. Manufacturing is still down a little bit. You see a big uptick, though, in transportation and utilities. And that really is the addition of Amazon drivers, all of the delivery services, DoorDash, et cetera. We now all of a sudden have more employment in that sector than we ever had before. And that's kind of shown in this particular graph. Next slide, please. Turning to inflation, and if you could just go through this until it builds. One of the problems that we have is that when you hear the inflation news, it's, inflation is 8.25% roughly right now. That's what you hear, the core inflation rate. But that is not indicative of things that people purchase every day. The things that people purchase are more volatile than that. So you look at the price of gasoline, it's up 72%. Cars are up 51%. I'm not going to read all of these, but as you can see, we're looking at anywhere from 20 to 72% increase in things that you buy every day. Food items are up 30%, for instance. And so this is why people feel like this inflation is really hurting them a lot. Next slide, please. This slide breaks out a monthly income here in San Diego for median income household and how their spending is broken out. And so when you look at this, you see housing, food, car payments, other necessities, taxes, and discretionary spending. The purple lines, the purple bars show what it was pre-COVID. And you see that the important point here is that if you look at discretionary savings, people were saving about $175 a month. So that's what they were able to spend on, taking their kids to the movies, that type of stuff. But since COVID, what has happened, with this inflation really, is that all of these categories have gone up in terms of the amount that people have to spend on them. And so what happened is that wages haven't gone up as much. And so our discretionary spending is actually a negative $1,065 a month, which means people are spending more money right now than they're earning. And it has to do with inflation. And so what's happening is that they're either taking this money out of savings or they're putting it on their credit cards. And this is going to be a problem in the future because these payments are going to have to be paid back if you're charging on the credit cards. We did a little bit of calculation too to try to understand the difference between inflation and cost of living here in San Diego. And although inflation has gone up about 15% during the period that we're looking at here, the cost of living has actually increased by 17%. So in San Diego, our costs are going up even faster than what you're seeing when you're looking at just inflation rates. So what's happening right now is that average households are short. There's also an additional problem in that housing in San Diego, as you know, the cost of housing or renting is out of control. So the $2,300 there on housing represents everybody, those people included who have mortgages and are paying on those. So the average cost of housing is $2,300. But if you are going out and you're renting something right now, your average rent is about $3,400. And so you can see how much that would dig into the family budget also. Next slide, please. Next slide. What this has led to is inflation and the housing prices going up is really a affordability index that has significantly come down over time. Right now, it takes about $208,000 in terms of household income to be able to purchase a median price home, which really means that only about 14% of the people in the region could afford to purchase a home. So most people couldn't even afford to buy their home back. The median income in San Diego region is $107,000. So that means that people can afford a home of about $460,000. And there are just not a lot of units out there at that price. So this really kind of just brings home the fact that this is one of the largest problems we have in the region. And then the last slide I have just takes a look at what has happened since the beginning of the pandemic to housing prices. So housing prices are up, and this is all types of units, including multifamily homes, have gone up from $598,000 to $800,000. So they increased by 33%. But mortgage rates during that time have also gone up to 6.11%. So the minimum qualifying income now required to purchase the same home 29 months later is 71% more. You need $185,000 versus $108,000 to qualify for that home. And the monthly payments have also increased from $2,700 to $4,600 for the exact same unit. And again, this is a very important point because these dollars that people are now spending on mortgage payments, they're not spending that money elsewhere within the economy. They're not buying other consumer goods or they're not putting away money for savings. So 71% increase in the cost of living in a home in San Diego region. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to thank our guest speakers for their time here with us. I'll now move over to the discussion on the county outlook, starting briefly with some economic indicators that will influence how we move forward in terms of our cost structure. If you can go to the next slide, please. Since fiscal year 18-19, we've made significant investments in new programs and expanded services, as you can see reflected through the addition of over 2,000 staff. And again, that's been bolstered by favorable economic conditions, including the 2021 exploding housing prices, federal stimulus dollars, and that again has just enabled this unprecedented expansion. We've also seen growth in our sales tax revenue, and all of this combined will drive our outlook and our ability to meet cost in the future. Current economic conditions and impacts are gaining clarity, not just here locally, but also at the state level. A recent revenue outlook published by the California Legislative Analyst Office predicts that the three major revenue sources at the state, income, sales, and corporate tax, have about a 70% chance of falling below budget levels. And this is a risk for the county as well in two areas. The first is that a large portion of our budget is supported by state revenues, including sales tax-based revenues like health and public safety realignment revenues. And as various sectors of the economy recovered last year, we saw sales tax revenues grow significantly, with 16% growth last year alone, for example, last fiscal year. Our sales tax consultant predicts a cooling of that growth in the economy, with 4% annual sales tax growth this fiscal year, followed by less than 1% next fiscal year, and then 3% thereafter annually. And I'll demonstrate a selection of these projections and what they mean to us momentarily. But before we do that, just talk a little bit more about the red hot housing market and how that influenced our discretionary revenue as well, specifically general purpose revenues. Property tax revenues is one of the most reliable and stable sources of revenue for the county, and the right side of this chart shows very steady historical assessed value growth and continued projected assessed value growth. This translates into strong general purpose revenue that we've seen, which the board can use for any purpose. And as you can see on the left side of this chart, we saw different impact as it relates to the housing bubble recovery, when we saw assessed value growth rates actually go into the negative as property values were declining. And we're not projecting that going forward. We're still projecting continued assessed value growth, just at a slower pace. And so we just need to be mindful of that risk, though. More recently, the strong housing market resulted in a rather large increase in assessed value growth. So this year we saw 8%, and that's compared to 6% that we used when we were building this year's budget. Most of that was associated with sales activity. And with mortgage rates rising, we're just not expecting to see that same level of sales activity going forward. Assessed value growth is expected to moderate into the coming year at the 4.5% to 5% range. This assumption, along with better than anticipated results, are being incorporated into the planning activities that are underway to help us with planning for 23-24. And quite frankly, will help us to cover growth and retirement costs, which leads me to the next part of the discussion in terms of our presentation today and what we're seeing in terms of an outlook there. So the inflationary pressures and market volatility are expected to influence our cost, the total cost of retirement going forward. What you see here on this chart is the total cost of retirement for all employers, including the cost of pension obligation bonds and debts, the required debt service associated with them. So at this same time last year, we were expecting that retirement costs would peak at $794 million in fiscal year 23-24. However, due to market losses and actuarial assumption changes, projections for 23-24 have increased, and it may take a few years longer for us to actually reach that peak going forward. To illustrate, if the fund meets its targeted return of 6.5% this year, projections are now expected to peak at $927 million in fiscal year 25-26, or $193 million greater than what was expected. However, considering recent market volatility or continuing volatility, I believe that it's prudent to plan for zero returns in this current fiscal year, which, if it occurs, would cause contributions to peak at $956 million, as opposed to the $927 in fiscal year 25-26. And that's something that we'll need to continue to monitor. Under this scenario with the 0% returns, if the fund then meets all of its assumptions as planned with no future changes to assumptions going forward, then the UAL, or the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, which could reach about $4.9 billion by the end of June 2026, and that's compared to a $1.3 billion projection for that same time period at this time last year. So just for context. Now, obviously, I inherently can't predict with any certainty what the actual performance will be, but we can be prudent in our planning as it relates to ensuring that we are able to meet this obligation and uphold the commitment that we've made to our county staff. Now, some of this change in volatility was anticipated, but not all of it. So let's talk about what this could mean to our outlook. So just to start, as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, we are in the midst of development of our long-term 5-year financial forecast. So these are not the final numbers. This is just a snapshot of some information that we do know today on a portion of our general fund sources, specifically sales tax revenue, agency realignment, as well as Proposition 172 and general purpose revenue. But these are not all of the general fund sources, so just want to qualify that. So here, what we're trying to communicate is the revenue growth that's required to sustain just today's cost of doing business for programs that are supported by these funding sources. And overall, that the pace of expenditure growth is not expected to, is expected to outpace, rather, the trajectory of revenue growth. So there's a mismatch. So overall, these select revenues are expected to grow by $305 million, while the related expenditures supported by these funding sources are expected to grow by $400 million, resulting in an ongoing gap of roughly $90 million in 25-26. Now, for context, allocations of general purpose revenue to enhance or expand service delivery have averaged about $95 million over the last 2 years, compared to investments of about $37 million in each of the 3 years prior to that. So that's that trajectory of growth I've talked about. Going forward, general purpose revenues are projected to grow by about $80 million on average in comparison. So we're just slightly under the average estimated annual need of about $83 million that we'll need to cover negotiated labor and retirement, leaving little room for discretionary allocations, but just a very slight mismatch there between the $80 and $83 million need. The larger part of this I'll talk about next. So just for context, since the Great Recession, our reliance on sales tax revenue has significantly increased due to changes in funding and service delivery models at the state. So for example, in the current fiscal year, about 28% of the Health and Human Services Agency's general fund budget is funded with agency realignment revenue, which is sales tax driven, compared to about 14% in 2010. So a lot of reliance on sales tax revenue there in the agency. The budget for these programs in the Health and Human Services Agency grew by $134 million, or 21% this year, compared to $54 million last year. They saw a decrease as we moved into COVID of about $100 million in 2021, and prior to that, more normal growth of about $27 million in 1920. So a significant growth this year that we saw. We don't expect for that trajectory again to continue, and that was bolstered by that 16.5% increase in sales tax that we saw. We also expect for public safety sales tax, or Prop 172, to increase by roughly $12 million on average over the next 3 years, so just for context. So not surprisingly, the big mismatch that we're seeing in the trajectory of revenue and expenditure growth is anticipated to be most acutely felt in the programs that are supported by agency realignment. So that represents $80 million of what you're seeing here of this roughly $90 million gap that's forecasted in 25-26. Now, this preliminary forecast considers the anticipated growth in retirement cost, planned amounts for negotiated labor agreements for county staff, and limits growth. Now, given the risk and heavy reliance on agency realignment, the Health and Human Services Agency operates under a realignment revenue stabilization strategy to smooth out periods of volatility. It's currently forecasted that the stabilization strategy will enable the agency to access one-time realignment funds over the next 2.5 years to help to mitigate a portion of that gap. And you'll see that show up here. Now, this won't close the final gap. There still will be a gap in the final year under this set of assumptions, but it again will give the agency much flexibility needed to maintain today's service levels as we move through this economic cycle. Now, the projections on this slide don't contemplate any significant expansion of ongoing programs or the impacts of any recent actions that have been taken by the board or directive to county departments, many of which won't only result in ongoing costs in the future, but also significant one-time costs that are not currently planned for or included in the budget. So we don't know what the ongoing costs of those items are just yet. So just to illustrate potential decisions facing your board, without prioritization, structural imbalances would increase under these hypothetical scenarios. And I just want to say that what we're going to go through next are just that. They're hypothetical scenarios. These are not budget quality numbers, but just to illustrate what the potential impacts could be. So if we were to add, for example, an additional $20 million for sustainable housing initiatives, that would further increase the gap. Another $15 million for homeless solutions would also further increase the gap. Another $10 million for sustainability efforts, another $10 million redirected to support enhanced infrastructure districts, or another $20 million to sustain ARPA programs once the funding sunsets. Now, some of these initiatives would directly impact funding of the agency, which could limit their flexibility in the application of that stabilization strategy, or redirect general purpose revenue that is currently projected to support anticipated fixed cost increases, which would require service reductions unless we identify new funding sources, of course. So due to economic conditions, the revenue assumptions, of course, are slightly below historical growth rates. So just to give some sensitivity analysis and context, if assessed value, for example, or property values were to increase by 1% more each year than what's currently planned, we could see an additional $49 million of revenue generated over this 3-year period. And conversely, of course, if assessed value projections, if we don't meet them to the tune of about 1% each year, we could also see revenues decline. So that's just something for context. Now, of course, as we move through this, we will look at many solutions, including the use of reserves to mitigate any temporary uncertainty that we may have going forward. However, I'd like to update you on a new development that may cause some constraints in the short term as we think about how to do that. Given recent market volatility, it's also anticipated that that volatility will negatively impact our ending financial position, specifically general fund unassigned fund balance. So just as a reminder to start out, the board has suspended the minimum reserve requirement, and that suspension will remain in place until the local emergency proclamation is lifted. So it's important to note that also we don't have finalized numbers at this point, and we won't have them until we come back with the next economic update in December. But our estimate in terms of our minimum reserve requirement is still at the same level that we were projecting earlier this year at $840 million. So that estimate is still in place. During budget development, we projected that we would end with the reserve very close to that $840 million, maybe slightly under. However, internal discussions with our auditor indicate that the reserve will be materially under that amount, primarily due to the impact of mark-to-market conditions or accounting adjustments that are required to report our investments at fair market value as of June 30th. It's just a snapshot as of June 30th. So we're also cautious about the risk of pending FEMA reimbursements. If some of those risks don't materialize in the right, or those reimbursements rather, don't materialize within the right time frame for financial reporting purposes, we may have to make downward adjustments to our financial statements before they're finalized. Now, again, delays in FEMA reimbursement are temporary, but they temporarily tie up resources in our financial statements that would otherwise be available. So that's something that we'll have to talk about and work through. So just looking ahead, I want to end our update just to talk about where things are going and things that we have as far as risk in our future. We have risks ranging from inflation to the economic environment and uncertainty. Things like the rising retirement costs and continued market volatility, as well as the possibility that an economic downturn could lead to reduced state revenues. These are all factors heading into budget development that are going to impact us here like we haven't seen in the last several years, so it's a consideration for us. But I'm really confident that This board will show its exceptional ability to lead us and set policy and define priorities that will provide us with the opportunity to continue providing support for our communities in spite of these challenges. So, Chair Fletcher, with that, I'd like to thank, again, our guest speakers and open up the discussion to any questions that the board may have.
Let's go first to our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 8 requests to speak on item 16, 3 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone on item 16, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Audra, and Robert W. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You may come forward in any order.
Mark, these people would be fired if they told you the real cause for this. They're telling you statistics about the symptoms. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was enacted. It gave power over our monetary system. It took it from the Treasury Department and gave it to the private bankers, the Federal Reserve. They started charging interest on the debts. That was never done before. In around 1865, in Lincoln's day, President Lincoln, the bankers tried to form a national bank, and they offered to lend him money at an interest rate. He denied it and issued greenbacks based on the fact that constitutionally we can issue our own money and not charge ourselves interest and get it back on the next year or two's taxes. He was killed by that, for that, enacting that. In 1913, they finally got together and succeeded. The bankers right now, you can see a congressional meeting online. They have half the country's wealth, and they're in the process of taking the other half of your wealth right now. And you better be paying very serious attention, because you are losing America, and they will bankrupt us. Also, secondarily, San Diego is a subsidiary corporation of the United States Corporation, which has taken you and your parents and your grandparents' tax dollars for their lifetime and invested in these partnerships, these corporations they own unbelievable interest in. That's all money they've stolen from you. They're never going to share it with you. They're never going to tell you about it. They probably have 40 times as much money as the entire budget in the comprehensive annual financial report and their corporate holdings. And they're going to tax you more to try and pay this off. They're never going to stop the bankers. The founding fathers warned about the bankers, and you're about to get screwed out of everything.
Next speaker, please.
Mark. Use the name Audra. I would love to celebrate right now because we're talking post-COVID, right? So is the emergency over? Right? So great. We're not in an emergency. That means you guys can stop taking our money. Oh, but you don't want to do that, right? So you got to blame the pandemic for the loss of jobs. Like all those 250,000 people that lost their jobs had nothing to do with you guys and your mandates and forcing people to take a bioweapon and shove it up their butt, basically. Yeah, our tests, like, yeah, we got to stick this up your nose or your anus now or vagina with monkeypox, but it's so great. Like, you guys had nothing to do with that. And I love that you want to say, like, the taxes have been the same. No, you raised the taxes. And now to make sure that the county doesn't experience the recession, let's raise the taxes again, right? You guys are so great. I just love it how you destroy things and then go like, it's COVID. It's COVID that did it. Let's take the FEMA money, all this money from the people. You know what? If we got rid of the government, people would have way more money. Isn't that great? I mean, that's where we need to go, because this is all by design. You guys think that this is like, let's just, you know, act like there's all these problems, but like, I'm gonna punch you in the face and then go, why does your face hurt? That's so weird. I don't understand, but yet you guys wanna sit here and be like, we're actually helping, we're doing good things, and You know, we're trying to figure out how to like get through this. We're a charter county. You can actually do things where you're like, we're not going to participate in any of this, but instead you want to play the games that the federal government makes you play because you're all puppets in that. And if you don't do it, you won't get money, right? So all you care about is getting money for yourselves while you destroy every single person in this county's lives. It's freaking ridiculous. It's your fault.
Next speaker, please.
Robert, so Dr. Radcliffe gave us a very simple lesson on supply and demand. Although I come to a very different outlook on the severity of the inflation, it's ramping, it's starting to ramp much more rapidly, and our supply chain disruptions, unlike what happened in the 70s, where it was only an oil embargo that triggered most of this, our supply chain disruptions are still running a full court press because of China's dependency on China that we did not have 40 years ago. So you've built an empire and it's about to collapse financially. That's what I get from this report. All these things about pension, that was just for HHSA or for the county, right? Is that a correct understanding? That's not even all the other people that work in the county? This is just about funding your empire. So again, I also will echo that the $1,065 deficit in household spending monthly is not even looking forward to the new taxes that are coming down the pipeline. The $165 billion Sandag Transit Plan is going to cost the average person at least $1,000 a month, $1,000 a year. And we don't have that money. It's already demonstrated in what Dr. Roy showed in his presentation. So I've got two ideas for you. One is help people with the affordability of living in this very expensive county with something called tax relief. Have you heard of that one before? Tax relief would actually help, not increasing taxes. Idea number two, stop spending like a drunken sailor. This county cannot afford our continued spending, and you're telling us we've got new taxes coming to pay for this? Please, don't insult us.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin, the usual report containing leveraged data. It is interesting that Sandag actually notes the obvious. Unemployment has impacted each community in the region differently, and that indicators such as unemployment rate and property value will vary among different constituencies. No kidding. So do we have any solid basis for discussion or just the usual whining about certain communities being left out, but no real suggestions? I see that the highest unemployment rate quoted is 3.7%. That's actually pretty good. Could be 0, but 3.7 is so low that I don't know why you guys aren't celebrating. Purple ribbons? The agenda does mention a history of racially restrictive covenants and discriminatory policies have resulted in lower rates of homeownership, higher rent burden, and depressed wages in comparison to white individuals. If these things still exist, they are illegal, and the county should be on top of the problem. There is a minimum wage, and racially restrictive covenants and discriminatory policies are not constitutional. The speaker said that we have the same buying habits as 2019. I don't think so. This is kind of arrogant. Play football? Sounds to me like the passing game. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Buenos días.
Noemi, please go ahead.
Noemí, sí, yo soy intérprete,
El
adelante.
problema es que muchos de estos costos han causado estos problemas con biles como AB5.
Okay, un momentito.
De Nathan Fletcher.
Okay, un momentito.
Ha puesto.
Okay, the problem is about the AB5. You know, this has caused a lot of problems, and this is the one that Nathan Fletcher has put on.
Él y su esposa específicamente ha causado mucho de esas inflaciones en nuestra.
Okay, and that would be with him, his wife, and this has really caused a lot of inflation also for work.
Él y su esposa han causado muchos problemas en este estado y también en nuestra ciudad con cosas también que debe ser con Sandag. Ya han hecho diferentes tipos de negociaciones que no son éticas.
Okay, so I would have to say that he and his wife, you know, they have really done a lot of things in the city in a lot of situations that I don't believe they're ethical.
Y por eso cuando trabajaba aquí en el 80 distrito,
okay.
¿Cómo se dice?
Yeah, and when he worked at the 80th district, I'm trying to think, how do I say it?
Pasó diferentes cosas que nos está afectando ahorita en la ciudad de Chula Vista. Muchas de nuestros taxes ha subido.
Okay, and different things happen, and that they're not being accepted here in Chula Vista as well. Our taxes, have gone up high.
Cuando hablo con la gente aquí, ellos no saben de dónde vinieron estas multas que nosotros no debemos que pagar porque las otras ciudades no nos cargan tanto como aquí.
Okay, so, the money, a lot of the money that we have to pay, a lot of the basically penalties that we have to pay, are more here, not like in other places around here.
Y eso no es justo. Y cuando hablo con la gente, ellos me dicen que no saben, pero la verdad es que la esposa del Nathan Fletcher ha pasado muchas leyes que nos afectan mucho.
And basically, they are telling us that they don't know anything, but the truth is that, Nathan Fletcher's wife, has passed a lot of laws that are affecting us a lot.
Y ellos no saben, y eso no está bien, y por eso siento que él necesita que decir las verdades que han pasado aquí, y por qué, y cómo, y los biles.
Okay, and they're saying that they don't know anything about it, but they really need to speak the truth, and tell us why we have these type of bills.
Como SB 277 y también ese bill nos está afectando mucho con los troqueros.
Okay, the 277 is the one, and the other one that is affecting the truckers.
Y a nosotros nos cobran más.
And also for us, we're being charged more.
Y eso no está bien. Él y ella nos ha afectado tanto.
And that's not right.
No por el bien.
She has affected, she has really affected us a lot, and that is not right.
No nomás a nosotros, pero a nuestros hijos también.
Okay. Not only for us, but also to our children.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Now hear from the final caller.
Roger, that's your first warning. Your outbursts are violating the rules of procedure. Next speaker.
Truth, this might be the funniest supercharged item because now the supervisors are pretending to care about inflation. The very thing they're helping to worsen with all the items that have accepted state and federal funds that increase our debt, hand in hand with the subsequent overprinting of paper money backed with nothing as usual that has been ensuring worse inflation at a dangerous rate. Nothing to do with an increase in demand, Ratcliffe. It's also funny to see Helen and the supervisors admit that inflation is real because the president won't even admit that there's a problem. But he did admit there's no COVID emergency. Go figure. This item says, quote, San Diegans have questions about how these decisions impact their checkbook, end quote. Well, I have the answer, and the answer is, if it's all downhill from here, by now, just won't be able to buy it later, especially not with the way our politicians have been intentionally operating, such as these supervisors, for example. If any of you supervisors were serious about fighting inflation, then you quit accepting state and federal debt dollars and implement Mike Borello's recently offered solution about rejecting their offers and paying off your debt. And Nathan, if you really want more people with darker colored skin to be homeowners, then maybe you should offer to donate some of your homes. You're white and you've got some to spare. Or Joel, you could offer to donate some of your land in Alpine to provide free infill housing. Come on, where you live is a high fire severity zone. Don't you want to leave? And you supervisors missed your chance to address inflation on October 3rd when you guys decided that San Diego's top issue is affordable housing and not inflation, and not even the 2 states of emergency we're in. You all revealed yourselves as being completely out of touch and that you forget things when there's not an ARPA check to be a catch.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, let's go to our board members. We'll start with Supervisor Wassernamer.
Thank you so much. I have actually a number of questions. I just wanted to start with Ebony. If you could go back to the slide where you showed the health fund that you could utilize to close that gap. Okay. What is the source of that? First of all, what's it called again? What's the exact name? The Health Realignment Fund?
So I'm referring to it as agency stabilization funds. These are actually realignment receipts that came in prior years in excess of amounts that were required to meet expenditures. And so those were accumulated to create a stabilization structure to balance them out. They're reflected in the financial statements as a liability. We don't drive those revenues in until we actually earn them.
Got it.
They're not a fund balance.
And it's called a agency stabilization fund.
That's what I'm referring to it as for simplistic purposes here, but it is an unearned revenue component of it's a liability in our financials.
And just kind of looking ahead, you think that your projection is that we would have enough of those funds to cover some of the gap, but with about a $49 million shortfall?
That's accurate.
And remind me, that's why I was hoping to see the slide again. What is the year that these projections go out to?
These projections go to 25, 26.
Okay, so not that far.
No.
Not that far. Thank you so much. I have a couple more questions. First of all, I just really want to thank all three speakers. It was really helpful to be able to go from the macro context to the local economic context to, what the implication is for our county budget. So that was just really, really valuable and really helpful. I really appreciate it. And kind of as I look at this, I feel like, the primary takeaway, right, is that we are in a global economy and our revenues are driven by a number of forces, including property tax and sales taxes, and our liability towards the retirement is largely driven by projected returns on the stock market, all of which have, somewhat of a negative outlook due to the inflationary environment and the anticipated recession that we're going to be experiencing in order to rein in inflation. So I think that's sort of the big picture takeaway. Which is important, right, as we kind of begin thinking about what are the implications for our budget and our programming. I do want to kind of push on something I thought was super interesting. Obviously, as we look at drivers of inflation, the much of it, the tools that the Fed has are already obviously quite limited, right? Raising interest rates, and there's not much else that they can do in order to try to rein in spending. But looking at what we were kind of the discussion of the drivers or what we see as the primary drivers of inflation, two of them seemed kind of worth thinking about a little bit, and I had some questions on. One is basically the workforce shortage and the supply chain bottlenecks. And I am wondering if you have thoughts on, obviously counties don't usually do industrial policy, but You know, to the extent that we can think creatively about sort of micro-industrial policy in the context of our regional economy that could address those supply chain shortages, particularly the workforce shortage and the supply chain bottlenecks. Specifically, given that my understanding is that the 22,000 person shortfall in our local workforce is primarily driven by women who are not returning to work due to childcare constraints on the one hand, and secondly, we do live at an international border with Mexico and gateway to Latin America, as well as a port to Asia. So just, you know, any thoughts on sort of strategies we could engage on to address the workforce shortage, specifically women, how we can get more women back to work more quickly, and secondly, the supply chain shortages, and most specifically, obviously, given that, you know, we're in a global economy and most of those interventions won't have like direct impact on prices because, you know, those are globally set prices, but are there like micro-regional economies that we might be able to kind of reduce local prices by unlocking those two supply chain bottlenecks? I have another question after that, but that's the one I want to start with. For both of you. Both of you, please.
So I think when we looked at the components of people who were not reentering the workforce, women they were the largest segment. And a lot of that has to do with childcare and being able to go back to a full-time job. So there's some of the work that could be done there. There's a unique opportunity given our location on the Mexican border. If you think about our region and you look at it from a satellite image, it's really a region of 6.7 million people with kind of an international border between it. And so, you know, getting people back and forth across the border is very important. And as you know, at Sandag, one of the things that we're working on is putting in a third border crossing to be able to facilitate that. When you talk about supply chain problems too, there is a unique opportunity to have a more close partnership with Mexico in terms of supplying some of the intermediate goods that we need that right now we're bringing over from China, for instance. They could be produced more locally. And I think that could be the solution to the labor shortage also. I mean, one of the reasons that we don't have as many people coming across for work over here is that it takes 5 or 6 hours to come across the border, sometimes during the workday, and that is a disincentive for people to be able to, you know, take jobs over here or to be able to just come across the border. So I think looking at this as an international, regional problem could help San Diego more than other places in the United States. We have a unique opportunity here. That's what I would say.
Professor?
Yes, I think would be the, I will definitely defer to Ray on the more local stuff. I think the one other thing I like to always point out when we talk about the worker shortage is I think there's a phrase that always needs to be appended when you talk about a shortage of anything, which is at the current price. So when you're talking about that we have, you know, at the local level, tens of thousands, at the national level, hundreds of thousands of people who were working before who, you know, health reasons, childcare, et cetera, aren't working now. Some of that dynamic is at the current wage. And one of the big tugs of war that I see out in the economy these days is the notion of, I don't know if my business model works having to pay the wages that I need to get people into the jobs. So when we talk about job shortage, a lot of that is just a dynamic that, you know, the other half of inflation historically is, you know, we talk about it as a wage price spiral, that as the prices go up, we all very naturally say, I can't afford to pay these higher prices based on the wage that I have. The next time I go back, I say, I need you to pay me more if I'm going to continue to work in this job or accept this new job. And I feel like we're starting to see the beginning of that as well, that the worker shortage that we already came in with combined with these rising prices is leading to you know, a lot of tension around the higher wages necessary to pay the higher prices, which then become higher costs, which get passed along as higher prices, which then lead to higher wages. So this is kind of the snowball problem that we're only just seeing the beginning of, I think, and why the Fed is so reluctant to, once this inflation snowball starts rolling, the things we have to do to get in front of it. You know, again, like we said, with the basically create a recession on purpose, we're a little bit late to the game, but I think they're trying to make up for lost time. So I think that was an answer to a couple questions and not, but please, I'm happy to clarify.
Just the other question, that's very helpful. My other question wanted to look at the local components driving inflation. I think what you showed us is the differential between price increases that folks see sort of every day versus the broader consumer basket that drives inflation. I'm wondering, in our local context, if you have data on the share of our local inflation that's being driven by home prices and rents.
I can speak a little more to the global, to the national number, and then in San Diego, it's just even more so. But the single biggest component of the consumer price index is shelter and owner, so that's both rents, which I think Ray did a great job showing you what's happened with rents in San Diego in particular, but also the kind of quirky way that the Bureau of Labor Statistics look at home ownership, which is that I and all the other homeowners in San Diego are actually a business that rents my house to myself. They have kind of an odd way, it's not a very immediately intuitive way to think about home price inflation, but it's about 42% of the overall CPI is related to that shelter component, and it kind of varies metro by metro. So by far, I think the biggest driver, just percentage-wise, is housing inflation.
So and maybe this is for Ebony, but what I've found interesting is that what's really hurting folks the most, right, is these rising home prices, but also the fact that we have rising home prices is partly what's insulating our budget revenue from a more significant shortfall.
That's correct. As it relates to general purpose revenue, we're still projecting assessed value growth, just at a slower pace in terms of sales activity, but certainly still strong growth.
But we could potentially make up, theoretically, we could make up for projected, sort of lower projected growth in average home values if we had more homes.
Oh, sure.
To be assessed.
If you had a larger
if we had a larger stock, right? So there's sort of that other strategy if you wanted to think about how could we continue to increase our property value revenue projections while doing something to ensure that folks can put a roof over their heads without going bankrupt. Expanding the stock would be a strategy that would address both concerns.
Absolutely. Cool. More construction would help, definitely.
I'm going to have some kind of sort of thoughts on next steps from this, but I'm happy to stop and turn it to my colleagues before I kind of ask for some additional follow-up questions.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to identify a couple of things. I think that there's, obviously we're locally trying to mitigate the economic effects of COVID, and we're also now mitigating the economic consequences of the global economy, as well as international wars and migration patterns, et cetera. But having said that, inflation, as you stated, is driven by the cost, right, of food, shelter, transportation, and medical costs, cares, and it's impacting our communities locally, which is really a unique place that we're in as a county, because our job is to be the safety net for our communities. And so as we're addressing food access through expansion of food gardens, or we're exploring innovative ways to solve the housing stability and affordability, houses can't be built fast enough for the need. People right now are hurting, right? That's the big challenge that we're facing. And so as we're piloting programs to make transportation more affordable, like our youth opportunity passes, or increasing enrollment to healthcare programs like Medi-Cal for the most vulnerable communities, I think it's really important for us to continue to coordinate first and foremost with the state and federal government for resources, and really make sure that we try to get additional resources here, while we're also developing local policies that are sustainable and economically resilient. My ask is that we as a board chair really have an opportunity to sit down and really think about creating our set of values of what will guide our decision-making process as we're moving forward, right? Because I think that is going to lead us to deliver better outcomes for the communities. What are our priorities? I think we did that really well during COVID-19, where we really identified, for instance, the Health Equity Index, and we really looked at the budget equity tool and all these other different methods and systems, so that we were very clear about what our role is as county government and where our priorities were, and trying to meet our needs with funding that was coming in. And so I believe that as local elected officials, it's our responsibility to do that, and I'm excited about some of the opportunities that are there. I think that the Office of Economic Prosperity and Community Development is going to help us, particularly looking at the world from a regional perspective. There was this discussion around the power of the binational community, the economy, et cetera. But I do think that there's some things that we have on our toolbox that we can use right now that'll help us. And then I'll do everything I can. I serve on the NACO International Economic Development Task Force and some other work that we're doing to try to think about what else can we do to bring additional resources from infrastructure, et cetera, for us to be able to implement it as soon as possible. So with that, that would be my only request. And I want to again thank you to all the county team for doing such a great job. And thank you for bringing this forth now and not waiting until December. I think that's really prudent and it's our responsibility to make sure we're looking at things now. So thank you, Chair. Oh, and I'm happy to, do we make a motion?
Yeah, we need to make a motion
I'm
to
happy to
receive
make
the
a motion.
report. All right. Happy to second. Let's go to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And I just want to say to Ray and Ryan, thank you very much for the presentation, and Ebony as well. It was very eye-opening. It's been a long time, but you could hear a pin drop in this room. It was very, you had everybody's attention, particularly with the inflation numbers and things like that. And my only comment is, I think, and you don't have to answer this now, Ebony, but I'd like to get with you again later. This agency realignment is kind of a new term to me, and I'd like to, you don't have to explain the whole thing right now, but I would like to get more information on that at a later time if we could.
Happy to share.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I want to thank you all for the presentation. I think we're in some ways, there's some encouraging news when you look at employment and economic rebound. I think San Diego was structurally protected a bit during COVID because of our dependence on the military, Department of Defense, and innovation and technology, which were segments not hit as hard. But of course, we're hit harder, the third leg of our stool, the smallest of the three, but still impactful, being tourism. And the bounce back to that is encouraging, and as business travel and international travel picks up, there's certainly some signs for optimism. But of course, the disruptive nature of it put us in this tremendous spiral of inflation, and the only way to get out of that is to slow it down, which brings its own set of problems, which is what we're now grappling with. And I think as a board, we're acutely aware that in government, you have quite a quandary in that as revenues decline due to a slowdown in the economy, your demand for services increase. Most folks out there, as their revenues decline, their expenses decline minus their fixed costs, but their variable costs go down. In government, you don't have that option. The demand for your services increases at a time your revenues are going down. I do take some heart in the, even though we're somewhat measured below the reserve policy, that our reserve policy is still quite generous as it comes to reserve, and I think that's something that will help us as we work our way through. Continuing to meet the need of our community while making wise decisions moving forward. So everything at this point is projections, and we've seen over the last few years very dire predictions that didn't bear out to be true, but we take a very cautious approach as we move forward of being mindful of the situation that we could see ourselves in. And I think this discussion coming back in December with our quarterly update will certainly frame our thinking around next year's budget as we head into the spring and begin those deliberations. So really appreciate the information. And I think a really key point that really needs to be reminded is inflation as a whole is not reflective. I thought it was a very good slide to point out the things that people depend on going up significantly, and then also all of us understanding how much more a 15, 17, 20% increase in an item impacts working class and low-income folks compared to folks who have the disposable income to not even notice it. And so we will continue to watch all these items moving forward. But we have a motion and a second. We'll go back to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. I just had a couple follow-up questions that I didn't know when the appropriate time would be to come back, but would love to have staff kind of come back with some thoughts on just that were raised from this. So I don't know, Helen, if this would be appropriate, but I think my key questions are, one, would love to know if you have some suggestions on strategies that we could use to plug that $49 million shortfall that I think that we project to see based on current current budget projections, but also things that potentially have been appropriated but not spent, and other parts of our budget that you think might make sense to be made available to add to that bucket for ensuring that we have that cushion. So I'm would be really interested in that. And I think I'd also be quite interested in any suggestions regarding, I guess I'll call it like a local industrial policy, where we could really think about engaging on the supply chain issues as well as the workforce issues, leveraging our position as a as a border region, as well as like very clearly acknowledging that a lot of those workforce issues are driven by a childcare problem. So I think those would be two other pieces that would be quite interesting and helpful to get some thoughts on, maybe from our experts here today. So I don't know if that would be appropriate as a follow-up, but if so, I would love to have those thoughts from the staff.
Thank you, Supervisor. Certainly, we can do that. I would ask that we give ourselves a little bit of time to digest the quarterly numbers that come in. We'll be doing that. We'll be presenting that in December. I don't know at that point that we would be ready yet to offer those suggestions, but if we are, we certainly would include that in that presentation. But it's really important as we're building our 5-year forecast and leading into budget instructions that will go out in mid to January. As we build that, we need to have those discussions and incorporate those. So I would say we would be prepared for sure to come back and speak to some of those suggestions in January as we build the budget. Second quarter, so February is when we would be, looking at that and incorporating that into our budget build. So, but let's have that discussion again in December when we see some real, better budget quality numbers, to use Ebony's term, knowing that even after December there could be some changes. So is that
sure? I mean, I defer to you on timing. I just think that clearly my takeaway from this is that it would be good to have potentially a plan around that shortfall, and it would also be really interesting to look at whether, given our position as a border region, whether we can do something the federal government can't do, since all they really can do is raise interest rates. Can we do something about the supply chain issues that are driving inflation, and also really help out working families in our community?
And I think we can do that. We can start working on that right now, because we have not spent any real time in that space. So we'll get to work on that right away.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. First of all, I want to thank our guests. It was an excellent presentation. When you were for the professor, when you were talking about the spiraling of costs and wages chasing each other, did you take into consideration of dropout rate? At some point, some wages can't get to that level. Not everybody's a heart surgeon, so so how does that play a role in the overall economics?
Well, I would say that, it starts from I want to try to negotiate for higher wages in the face of these higher costs. To the extent that those negotiations are successful is all about the balance of power between the worker and the employer viewing this as I've got to, any increase in my costs is something that it's going to make my margins a little thinner, and then I have to kind of pass them along to prices and all. So it's not simply just the solution to inflation is raise wages. The main thing I wanted to convey was just the other half of the vicious circle that prices go up, put pressure on wages. Some people will manage to negotiate the higher wages. Others will find that I can't find somebody who's willing. I can't find a wage that I'm willing to work at to do the kind of work I'm being asked to do. And so I think that's maybe what you're alluding to with dropout rates a little bit, that all of these are, some transactions happen, other transactions don't. I mean, it's, the same sort of dynamic of buyers and sellers with houses. If we can find a price that works for both parties, the transaction happens. If we can't, then the transaction doesn't happen, and that's perhaps a lost opportunity. I think that's kind of the another half of the dynamic that you're mentioning. That's the other side of what I was saying. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, I thought your points in your summary were excellent. And I just have a follow-up, Ebony, for you. I loved your analysis. I loved you went through it. You touched on it, but I just didn't know for certain. Do we have any way of predicting the increase in social services? Because as we have that dropout rate, we know that not everyone's going to move. Some are going to stay here with hopes that they can find a job that pays a greater wage. But some of them are going to show up in our social services, and hopefully not as a homeless population, but perhaps they could be. Are we able to calculate any of that moving forward? Because this is a two-edged sword.
I believe the question is in regards to caseloads, and I'll ask Amy Thompson, the agency finance director, to come up to talk about those assumptions.
Oh, excellent.
Hi, good morning. So we are definitely projecting, Supervisor, an increase in caseloads. In self-sufficiency, we've seen historic enrollment growth just this year in CalFresh and Medi-Cal and CalWorks. That's going to put increased pressure on staffing. We also have grant increases that are tied to the CNI, excuse me. And so historically, for child welfare services, for example, our grant increases go up by about 3% a year. Right now, we've just got notice that they're going up 6%. So we have to find local funds to cover those costs. With general relief, same thing. They're tied to CalWorks grant increases. CalWorks grant increases are going up by 10%. Partly is the state's attempt to adjust for some of those inflationary pressures, given that our general relief grants, which are also 100% county funded, will go up also by 10%. So definitely we are seeing those impacts, and we'll continue to see those impacts.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Fletcher.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, we have 3 more items we're going to get through before we break for lunch. I want to be respectful of our district attorney and our undersheriff who are here, and we will power through these items. I'll also note for the board members, we have completed 1 item on today's agenda. We have 9 additional items. With that, let's call forward item 11. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Desmond, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, and our district attorney. I really appreciate the efforts that are expressed here and a desire to work on education campaigns around fentanyl, and I'd like to invite our district attorney to join us and see if you have any introductory remarks you'd like to make on this item before I go to my colleagues.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, Board of Supervisors, and of course our CAO, and special regards to our County Council this morning. Summer Stephan, San Diego County District Attorney, and I'm proud to join in this item 11 to enhance education in the schools, specifically as to fentanyl. I'm honored to join Supervisor Desmond, Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer in this item and urge your support for this item. It is really astounding to note that there is no requirement for fentanyl education in our schools. Fentanyl is the thing that's killing more young people than anything else in our nation. Between 18 and 45, that age, 40,000 people died from fentanyl. It is the #1 killer ahead of car accidents, gun violence, and any other cause. And we know that while that number is captured, we know that last year we lost 12 kids, with the youngest being 13 years old, to fentanyl overdoses in San Diego County. We had not experienced that level before. We had several near misses with a 4-month-old that almost overdosed, being near parents that were using. We know that prevention works and that kids are really smart. They just need the tools, they need the education, they need the evidence-based training that I know that our experts, and we're proud that Dr. Paul Gothold is joining in this action and extremely supportive. So we know that we can create a prevention program in San Diego with the help of the Board of Supervisors that can make a difference and can save lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, District Attorney Stephan. We appreciate it. Let me ask Supervisor Lawson-Remer or Desmond if you'd like to make any introductory comments on this item.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Over the past year, it was mentioned, we've worked along with Supervisor Lawson-Remer, also with our DA Summer Stephan, and made fentanyl a top priority. And I know this board had as well, and has always been very supportive. And we've declared it a crisis. We've funded education efforts. We've targeted young people. held I held an elected officials roundtable. We had elected leaders from school boards all the way up to Congress members who attended. We had people from the DEA and Homeland Security, and we were all talking about what we can do about fentanyl. And while that's a great start, we got to accept reality that more has to be done. And so I know we've already gotten some of the stats from Summer and our DA, but over 6,000 pounds of fentanyl has been seized in San Diego County last year alone. 6,000 pounds. That's enough to kill every person in San Diego County 4 times over. It's just incredible. And it's hard being a kid and the pressures of school, extracurricular activities, being cool with your friends, coupled with the mental health crisis and everything else in our country. More and more kids are self-medicating and putting themselves at risk than they ever known before. This is a reality, and it's time we have to change this mindset about fentanyl. It's a poison. It's being used as a weapon. It's a weapon of mass destruction. It's killing hundreds of people a day in our country, and it's coming across our southern border. And we need to keep the message that one pill can kill. And during the past months, I've had the opportunity to speak with Department of Justice, the Sheriff's Department, District Attorney's Office, and the County Office of Education to find out what they're doing about it. And they do have education in the classrooms, but it's only to schools and school districts that are asking for this type of education. So that's kind of where the background is, and Summer had mentioned, what we want to do are basically 3 things. We'll work with our education officials and the California State Legislature to require fentanyl awareness education in the classrooms in San Diego County and perhaps the entire state. To increase the Narcan distributions and training across the county to parents and to first responders at schools. And to allow our children, the county, to explore other opportunities. This isn't the only answer, to support campus drug and alcohol awareness programs. In fact, in 2009, there was a safe and drug-free schools and communities program that was eliminated at our schools in the state, and it was removed and defunded. So hopefully for funding of these dollars, I understand on October 25th here this month, we're going to be looking at that opioid settlement dollars. And I know everybody's probably got many little things that we would like to see that money used for, but I think it should be a great effort, especially the opioid dollars, to fighting more drugs and fentanyl and for that funding. So I'd like to make a motion to approve item 11, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much, and I first want to thank DA Summer-Stephan and my colleague Supervisor Desmond for their work in bringing this item forward. 80,000 overdose deaths are caused by fentanyl every year, and at this time, the amount of fentanyl seized in our country is enough to kill 1.4 billion people. That's pretty startling statistics. We do know that the harm from fentanyl is skyrocketing. Every single year, it's increasing. This past year, the youngest of the victims in San Diego County was 13 years old. We know that education and harm reduction training can prepare our communities to prevent and mitigate the use of fentanyl. And we know that when parents and teachers and students are trained in how to use Narcan, we can save lives. Like other substance use education, when young people are aware of the dangers, they are more likely to avoid use or mitigate the use of those substances. And it gives them the tools to know what to do when a friend makes a decision that may cause them to overdose. I did have a couple points of clarification. The first is just a question for staff. I know that we're going to, as a board, be discussing opioid settlement dollars in the coming months. And I wanted to inquire whether it would be feasible to ask staff to look at these dollars as a means to fund prevention and life skills curriculum as outlined in this letter.
You could ask the author who's bringing forward the opioid settlement discussion for the board. And I believe it would not only be appropriate, but it would be necessary, and it should be prioritized in the first tranche of funding we get. And I anticipate the board letter I bring forward will do that.
Thank you so much. Very
Absolutely.
appreciated. I think it's great that we already have a source of funding and someone on our team who is thinking about how to use that effectively. So thank you so much.
Yep.
The second is just a minor amendment, a friendly amendment, if my co-author would be willing to accept it. I want to make sure that we're clear that we're talking about giving young people every tool in the toolbox. And so I'd like to recommend we revise recommendation 2 to read mandate enhanced substance use prevention and increase strategies to reduce harms to young people caused by fentanyl use and expand mental health support education.
All right, let's take a pause. Let's restate that. Let's have the clerk type it and put it on the screen.
You want me to say it again? For its amendment, its recommendation 2, it's just a little additional clause to read mandate enhanced substance use prevention, increase strategies to reduce harms to young people caused by fentanyl use, and expand mental health support education.
Yeah, it was probably faster than he can type, even though he's
One more
a very
time.
fast typer. Maybe we'll do it one more time.
Okay.
More at the speed someone types.
Mandate enhanced substance use prevention, increased strategies to reduce harms to young people caused by fentanyl use, and expand mental health support education.
I'd be happy to accept that as a maker.
We need a second first. Will you second the original motion?
I'll second, yeah.
Yeah, second the original motion. So an unamended, we have a motion and a second on the original motion. Now we have a proposed amendment you'd be happy to accept?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and we'll put that change on the screen. Let's hear from our public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 19 requests to speak on this item, 6 in person, 13 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 11 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite for the following individuals: Oliver Twist, Jim Crittenden, Tracy Schmidt, and Judy Schuer. You may come forward in any order, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tracy Schmidt, and I am the Director of Safety, Wellbeing, and Student Engagement for the San Diego County Office of Education. And I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 11, Strengthening Fentanyl Education and Enhancing Harm Reduction Strategies. So many of you have shared about the data already and how unprecedented it has been. The need to educate young people and their families on the current drug threat has never been greater. We need to continue to find effective ways to support young people to make sure they have the education they need to avoid dangerous substances. One of the most effective ways to increase the perception of harm is through the use of research-validated substance abuse prevention curriculum that incorporates life skills, healthy behaviors, and overall wellness. Unfortunately, as Representative Desmond had shared, since the elimination of the No Child Left Behind Safe and Drug-Free Schools Act in 2009, there is no legislation that requires schools to administer substance abuse prevention education. The time to develop legislation and policies that promote student wellness is long overdue. Legislation and policy are necessary to mandate K-12 curriculum to improve the mental and physical well-being of all students. In addition to school-based prevention education, intervention and harm reduction strategies must be implemented to reduce the negative impact of substance misuse and save lives. We must continue to advance naloxone distribution in schools and the community. The San Diego County Office of Education was one of the first in the state to create a naloxone toolkit containing resources to assist schools in obtaining free naloxone for their campuses, and also offer training on how to administer the drug. Despite having this toolkit for nearly 3 years, only half of our school districts have taken advantage of the existing resources. Additional resources for community-based naloxone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Judy Shore. I'm the Executive Director of Hope for the Homeless Lakeside. I'm speaking in favor of enhancing fentanyl education and strengthening harm reduction efforts for young people. There have been at least 5 fentanyl deaths among the small lakeside homeless community that I'm involved with just in the last 6 months. And there's been countless other near deaths. There's one young man that I know was in jail. He didn't do fentanyl then, and as soon as he got out, he took 1 dose and woke up being administered Narcan. And now he's in sober living, thank goodness, but that's just one example of how lethal it is. For them, it's too late. Whether drug addiction led to homelessness or homelessness led to drug addiction, it doesn't really matter. What matters is saving lives of those already addicted and preventing addiction and by providing effective drug education to our youth. I don't think there's anybody in this room who's against that. I'm sure you guys will all vote for it, but I just wanted to convey the downstream effects from the education that needs to be done up front. And just think about my friends when you vote. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item, Mike Borrello, Mark, and Audra.
Hi, Oliver Twist here. Real quick, first, I want to let you know that I speak at many other chambers, and when I go there, La Mesa, City of San Diego, and even Sandag, I feel welcome, valued, and heard. And when I come to this chamber and I see you staring down at your phones, and some of you don't even make eye contact all meeting, I feel othered, set aside, and not welcome or valued. So I'm asking you to please pay attention to us. Otherwise, I feel like I get more attention if I tweet to you up here than when I'm standing in person talking to you. For too long, we've been reactive to when it comes to substance abuse, chasing our tail and trying to fix things after the horse is long out of the barn. So I'm very happy to see that, much like a number line, we will now also work backwards as well, putting real effort into prevention and education. I do want to give a big thank you to Supervisor Desmond, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, hello, and District Attorney Summer Steffen for bringing this item forward. Because few people take the time to read the full board letters, I'd like to read into the video record part of that letter from page 5. The San Diego County Medical Examiner reported 33 fentanyl-caused deaths in 2016, and the provisional number of fentanyl-caused deaths for 2021 exceeded 800. I would read more, but I'm running out of time. So I just want to break it down to the 2021 numbers break down to an average of over 65 deaths per month. Far more than we're seeing with COVID. Perhaps we should be getting a monthly fentanyl public health crisis update instead of COVID. Also, please create a dashboard to disclose deaths by zip code in real time as a matter of equity and transparency to see which communities are suffering the most. Lastly, I would be remiss if I did not continue to urge you to secure the southern border. It is imperative that you make this a priority. Support enforcement and interdiction efforts and tightly seal the main spigot of how that poison is entering our country. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, it's obvious that the fentanyl problem has to be stopped. It's killing lots of people and children. Education is unfortunately not at all a solution. It's pretty much the equivalent of lining up little mice and telling them that educating them that a cat can kill them, but not stopping the cat from being around them all the time. The border, Biden literally gave $14 billion. He later gave another, I think, $30 billion to Afghanistan. But with the $14 billion he gave away, there's a company called Appy's Core I've talked to you about on the homeless subject at Fiesta Island. But Appy's Core could build 3D printed houses. I've already done the math. The distance from Florida to California, you could literally, for the $14 billion he gave away to another country, build 3D printed houses all the way down the border. I also looked at the amount of Border Patrol we have for the country nationally, and there could be one every 2 Border Patrol agents every mile. across the whole border, living there with their families. It would provide low-income housing, not subsidized. You could simply charge them less to buy the property. They could have motion sensors on the back of each building. They could have cameras. If anyone noticed anything wrong at all happening on the border, they could call the local Border Patrol agent, within 2 of them within a mile of their house, who could instantly call many others within just a few miles, or many, many others within 10 miles, or the military, whatever they needed. This could all easily be done. The problem will not go away without securing the border. And also, of course, the government that's taking all of our rights more and more throughout my whole life, just like they did in 1970, letting drugs flow. And they like that because the people are stupid when they're high, and they don't pay attention to their rights being taken away.
Next speaker, please.
Mike Barolo. Mr. Desmond, I'm impressed. Not many public officials will get up in front of the public and admit that fentanyl is a weapon. And actually, that's why I'm here in opposition on this. I'm not opposed to education. I'm opposed to the fact that we're not treating root cause. Root cause. We should be attacking the source. We shouldn't be putting so much effort into treating the symptoms of the fentanyl crisis. Education is good, but it's not going to stop it. If we don't stop the source, next thing they're going to be spraying this in the malls. You know, you can't educate people to stay away from a mall and not be poisoned. So what can we do as a county? So the feds are trying to do something, right, with China, but what can we do as a county? Well, I understand we host a federal trade zone now. Are we doing any business with China? Is there any sanction, any pressure that we can put? You listening, Nathan? Any pressure that we can put on the source to stop the flow of fentanyl from the source, not at the border. Maybe we should be putting more effort into strengthening border enforcement. But let's go to the source. What can we do there? Let's think out of the box. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Use the name Audra. So yeah, I don't understand. You are calling it a weapon of mass destruction. Sure is. Sure is. So are the COVID-19 vaccines and remdesivir and the deaths that are happening from COVID, doctors doing the wrong protocol. But you have open borders. So it's like, let's educate kids and just still let it come in. As long as it's here, it's fine. But as long as we educate the kids and tell them about it, that's going to keep them from doing it. But let's keep the border open, right? Because that's very intelligent. They just bust the people right in, and they use children to traffic and bring in these drugs. But they don't get checked because, like, why would they check a child? Like, let's, just keep the borders open. Does that make sense, Jim? To just keep that flowing in, but then let's educate the kids, right? I mean, we stopped a drug program in 2009. That was so smart, right? So then none of them know, and then they just get hooked on drugs and die because, it's just something out there, right? I mean, but let's not really go to the root of the problem, because that wouldn't, be smart. It wouldn't, right? Because how much money is made off of that? How many government officials are in on that? If the government really wanted to stop it, I mean, you guys stop people from working, right? It's just like that. I mean, it's so easy. But like, let's just let it keep flowing in, keep flowing in, keep flowing in, enough to kill 144 million people, right? And that's just with the powder. That doesn't consider the pills. So yeah, I mean, that's really good. I'm glad you guys are keeping the border open, and more people are going to die because of it. Good job.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Thank you. This is Peggy Walker. As a public health educator, I hear repeatedly experts say the normalization and excessive drugs available and marketed directly to our children is creating a pediatric health crisis. In the prevention and treatment communities, we've been pushing for a response to the need for strong school-based drug use prevention education for a long time. So thank you for taking this initiative. Parents are waking up to the devastating reality of fentanyl's deadly harm, beginning to realize stunningly that their kids have just one chance to grow up with drugs like this on the loose, but they feel helpless with little control over how kids are exposed to drugs like fentanyl. They want direction, information, and instruction on naloxone. 12 fentanyl deaths of children last year is an alarm bell to make prevention a priority. But I suggest this program should also address marijuana and its link to accelerating ER visits, depression, paranoia, psychosis, violence, and suicide among youth, and accidental ingestion by young children. Marijuana is a killer, too. Please ensure that this program covers all drugs that target and endanger children. And as other speakers said, please look to the sources and address the border and China. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Casey Strang, Executive Director with the San Marcos Prevention Coalition. We are a coalition working to prevent and reduce youth drug use. On behalf of our coalition, we would like to express our support for this item and thank Supervisor Desmond and Lawson Reamer and DA Steffen for their leadership in bringing this forward. What we hear from our community and coalition members all the time is, why don't we have more school-based drug prevention education? Why aren't my students and youth being given more important information on how to keep themselves healthy, safe, and drug-free? Why don't we give more attention to youth drug use, especially that now fentanyl is more present in the community? Red Ribbon Week every year is wonderful, but 1 week talking about the benefits of being drug-free is just not enough. We need to use the proven evidence-based prevention curriculum and mandate it for all schools, and the use of the curriculum throughout the year, not just for 1 week. That is what our families have been asking for, both the parents and the youth, and something we can all agree is vitally important for the success of our youth now and for their future. This item before you today takes a very important step forward in trying to keep our youth healthy, safe, and drug-free. We thank you for listening to the needs of our community and taking action. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Grace, and I come before you today as a concerned mother and grandmother. After reading the board letter for item 3, I realized that this Board of Supervisors recognizes several of the triggers for drug use by youth. Also, the board letter identifies that there is a good value for youth to develop resilience and coping skills. I would hope that the Board of Supervisors also knows there is pervasive messaging surrounding youth that suggests consuming marijuana and other drugs is a solution to the challenges of everyday life. Certainly, one of the largest inescapable and obvious messaging around youth are billboards. As I quoted earlier, quote, billboards make roads more dangerous, destroy our scenic beauty, don't improve our property values, and blast our children and teenagers with advertising for products or services that may not be good for them, end of quote. We removed big tobaccos from our roadways. It's time to remove big marijuana if we really want to accomplish the goals of item 11. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. I am Katie Papanyak from District 3 and proud to support the efforts of our supervisors, Desmond, Moss, and Reamer, and our special DA, Stefan, to require fentanyl awareness education in classrooms, distribute naloxone to parents and students, train them how to use the medication, and it is vital to seek out funding to support and require on-campus drug and alcohol awareness education. Reducing mental health issues at an early age is key. I recommend adding social emotional support staff at school without judgment. Life skills, coping skills, and training on how to deal with anxiety is so important. Anxiety is what drives a person to think they need this quick fix. I have worked in both substance abuse treatment and prevention my entire career. And as the old saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Prevention is much cheaper, more effective, and with fentanyl could be life-saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. I applaud Supervisor Desmond, Losman, Reamer, and DA Stefan for their leadership in recognizing the need for mandating curriculum to the San Diego County schools that will provide enhanced substance use prevention and mental health education, as the county now has declared public health crisis caused by illicit use of substances such as fentanyl. The threat to our youth from illicit fentanyl is real, especially with the use of social media. Drug dealers peddle their drugs with the claim these pills are safe. The education community is uniquely positioned to provide youth and parents with this life-saving information in a safe, structured, and supportive environment. Every school needs to prioritize and disseminate this information on substance use, prevention, and mental health education. But we also need to look at the underlying issues that are leading our students to taking drugs. It's hard to believe, but I have spoken to parents who did not even know what this fentanyl crisis was all about. I urge the county to implement an effective campaign on the dangers of fentanyl that will educate both youth and parents about the risk of drug use. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent to 3 teens and a youth group mentor. Concerned regarding the mental health crisis our youth are facing, they are suffering and unfortunately believe the fallacy that self-medicating with drugs, be it illicit opioids or high-potency marijuana, will solve all their problems. We know that drug use only increases mental health issues, especially for teens whose brains are still developing. This cycle is undeniable. I appreciate the support, Supervisor Desmond, in recognizing this significant problem and deeming it a crisis. Education is key not only to students, but to parents and community members. Anyone who is influential in a young person's life should be better educated on the harms of drug use, especially on the developing brain. I was shocked and disappointed to hear that in 2009, safe and drug-free schools and communities were eliminated, and the mandate for school districts to use prevention curriculum was removed and defunded. What a disservice this has provided to students across our state. Teachers and parents do not have control over what's happening at the border, but we do have the ability to educate, and this proposal will enable us in giving us the tools to move forward. Reinstating a mandate for students in our county to participate in drug education classes, educating them on the deadly effects of fentanyl, as well as the detrimental effects high-potency marijuana can have, is a bold and very necessary move. Supervisor Desmond, parents are grateful for your work as it promotes healthy lifestyles, free from addictive substances, and it will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. The next caller, Kelly McCormick. Your device might be muted. Kelly McCormick.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was having trouble with my phone. This is Kelly McCormick. As a public health educator and parent of a high school student and a college student, I fully support this proposal to enhance education on fentanyl and other drugs. Thank you for pursuing this potentially life-saving course of action. The introduction of fentanyl into the illicit drug supply has made this matter more urgent than ever before. Many adults and teens are unaware they risk death each and every time they use an illicit drug, even in a tiny amount. Fentanyl is a poison mixed into other drugs, often without the user's knowledge. It's also important to underscore that in young people, all drug use is related. Using any one substance, be it alcohol, nicotine, or marijuana, significantly increases the likelihood of using the other two substances. And beginning down that road of substance use for many will lead to the use of even harder drugs. This is all related to the brain development of young people and the pathways that are created that reinforce addiction and the patterns that lead to further drug use. So, I'm sure you're aware that substance use disorders are considered a pediatric onset disorder because 90% of those with substance use disorders begin using when they're still young, under 18. So it's important to begin this education young, and so that children and their parents understand brain development and why it is so important that they avoid using all substances, tobacco, marijuana, and alcohol, and of course other drugs. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, or I guess afternoon at this point. Patrick Holstrom. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the coalition coordinator for the Coalition for Drug-Free Escondido. My colleague Pearl and I work to educate the community on the harmful effects of drug use, as well as educating parents on what to look for and how to talk to their kids about drug use. We are in support of item 11, and thank you for bringing it to the table. Recently, the rise in illicit fentanyl distribution and poisonings and the declaration of illicit fentanyl as a public health crisis has sparked an interest and need for our coalition to provide educational materials on illicit fentanyl. We have noticed that when we begin our presentation and ask the audience, have you even heard about fentanyl before, the overwhelming response is no. The United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of California, released a summary stating that according to statistics released by the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office, fentanyl-related overdose deaths have increased 2,375% from 2016 to 2021. According to the California Border Patrol, seizures of fentanyl in San Diego are up by approximately 323%. In the last 3 years, from 1,600 pounds in 2019 to 6,800 pounds in 2021. DEA lab testing revealed about 4 out of every 10 pills with fentanyl contain a potentially lethal dose. I've also received a statement that says, like all cities in San Diego County, fentanyl has saturated the homeless community in the city of Escondido. It's also the substance of choice for drug dealers and is the leading cause of overdose deaths in Escondido. Help us in educating the youth in San Diego on the dangers of illicit fentanyl. We need students and parents to be aware of the threat that illicit fentanyl poisonings pose to our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
And
Ann Riddle. Good evening. I'm a parent advocate who's been training middle school Red Ribbon Week PTA chairs, and fentanyl has been under a great deal of discussion, as you can imagine. And these parents are excited that they're going to have access to Narcan on their middle school campuses because they feel this is a good safety opportunity as well as an educational opportunity. I just want to make sure that we understand the difference between fentanyl use that happens to young people and adults. Adults often abuse it as a prescription had been given to them by a doctor, and thus their death has occurred as an overdose, sometimes death by suicide. But for our youth, it's because of products that they have begun using that become contaminated. Most commonly, we understand from our administrators in education is Xanax and Adderall, and sometimes marijuana products, vaping products particularly, that have been contaminated. We have to admit in the parent community that we feel like this is murder when our young people are targeted by these contaminated products. But we do ask ourselves, where did this drug-using behavior that ended up in choosing drugs that got contaminated begin? And we'd like to suggest that we need to interrupt the messages of acceptability and access and availability that go on, particularly around the role of marijuana and its high concentrated candy-flavored vapes and foods. Now is not the time to add more marijuana businesses into our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth. According to Jim, the new weapon of mass destruction is fentanyl. Incoming, take cover. It's public health crisis number 58. What if 58 on a calculator upside down spell? Just like I said in the June 28th meeting, this is literally a repeat of the 1980s. Youth supervisors in Helen, now you're recreating the classic DARE program. We could call this the Piss Fart program. Public health crisis, fentanyl awareness response training. Doesn't it have a nice ring to it? Just like number 58. In this item, addictive drugs like Oxycontin, Percocet, Adderall, and Xanax are called legitimate medications, as long as they're not counterfeit for use. And now this item wants naloxone added to the toxic drug mix for children via their parents and student first responders. Students. And we have even more of the war on drugs era being repeated with the new slogan, "One pill can kill." In the 80s, there was the slogan, "The thrill can kill," referring to crack. Or the famous, "This is your brain on drugs," complete with fried eggs. Well, you supervisors, have you been doing drugs? Because this item's era is scrambled. And this item says that fentanyl is the #1 killer of people aged 18 to 45. Far exceeding COVID. But does that mean that you supervisors are going to end the fraudulent emergency? Heck no. Hence item 3, drugs and money.
Smoking crack. It's like putting a gun in your mouth and pulling the trigger.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, I'm happy to support this initiative by both Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Lawson-Weimar, and thank you to our district attorney for all the work around this issue. I appreciate the recommendation for the amendment on motion number 2, particularly around Behavioral Health Services Department. And I just wanted to, I know there's a lot of work being done right now around the Screening to Care initiative that we're launching, and so I want to make sure that I think that that's a great opportunity to use that as part of our work that is taking place. And the other thing I was going to ask is, as we're doing the outreach, I know we're working with school districts and community educators, et cetera. Let's not make sure that we don't forget our nonprofit organizations like the Parent Institute for Quality Education, our PTAs, et cetera. It's probably assumed, but I just wanted to make sure that we say that, and that it's the information is in different languages, culturally appropriate, and that we share as much with parents as well, so that they can get the tools that they need for their kids, because they sometimes don't know as much, don't know what's happening as well. So that is all, but no amendment needed. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to thank our district attorney and my two colleagues for bringing this item forward. We have 5 kids, 11, 14, 19, 23, and 26. And you worry about your kids. You have tremendous anxiety. You worry greatly every day about what's out there that's going to harm them or lead them astray or do things. And we spend a lot of time talking about a host of issues, including this one. When you see some of these overdose ages, age 13-year-olds, it just motivates you to know that we have to continue to do everything that we can. And Supervisor Anderson and I have spent a considerable amount of time with community leaders in forums, with experts, multiple meetings and roundtable discussions to really bring before this board an array of options for the opioid settlement dollars, and we will get to that at a subsequent board meeting. But, top of the list there was this item, the need to make sure we're funding the education campaigns and the efforts. And so it's certainly our intention to bring that forward as a part of what we do when we move into the future. And, I think the addition is important. Look, we have to do everything we can to educate kids around prevention. We have to do everything we can to provide treatment for folks who find their way into addiction. I think if we've learned anything in this country over the last 50 years, it's the notion that you could punish an individual who's suffering from addiction and punish the addiction out of them is just an approach that does not work. It simply does not work. We have to aggressively go after the syndicates and cartels that seek to prey on our youth, and those actions have to continue. And then there's also a myth that somehow there's just an open border and anyone can walk across with whatever amount of fentanyl they want. The simple reality is in this country from 2003 until present, the funding for the Border Patrol has more than doubled. The funding for ICE has more than doubled. Since I was in high school, the funding and dollar amount we spend on border protection and enforcement is a 10-fold increase. 10-fold increase. We now today spend more on border protection and enforcement than the DEA, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Marshals, and the ATF combined. That alone is not going to be enough. And we need to continue to ensure that we're safe, and we need to continue to try to detract things from coming. But we've got to add some other pieces to the puzzle here. We've got to add prevention. This is an important component. We've got to add a more robust efforts around treatment. That is an important component. And so I think that this is a vital effort and a critical piece of a comprehensive approach that we have to look at as a county as we move forward. And so I really appreciate everyone's action, appreciate my two colleagues bringing this forward. With that, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Before we break for lunch, we're going to hear items 1, receive notification of intent to lead correctional healthcare work group, and item 7, update on the progress of enacting emergency measures in San Diego County jails to prevent future deaths. We will hear these two concurrently, and I greatly appreciate Under Sheriff Kelly Martinez for being here, and we will turn it to you for comments and presentation.
Okay, absolutely, thanks. Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and the rest of the supervisors and everyone here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to come back to the board with some of the things that we're doing in the jails to prevent deaths. Over the last year, the Sheriff's Department has made an initial and significant improvement to the services that we provide to the individuals who are in our custody. I'm here today to provide you with some of our recent developments that increase the level of care and services that we provide to people in jail. Next slide, please. Thank you. In order to address all the needs of a modern jail population, in addition to creating a safe environment for our staff, we need to make major improvements. Many of them will take some time, but we have been completing some of the work now. We have developed a comprehensive approach to understanding the needs and acting to improve our facilities and our services. We face significant challenges, but we also know that it is our responsibility to provide safe jails, and we're committed to that work. The slide that you see now lists some, but not all of the identified areas that we are working to improve. We've had unprecedented low staffing in both sworn and medical positions. Our jails are old, and the systems in those facilities in some cases are failing. Our technology needs updating and improvements. Individuals are being sentenced to longer periods of time to county jail versus state prisons. This creates a need for more programs, but also provides opportunities to improve lives and outcomes through job and life skills and better health care. The design of the current jail facilities is not conducive to modern practices and philosophies around incarceration. Most people coming into jail have acute health care and mental health care needs. Drugs and contraband are being smuggled into the jails more frequently to meet the demands of an increasing larger addicted population. Like many industries in the country, law enforcement faced unprecedented shortages in the last 2 years. The medical profession has also faced enormous staffing challenges in our country. The slide you see now shows the number of vacancies we are facing in our medical staff and the number of candidates we currently have in the process. In the deputy sheriff position category, we have 274 vacancies and 202 candidates currently going through our background process. In the registered nurse category, we have 61 vacancies and 9 candidates in the background process. In the LVN category, we have 56 vacancies and only 1 candidate in the hiring process. And in the mental health clinician field, we have 56 vacancies, and currently there are 4 candidates in the process. Sheriff's recruiters and backgrounders are working hard to get more applicants in the door and hire those qualified candidates as quickly as we can to relieve the burden of our overworked staff. We have an unprecedented level of spending in the area of advertising. Our data shows that ad campaigns are working, but as you can see, we desperately need more healthcare workers. The previous board action providing hiring pay incentives and institutional pay, as well as night shift premiums and a very good SEIU contract, are all helping. Thank you to all of you for that help and our partnership in seeing that higher pay incentives and bonuses are in place. Those pay raises, incentives, and bonuses are making a difference. Our deputies, pro staff, and individuals in every area of our department have worked extraordinarily hard in the last 2 years to maintain high levels of public and jail safety. We continue to have mandatory overtime for deputies, dispatchers, and other workers. The level of commitment by everyone on our department cannot be overstated. There are 7 detention facilities managed by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, 3 of which serve as intake facilities. Many of our facilities are 40 or more years old and have consequently been the focus of capital improvement requests, given the age and infrastructure and volatility of the systems in place. The expectations of incarceration in the 1970s is very different than how we believe we should incarcerate people today. We are changing the way that we incarcerate people, and facility improvements are a necessary component in that work. By supporting investments in our detention facilities, our board has shown that commitment to improving our facilities. These improvements and renovations will increase our ability to care for people in custody, provide safe and humane, healthy environments, and the minimum care that we should provide. Our biggest current threat to jail security and safety is fentanyl and drug-related incidents. Overdose deaths have been the leading cause of deaths in San Diego jails this year. Individuals who are arrested and booked into jail along with drugs that are smuggled through the mail are the leading causes of drugs in our jails. Proactive measures to reduce contraband entering our system include, but are not limited to, the following things. We have identified types of individuals most likely to smuggle drugs, and people fitting those criteria are more closely scrutinized. Everyone is searched, and we use body scanners at intake. We interview people coming into the jail for contraband. We have centralized our mail processing center, and all the mail is screened for drugs. We have drug-sniffing canines who work proactively and reactively in searching for drugs. We have an investigative unit that proactively looks for contraband, works the cases when we find it, and submits them for prosecution. These are just some of the methods we use. We are proactive in our approach and investigative when incidents involving drugs occur. This chart illustrates the significant increase in regional deaths according to the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office. The department is committed to preventing overdose deaths involving fentanyl or any drug in our jails. I'm going to transition now to some of what we have done to mitigate risks and curb overdose deaths in the custody. Naloxone can rapidly reverse the effects of opioids in the body so that a person can breathe normally again. We have placed secure naloxone kits in the common areas of the jail housing units and visitation areas. There are photo instructions in each box, which contains 2 doses of naloxone. And if a naloxone box is opened by an incarcerated person, an audible alarm sounds, and deputies and medical staff respond to provide medical aid. There's not only a medical response and the individual or individuals are taken to the hospital, but we then search everyone in the housing area and every place in the module. We interview everyone involved and who could also be a witness. We submit cases to the DA for criminal filing, and we continue to monitor and investigate for future cases. Since integrating this resource, 3 individuals have utilized these boxes during overdose incidents of fellow incarcerated individuals and saved lives, the last one this week. In June of 2022, the detentions team implemented a wellness check program based on a comprehensive review of jail operations, identified an opportunity to engage with incarcerated persons who are at risk or unable to care for themselves. 10% of the population receive the wellness checks once or twice a week, depending on the population. These checks include individuals who are diagnosed with mental illness, behavioral issues, or have demonstrated that they are unable to follow general population norms of behavior. Individuals who are housed in psychiatric stabilization units, outpatient step-down housing units, and the administrative separation units are the focus of the program. A multidisciplinary team composed of mental health staff, nurses, correctional counselors, and deputies conduct these health and welfare assessments. The Sheriff's Department Wellness Program augments existing security checks. The wellness checks focus on physical and mental health, hygiene, nutrition, overall cleanliness of an incarcerated person who may not be able to properly care for themselves even while they're in jail. Included in the welfare review is cell sanitation, cleaning, trash collection, and immediate needs assessment. While housing modules are regularly cleaned, some of the most vulnerable incarcerated persons tend to hoard food and other items and refuse to leave their cells for cleaning. This more holistic approach and increased engagement better informs detention staff of the needs of this population and identifies health-related concerns more quickly, which allows for more immediate care response and supports vulnerable individuals. Historically, there has been a treatment gap that existed between substance abuse disorders and access to care. Beginning in July of 2022, the department started urine screening at intake. These urine tests are requested of an individual at the time of booking based on their responses to an intake screening questionnaire. However, it's important to note that not all individuals who meet the criteria for drug screening agree to provide a urine sample. Out of the 364 bookings conducted from July 1 through September 26, there were 2,998 persons identified as meeting the criteria for urine screening. Of those 2,998 persons, 78.6% or 2,356 tested positive for at least one controlled substance. The results of this urine screening are the first step in the Medicated Assistant Treatment Program. The MAT program is the use of medication in combination with counseling and behavioral therapies for the treatment of substance use disorders. MAT programs provide a safe and controlled level of medication to help individuals overcome the use of opioids. Opioid overdose is one of the growing threats in San Diego communities and in county detention facilities. In August, the department began a scoring system within MAT to enhance treatment and ease the effects of opioid and alcohol withdrawal. The scoring system enables the sheriff's medical personnel to prescribe addiction medication based on the individualized needs. At the August meeting, the board supported the department's efforts to augment its current fleet of body scanners. By updating body scanners, we can enhance our efforts to intercept and interdict dangerous drugs from entering and being distributed throughout our facilities. The Sheriff's Department is moving forward to purchase the latest technology body scanners, which will help identify drug smuggling when it's happening. We've allocated funding for 3 new body scanners, which should be in place by the end of this year, and with additional purchases next year as we evaluate the best locations and use for the technology. To conclude, it's the responsibility of the sheriff to keep individuals in our jails safe, and we're all committed to that responsibility, and we've enacted a large number of measures towards safer jails, but there's still a lot more to do. I'll discuss the other item after I take questions on this item.
Let's go and do both. We'll do both, and then, because they go
intersect,
together. Yeah,
pretty well.
absolutely.
Okay. Today we submitted a separate but related action, and that is the introduction of the Sheriff's-led Correctional Healthcare Work Group. The Correctional Healthcare Work Group is combining experts from HHSA and the Sheriff's Department to utilize consultants and identify best practices to ensure the best health care for people in custody. The work group will provide recommendations to the sheriff for implementation sometime next year. This is the first of its kind and an unprecedented collaboration between county agencies. It will lead to the implementation of focused health care and continuity of care that will understand pre-custody condition, the health history of an individual, the custody health care needs, and the post-custody follow-up and continuation of care. This approach will create a system where people who leave jail and go back into our communities continue with the care they received while they're in custody and should provide better outcomes. It will lead to healthier individuals post-release. If people are provided the appropriate services and follow-up when they're out of jail, our communities will be safer. Ultimately, this at-risk population will receive the treatment and services they need, which should lead to lower recidivism. And I really want to thank my partner in this initiative, Nick Macchione, the director of HHSA, for his incredible partnership in this effort. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Under Sheriff. I know we're all committed, we're all frustrated, and I know everyone from top to bottom in the department is. And I think it is important to recognize a point, just to reinforce the point you made. The number of suicides have dropped precipitously. We had a real problem there. You put in place a lot of policies. We've seen significant progress in that regard. Of course, it's coincided with the rise in the fentanyl crisis we've seen. And so that requires us to now put in place new efforts around that. And I think the body scanner technology, everything that we're doing there, all of the array of things that you walked through are incredibly good. I'm encouraged. 74% of our vacancies have some folks for correctional deputies.
Yeah.
So that's encouraging. We obviously want to do more. And any ideas you all have on those other classifications that might help us, because as encouraging as that is, you know, our LVNs are 2%. And so we know we have to work. So we're open as a board. We're here we're committed to trying to address these issues and work forward on them. So anything that you all think you need that can be helpful there, please let us know. And then the build out we have to continue to do. That was mentioned in the state auditor's report as well, that the physical configuration of the jails presently is not designed to do the things that we're trying to do today with mental health and drug treatment services and the other things that are there. So we look forward to continuing to watch all that. The work group part, I really want to highlight, this is a really fundamental shift.
It is.
It's a fundamental shift in our county around how we're approaching healthcare. And there are opportunities to get better outcomes. There's also opportunities to generate some pretty significant savings. We spend over $100 million a year of general purpose revenue on correctional health, and there are some other models that we might be able to work through there that might help us draw down funds and do other things that could not only get us better outcomes for folks, but also provide a lot of the funding we need to invest in the system we're trying to build out. So better environment for our deputies and employees, better outcomes for the inmates, fewer times coming back, and better health outcomes, all potentially in a way that's financially viable. So I really appreciate everything that we're doing, and we just have to continue to push ourselves every day in a non-defensive way. What else can we do? What more could we do? We should always strive, and I know you're doing that, and we appreciate it, and we recognize that the significant change in the last few years in approach, and now we have to just continue our efforts forward. I had one quick question on the urine test. Is that, it's voluntary, can that be mandatory?
No, not to my knowledge, it can't.
Okay.
It's a medical test, but we do want higher rates of that. We do have other ways to identify if they're under the influence at the time they come in, and we can do other, we can do other things. So.
Okay, good. Yeah. We'll go to Supervisor Desmond, and then any other board members have questions, then we'll hear from our public speakers.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And Kelly, thank you so much for the presentation. And I know we're doing everything we can with what we got, and I really appreciate it. But I did have a couple of questions. I did have somebody contact me just the other day, and I know I'm not expecting you to fix this right here, but they said they were applying to be a deputy sheriff, and they're in a background check for the 9 months it's taken. And I know the probation department had this similar problem a few months back, and we were able to, and I don't know if that's indicative, the fact that you can't hire enough people, and so it's harder to do these things. But if you need help with background checks or having more people come in, let us know, because we want to fill those positions as quickly as possible. And I'm always surprised, back on fentanyl, unfortunately, but that it's getting smuggled into the jails. And you'd mentioned through the mail, and I'd mentioned that the more I ask questions about this, the more I learn how this stuff's getting in. And District Attorney Summer Stephan had mentioned, well, they're putting these little granules underneath stamps. But then I also heard they can liquefy fentanyl, mix it with water, and then with an eyedropper or whatever, put it on a piece of paper, and that becomes mail. Then they write a letter or whatever on that paper, and the inmate's going to lick the paper, read it, whatever, and then get high from that. So is there a possibility, and I don't know what the numbers are or if it's feasible or not, but that we can, and I did hear this before, that if potentially scanning the mail and only letting electronic versions go to the inmates as opposed to giving them the piece of paper that potentially has drugs coming. And you don't have to give me a yes or no, but I thought, well, this might be a better idea. I don't know if legally we can do it or not, but if there's equipment that you need for maybe that type of scanning so that they're not being handed literally the mail that comes in, that they're being able to read it, but it's on an electronic version as opposed to So anyway, those are just a couple ideas. Happy to help in any way we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Undersheriff. Appreciate it. I will make a motion to approve the recommendations in both items. Is there a second? All right, we have a second by Vice Chair Vargas. Let's hear from our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 7 requests to speak on items 1 and 7, 3 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any comments on these items. Any members of the public that requested to speak on items 1 and 7 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of these items. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the rails until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Mark, and Robert W. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record.
Mark, there's a direct correlation between poverty, people not having money, and crime. So it's very pertinent to mention the main cause of our poverty, which again is the Federal Reserve and the fact they enacted the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. Now, there's a really good section of a film on YouTube called Zeitgeist Addendum 2008. That'll bring it up. There are many Zeitgeist Addendum films, but for the public out there, you'll know if you're on the right one. If it's 6 minutes and 40 seconds, it says a statement about slavery in text on the screen. Around 6 minutes and 40 seconds, maybe 50. So to summarize very quickly in a minute, there was no interest before the Federal Reserve Act on the government debt. 1913, they enacted it. The Supreme Court said that it was illegal to have property tax or income tax before that. But with the enactment of the Federal Reserve Act, they made property tax and income tax so they could tax the public directly. And of course, here's a really quick, so I've got like 48 seconds, the most incredible summary. You should see Zeitgeist Addendum. Tell you in 17 minutes a 5th grader would get it. So the government wants to borrow money. It borrows money, say $10 billion from the Federal Reserve for some corporation. Maybe it's a military thing, whatever. It goes into the account, one of the 12 regional banks in the country. They lend the money to somebody else. They can lend 10 times as much money as they have. If it's 10 billion, they have to keep 1 billion as a reserve. They can lend another 9 billion. That money can be lent to somebody like Trump or somebody with enough money for a hotel. Of course, they have collateral, so the bankers can't lose. It goes into other banks. They get to do the same thing over again. The 10 billion turns into 90 billion, and we have to pay interest on the original 10 billion. It's a scam, and the bankers are scamming us all the way. It causes crime, poverty and crime.
Next speaker, please.
Username Audra. Love that 2 of the most corrupt entities are the ones heading this up. It's so good. It's so good. And no wonder healthcare is up, right? Because everyone's got a behavioral health issue. Don't you, Nathan? You're an addict. Interesting. Why don't you take a mandatory drug test, urine test? Yeah, probably would deny that. But I just love it that you guys wouldn't take your recommendations, the sheriff, right? And it's like, we're not going to check our employees when they're coming in, but let's, put more body scanners and do urine tests and stuff like that, but not address where a lot of this stuff comes in. It's from you guys. Yeah, you're bringing them into the jails. Makes a lot of money, right? But yeah, and also, you guys want to go to no drugs, and I love how it's like, let's go to no drugs by using drugs to treat drugs, right? Because that makes so much sense. There's no way you're ever going to get around it if you don't get to the root of the problem, right? Oh, and that's you guys. All of these entities doing all of these things. You're sitting here acting like you're going to do something, but basically an executive team comes and reports to the sheriff and the CAO. And then what do you guys do about it? Not check the employees, right? Yeah, dang it, because I mean, a lot of those people that are leaving probably aren't into that game of, you know, getting money from these inmates just to bring in drugs. It's so smart. You know, why stop it from coming in? Let's just put more body scanners for the inmates when all of you guys should be scanned as you come in or sniffed by a dog. But that would stop the problem. Oh, gosh, I guess we're not about doing that, are we? We're not. We're just about perpetuating it. It's so great. I love what you guys do. It's fantastic.
Next speaker, please.
Robert, this report is eye-opening that 80% of screened individuals at intake are testing positive for drug use. You can be assured that this is representative for the remainder that refused the unwanted medical procedure. You don't need to know with that precision. Just measuring it doesn't help the problem, Mr. Fletcher. But in plain English, right? Crime, drugs, and mental unhealth are all interrelated. You're going to solve this public health crisis by attacking the crime aspect of the drug trade, and the drug use is going to go away when you go after the source. So I appreciate this report from the Sheriff's Department. You did task them to say what they can do. I think they're doing the right things. But like really, this goes beyond just there's a problem in our jails, right? Yes, there's a problem in our jails, but it's representative of a bigger problem of what's going in our society. And our society is messed up because we've got policies that are allowing the drugs to come across the border, and we're not trying to stop it, we're actually encouraging it. Thank you for coming back to this meeting, Mr. Desmond. I'd also like to point out that Representative Tara Lawson-Remer is absent for more of the public comment. Thank you.
It may sound creepy, but we have a speaker in the bathroom. We can hear every word you say. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know that, and I appreciate it.
A little odd, but that's what we have. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted, and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Begin with our first caller.
Paul Henkin. This agenda item turned into being about drugs and overdoses, but there are many more problems. Other deaths, quote, suicide, staffing issues, who can investigate whom, repair issues, and many others. Screening of only certain individuals entering jail facilities is a bit discriminatory and won't solve the problem. It's a huge concern that the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board cannot subpoena non-sworn medical and high-level Sheriff Department personnel. You must give an independent party like it full subpoena power so it can investigate everyone relevant to the case, not just one side of the issue. And you should urine test everyone, too. Morale at the jails all over is low, partly due to firing those who are not vaxxed, even though they have much more experience. And the working conditions are lousy. It's almost like jail personnel are so stressed that they're not watching the inmates they are supposed to be watching. Maybe there should be a closely monitored club room or something similar for inmates who are not hardened criminals. And they shouldn't be stuck in jail for the long term. But this is a multifaceted issue, and a lot of these problems are not new and should have been mitigated already. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. In item 7, the body scanners mean nothing if the detention facility staff don't also go through the scanners just the same as inmates and visitors would. The item mentions proactive and continuous screening. Does continuous screening mean multiple body scanner checkpoints or just that the whole building is a body scanner? There'll be a one-time cost of $1 million for the body scanners, but it's inevitable that more scanners will be purchased. And you supervisors, Helen, Sheriff Kelly, no one has even said which jails the scanners will be in. Then there's medication-assisted treatment to help individuals overcome the use of opioids. Does that mean more drugs? And does that include needle exchange? Then there's clinical personnel linkages upon the patient's release from custody in coordination with behavioral health services. That sounds like another way of getting even more people labeled crazy and permanently stuck in the dangerous world of behavioral health. According to CLERB, in the jails, we have addicts overdosing or being poisoned with fentanyl, and an even larger number of natural deaths. There's also a large number of inmates whose cause of death includes myocardial infarction, and most deaths are of people whose cause of death includes several comorbidities. So it seems there needs to be changes in the meal plans and exercise regimes of inmates, as well as in the various vaccines and toxic shots that are being administered to them. Item 1 includes an assessment that will encompass the National Commission on Correctional Health Care standards, which includes requiring incarcerated people be immunized with every vaccine, including the deadly COVID shot, as well as pushing and implementing what they call transgender affirmations, including for youth. People who are incarcerated don't deserve to be used as guinea pigs for these standards that in many ways amount to experimentation.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. We have a motion by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas, to approve the recommendations on items 1 and 7. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you. It's 1 p.m. We're going to recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:45. We will begin with item 8 at 1:45. reconvene. We will begin with Agenda Item 8, San Diego County Code of Administrative Ordinance changes pursuant to Assembly Bill 177. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? I have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Let's call forward our public speakers in this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. For item 8, we have 3 requests to speak, 1 in person and 2 by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 8 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. We have 1 speaker in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Audra.
Need a second. Oh, you're like, good, she's quiet. It's so good. Right? I mean, anyway, I use the name Audra. So the SD, San Diego County Code of Administrative Ordinance changes. So you're not going to be collecting specific criminal admin fees. So not ready right now. But you've got You're taking care of these fees through state legislature, so they allocated $25 million for 21-22, and then in $50 million for 22-23 to go to counties, and then each year after to backfill lost revenue. This will result in reduced revenue of $1,450,000. So I guess like this is just your guys' way of collecting more money for things that if you're not going to get it from the people, you're going to get it in some way or another. So it's like if the government, I mean, you're still getting it from the people at that point because it's government money, which whose money is that? The people, right? It's the people's money. So you're getting basically $50 million each year after you get the 25 to take care of things that people aren't able to pay. So you just have to make sure you get your money in some way, right? Because otherwise the county can't run. But it's good. It's like you're still taking the money from the people to do these things because the government will always take the people's money to pay for stuff when other people can't. So as long as the county gets paid, it's all good.
Thank you. We had 2 requests to speak by phone on this item. I do not see either of the callers in the queue at this time.
All right, we have a motion by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item number 9, establishing the Behavioral Health Impact Fund 2.0. It's a relatively simple measure. Some years ago, our board, in an agreement with the city of San Diego, took some funds to deposit into a behavioral health impact fund with the goal of providing one-time capital to help providers buy a building, renovate a building, acquire a building, if they had an ongoing revenue stream that would be in place to continue the service. We know that the availability of behavioral health services, particularly in the community care array, is one of the most vital issues that we face. And so we have gotten underway with that. We have seen some funding go out. 58 co-located residential substance use disorder beds have been funded by Behavioral Health Impact Fund, 21 transitional housing units, improvements for properties dedicated to transitional AIDS youth, and some other things that can help with substance abuse treatment. But we've run into a challenge. It just is not as nimble a structure as we would like. And so what we are doing here is just revising the structure of the program, make it more of a granting entity to be able to more quickly and more swiftly get these funds out. We're not adding any money to this. There's still a little bit remaining from the initial thing, but it is creating what we think will be a more efficient vehicle to do this if the board decides in the future they want to add funds to this, along with the expediting the final funding that remains in Behavioral Health Impact Fund. So just some technical changes to how this fund is administered and overseen, designed to help us be a little more nimble and quick. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? All right, we have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Desmond. Let's call forward the public speakers on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 6 requests to speak on item 9, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 5 e-comments on this item, all in favor. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. If you've requested to speak by phone on item 9, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. I'd like to invite forward Audra and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Ready? All right. Username Audra. So, you want to establish this Behavioral Health Impact Fund 2.0 because the first one didn't work out right, and it's a little concerning because you were working with the city on this, and that led to litigation, leaving unmet needs in behavioral health services. Procedural actions on how that operated seemed to slow down awarding grants. But yet you just join with the city to help homelessness. I wonder where that's gonna go. Nowhere, pretty much. But you want to start this new fund where you guys have full control. And I don't know, it's just weird that behavioral health services is only for Medi-Cal eligible residents. I feel like that's not inclusive. So if like you're not eligible for that, you don't get any kind of services. Is that not discrimination? I feel like it. Nathan, I don't know. I mean, you have behavioral health issues, and we can't address that. It's just interesting that your $25 million is almost gone. So, I mean, how much is really left in that? Does anybody know? Jim? You don't know. Yeah. Why would you guys know? Because, I mean, you're going to vote on it, but we already know how we're going to vote. But you want to evaluate and select criteria for the fund. It's just interesting because you guys aren't helping with anything, and the fact that you wanted to engage with the city again for something that is supposed to be addressing homelessness. If you can't even do it with behavioral health and work together, how are you going to do it with homeless?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Final call for Mark. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hi, hello, Paul Henkin. I think that mental health care, formerly known by the one-word term psychiatric care, is a really important and worthy cause in this county and country for that matter. An unfunded fund, though, with costs to administer it, sounds like an auditor's nightmare and a real sinkhole in the budget. I understand that part of the problem is that the money you want to transfer and fund the new fund with is not really yours. I believe it's the city and county money. If I were actually there, I'd give you a few dollars while you're waiting, but maybe next time. I know that some accounting systems have a really hard time with zero accounts. It's kind of like MPOX or OrthPOX or whatever it is. It's not really a county problem, but the county would rather act like it's their responsibility and get the money for it when it's really isolated to a few hundred individuals. And by the way, it would be nice, you know, we speakers have some good ideas. It would be nice to be recognized in some way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
It's truth. In this item, we have the establishment of a behavioral health impact fund, version 2.0. What happened to the 1.0 plan, Nathan? Was it a complete failure like the affordable housing plans continue to be? I know the answer, though, and so does your friend, Free Money Joel. It's the only way to get more money for particular behavioral health projects. And it'll increase the size of the behavioral health workforce, which creates a bigger government, and it will also increase the number of people caught in the transformative behavioral health beds. This item is going to be a huge debt burden after the state and federal funnels are established. Money awards are going to be given to the stakeholder friends as usual every 120 days, all at the expense of taxpayers, as well as at the expense of people such as unfortunate conservatees who are gravely disabled or are unable to care for their own basic needs, or even homeless people with substance abuse issues who get picked up in a care court and then ordered by a judge to be held in behavioral health services jails against their free will. put on experimental drug treatment programs, and denied their basic rights because they're seen as expendable. Unlike what the sustainability statement says, this action will create an unhealthy, weak, and completely unresilient San Diego County with more people, specifically Medi-Cal targeted people, labeled as crazy with a serious mental illness or serious emotional disturbance, stuck in the county government's behavioral health services, eugenic-style institutional incarceration. No, thank you.
And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
We have a motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Desmond, to approve the recommendations in item 9. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item number 10, addressing the behavioral health worker shortage in San Diego County. I'd like to welcome San Diego Workforce Partnership to make a presentation on this item. You know, this is such an important issue, and so often one of the biggest limiting barriers that we face surrounding tackling issues of behavioral health resort back to the workforce. We just saw the presentation on what's happening in the jails, and you looked at the real challenges we had recruiting people to come into those positions, but it's not just our jails, it really is across the board. The efforts that we do to help people's lives, those are run and staffed by people. There is obviously not enough beds, there's not enough buildings, but at the end of the day, a bed or building by itself does not help anyone. And so I convened the San Diego Behavioral Health Workforce Steering Committee in partnership with the San Diego Workforce Partnership to analyze really what is the regional need. And we've not found a place anywhere in the nation that has done this in-depth of analysis of exactly what do we need. It's easy to say we need more behavioral health workers, but how many? How many do we have? How many do we need? And if we had the right configuration, what would it be? And I'm incredibly pleased with this report, which provides us the roadmap for where we need to go. We know as a county we need 8,100 more behavioral health workers today, and we know in what categories and components we need. This group also did an incredible job analyzing attrition rates and retirements and projecting this out by 2027, and then coming up with very specific recommendations for how do we address this problem in a meaningful way. And obviously this is not an issue county government alone can solve, and that's why I'm so thrilled the steering committee really comprises and represents all sectors of our behavioral health and healthcare system who were participants in this. And as a county, I know we're very committed to addressing this issue, and we're excited to have the partnership of everyone else we're going to need to be a part of addressing this shortage and helping us get to a better path. And so I'm really pleased with what we're doing. We heard a lot of things. We need to pay our workers better. We need to retain them. We need to support them. We need to train them better. But in particular, something county government can do is removing administrative burdens. And so the very specific recommendations in here on what we can do as a county to lower that administrative burden is probably the fastest thing we can do in order to provide real relief. I've had providers tell me they think they could increase their service offerings by up to 30% by reducing this barrier. And so while we're committed to the funding aspect and the better pay aspect and everything across the board, our actions here to receive this report, but directing our staff to look at each of these specific administrative burdens and how we can reduce them, I think is one of the quickest things we can do to help in our region. So thrilled with the report and really appreciate a year of work that went into this, and grateful for everyone who gave their time. And we'll have to turn it over for the formal presentation of the report, and looking forward to the full board hearing it.
Hello, thanks for having me today. My name is Karen Connolly. I am the Director of Healthcare Workforce Development at the San Diego Workforce Partnership. Again, thank you for having us. Thank you for having us do this report. Incredibly impactful work. We found out a lot. I'm excited to talk you through it. Next slide, please. So like the chair said, we were approached about a year ago to look into the healthcare workforce, particularly the behavioral health workforce, because we already knew things were bad. The COVID-19 pandemic hit, things have gotten worse. We see it in our streets, we see it elsewhere, and we needed to show what the worker need was. So we took a look, we gave ourselves a list of things to get going on, and As the chair mentioned, we had a very diverse steering committee. We wanted to make sure all voices, many voices are represented at the table. And so we have employers, we have large employers, we have smaller, we have hospitals, the Hospital Association, we've got employee groups, we have the county, federally qualified health centers. And so we had a really good representation of employers and training providers and a whole lot of others who were subject matter experts. We knew we couldn't do this alone. We know we can't do this alone. And so it's been great to have them on board to really talk us through the need. We can use statistics and data so much, and then it's really helpful to have the voice of those in the actual communities we're serving as well. And then we decided we need to look at what the priority occupations are going to be, right? Behavioral health can mean a lot of things. There are a lot of different roles in behavioral health, but what are the ones that we really needed to focus on where there's a huge need? And so these are the main occupations we identified that we would be looking at. And then, of course, what is behavioral health? We looked at this as it is mental illness and substance use disorders. So this is kind of in San Diego what we're looking at. As we know with behavioral health, because there is so much stigma, oftentimes it's underreported. But using, again, SAMHSA data and local data, this is what we came up with for an estimate of behavioral health in the region. And then the unmet need. Again, can be difficult to estimate because so much stigma, so much unreported behavioral health, mental health and substance use disorders, but this is our kind of look at it. And as you can see, substance use, I mean, look at how many don't get treatment. That is huge. That is a major issue we wanted to tackle. And of course, for the people who don't get treatment, here are some of the things that may happen, right? We are still experiencing an opioid epidemic. Overdoses are continuing to increase. And if people don't get that substance use disorder help, if they don't get treatment, they can end up overdosing. We've seen an increase in suicides. And then, of course, the other side, people are on our streets, in jails, and they need help, and they need people there to help them. So then we looked at our current state of the workforce. So we have about 17,000 behavioral health professionals in the current workforce here in San Diego that make up these are the majority of professions that these behavioral health providers are in. So we have 17,000 now. We need 8,100 to meet today's demand, right? So we're already understaffed. We already have a shortage of workers for where we're at now. And then we've got 7,800 to replace those that will be leaving the workforce in the next 5 years. Add in the 2,600 more we needed to meet the growing demand, right? Because we're going to see an increase in need for services by 2027, and we get to 18,500 more workers needed by 2027. That is huge. That means we need to more than double the size of the existing workforce in the next 5 years to get to meeting the need. And then we looked at what are folks being paid in the region. We intentionally left the occupations off of this slide just so you can get an idea of where San Diego is in terms of pay to similar metropolitan service areas in California. And as you can see, our pay is low. Pay isn't everything, but pay is important, right? We need these workers to be able to live, to be able to provide for their families. And peer support specialists, we are the lowest paying county in the state. And then as well, we want to make sure that when we create this workforce, they are representative of the people we are serving. If somebody is going in for care, behavioral health especially, they want somebody that looks like them, who understands where they are coming from, who can really meet them where they're at. And so we have to make sure we diversify the pipeline really in all occupations. So this is a look of where. And then, of course, we listen to workers. We were able to do surveys and focus groups with over 1,600 local behavioral health providers. We had just amazing responses from folks. And what we found is that 44% are going to be looking for a new job within the next 12 months. That's high. That's a lot of people who want out. Whether it's a different organization, leaving from one to the next because maybe one pays better, or maybe one has a different work culture, or leaving the field altogether. We also found that wages, again, like I just showed you, are very low, and people are very dissatisfied with those wages. This one really hit there. Panda Express was hiring at the same exact wage as a substance use disorder counselor. A SUD counselor has to go through approximately 3,000 hours of education, training, supervision, and eventually to get that credential. So this is a person who could go to Panda Express with no training and get the same wage they were making as an experienced SUD provider. And then stress. Our workforce is stressed out. And it's not what you would think, right? You think, oh, well, they're dealing with people with severe mental illness and they're homeless and they're using drugs. No. We're helpers. We don't go into this profession thinking that we're not going to be dealing with people with severe issues. That's why we go into this profession. They're stressed out because the documentation burden, their notes, their administrative burden is incredibly challenging. They're worried about audits. They're worried about, you know, getting in trouble because their chart wasn't complete and now they're not getting reimbursed for this patient. They're not stressed out about the work. They do this work because they love the work. And as you see, also another part of that is when you're short-staffed, now these people's caseloads are going even higher, right? And so the people that are there, they are white-knuckling it. They're doing what they can to get through. They're not going to leave because they are the helpers, but they need more help. And then the documentation and audits. This is the administrative burden the chair was talking about. Some words used to describe the documentation and audits: impossible, backbreaking, my favorite, bananas. We don't go into this profession, right, thinking there's going to be no administrative burden. We know that. You learn that in school. You don't document, it didn't happen. So we're not saying, no, 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 you can't document it. It's just the burden is extreme, and we'll talk about that in a minute. The good news is, again, people go into this field because they want to help. They want to help the populations they're helping, right? This is why they do the work they're doing. And so that is, we know there are more people like them out there. And it's ours to lose. Most people want to stay in San Diego. I mean, we live in America's finest city, right? But we got to do better. We have to help the people that want to stay here so they can afford to stay here, so they can afford to raise their families here, and so they can afford to have a job they love that will support them through all the things they're going through. So as you've probably seen in the paper or heard on NPR, all over, you know, and many other places, we then put out a report with our recommendations, and I'm going to get into those now. These are the big recommendations that came out of the years-long work of work. I talked about compensation. I wanted you all to get an idea, so I just pulled a few of those occupations we're talking about. As I said, peer support specialists, we are the lowest paying metropolitan service area out of 34 similar ones throughout the entire country. And when it comes to peers, right, we all want people with lived experience in the workforce. We know there's a huge value to having people with lived experience in the workforce. They can help in ways that even a medical provider cannot. But we bring them in and we're not paying them a livable wage. How can they provide for their families on the wages we're paying them now? So we have here the highest paying metropolitan service area and then the median wage in the 75th percentile MSA, so you get kind of an idea. We're not, you know, yes, sure, let's pay everybody the highest. We know that's not necessarily possible, but we want to give you an idea of what we're talking about in real dollars. Again, substance use disorder counselors are going through, like I said, 3,000 hours. That's a minimum of 2 years of school plus 2,000 supervised hours, plus a credential, plus a certificate, and they're getting paid that wage. So we need to do more, we need to do better. And then the proposed administrative adjustments. The amount of paperwork. In my previous occupation, I worked for a large federally qualified health center, and I had a team of therapists, substance use disorder counselors, and others underneath me. And I asked my SUD counselor, hey, show me your paperwork. Let me see it, because I really want to see. I've been hearing about this documentation burden. I've been hearing we ask a lot of questions. I want to see it. And I saw it. I believe it was over 20 pages worth of questions. And so imagine that you're coming in, you're finally ready to get into care and treatment for your substance use disorder, and the person there to provide you services says, I'm sorry, hold on, I need you to answer some questions for me. By about our third session, hopefully we can talk about the issues you're experiencing. That is huge. What that does to the therapeutic relationship is damaging, and it already took that person so much to get into that room, to come in and see a provider, and now they have to relive their trauma. They have to talk about all these things that they're not there to talk about just to get the care and support they need. When I asked the SUD counselor or my therapist, hey, why do we have all these documents? What are the rules? What are the requirements? They usually said, I don't know. All I know is we have to complete all of these documents. And so oftentimes there are different funders, and because we don't know what contract someone's going to be under, it's just, hey, let's just have them fill out all the paperwork for every possible contractor, and let's hope that, you know, we just get everything right. And then at that point, now if you're not a licensed provider, then, so say a SUD counselor that is just credentialed, now a licensed provider has to review their notes. So what does that do to a SUD counselor who spent all this time getting training, when now a licensed provider has to come in and review everything they've done? But also, if the licensed provider doesn't do it, they stand to not get reimbursed for that visit. There are possible times you use the same word twice and you can get your documentation can get kicked out. There are just so many little nuances that take away from someone's ability to do their job well. We also need to create regional centers of excellence where people can get supervision, they can get their hours, they can provide clinical care, and do it in a way where we can provide research and a better understanding of this work. And then this is the main part of the funding. We need public service, we're asking for public service attraction and retention investments, so scholarships, funds so that people can afford to go to school, they can afford to care for their families, all where they're getting trained and getting that supervision. And then the outcomes-based loans and supervision fund, which already $15 million has been allocated by the board, that is renewable funding. So that we get people those loans so they can go to school, and when they get a job paying a certain amount of money, they pay those loans back. Those loans go back into a fund that can now be used to pay for the next person's schooling. So we're really excited about that. It's a great way to get things going. And then that fund is also going to establish the first substance use disorder counselor and apprenticeship in the state. Apprenticeships are earn and learn. So a person is going to school, that school is paid for as part of the apprenticeship program, and they're also earning a wage because they are an employee at an organization in the region. We're going to help schools build a psychiatric technician program. Currently, we don't have a single psychiatric tech program in all of San Diego County. We'll increase supervision spots for licensure because, again, all of these positions need supervision in order for them to get their clinical hours so they can go ahead and get that license or certificate, and right now we're short of those. And then lastly, we'll continue listening to workers because here are our turnover rates, and here are the reasons why they leave their jobs. Great, and we've got a lot of work to do. A lot of folks need to be trained, a lot of lives need to be saved.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. There'll probably be some questions from the board. Why don't we hear from our public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board, and I know you'll be ready for potential follow-up questions.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 14 requests to speak on item 10, 7 in person and 7 by phone. Also note for the record that we received 87 e-comments, 80 of those in favor and 2 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 10 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Daniel Enemark, Jeff Gehring, Steve Coe, Karen McCauley, and Stephanie Gioa Beckman. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hi, I'm Daniel Enemark. I'm the chief economist at San Diego Workforce Partnership. I helped write this report, and I really want to emphasize the economic case for this work. We all agree that the human cost of under-provision of behavioral health is tragic, 1,400 people dying of suicide and overdose every year. But there is a really powerful economic case to be made for this. And the heart of it is that we need to be paying workers in line with what they would earn in other metropolitan statistical areas in the state, and we need to be making it financially feasible for them to get the training that they need. What we heard over and over from our focus groups was that people desperately wanted to do this work. They love working with the population, they love living in San Diego, and we have made it impossible for them. And just paying a wage that is livable is essential, but also creating these programs to help people get through their training. If they'd have to take on hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, or $100,000 of debt, and then they get paid $40,000 a year, basically what we've said is the only people who can do this work are people who have family wealth. And who are those people? They're disproportionately white, and they don't look like the people that they serve. And more importantly, we can't recruit enough of them. When we talk to people, they say that they're white-knuckling it because the caseloads are too high. And the reason that the caseloads are too high is that we can't recruit people. So it's the combination of investment in programs that help train people in a way that is affordable, plus wages that will actually pay the cost of living in San Diego. If we can do that, we can incentivize people to invest in their own human capital and to provide these kinds of services so that we don't have to deal with the much more expensive downstream costs of not addressing the mental health and substance use disorder needs.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I am Jeff Gehring, Senior Vice President with Support Services with Family Health Centers of San Diego. Every week, our mental health clinics see over 3,000 patients across San Diego County for mental health and substance abuse services. From Imperial Beach to Oceanside, from Escondido to Chula Vista and many points in between, We are the largest provider of outpatient behavioral health services in the county. Chair Fletcher and supervisors, like all behavioral health providers in the county, we are experiencing an acute shortage of clinicians to meet the increased demand caused by COVID and the pandemic. Action is needed now to address the staff shortages community clinics and county behavioral health providers and hospitals are experiencing. The recommendations before the board today focus on initiatives that benefit county contract providers primarily and others. Hospitals, community clinics, and behavioral health providers are experiencing the same staffing shortages and require the same support. The aggregate support requested at this time of $15 million is woefully short of what is needed. Priority should be given to those measures that can have an immediate impact, such as loan forgiveness, relocation incentives, and tuition reimbursement. Recruitment tools that bring additional mental health providers into our county and are in the recent behavioral health workforce report, which is the basis for the recommendations before you. Lastly, the 2 psychiatry residencies in the county, UCSD and the residency program being established by Family Health Centers of San Diego, need to be fully supported, including the same recruitment intention tools I mentioned. The studies have shown 2/3 of medical residents stay in the same geographic area they are trained. Thus, the most effective means to increase psychiatrists in the county is to train more psychiatrists in the county. The Behavioral Health Workforce Report and the recommendations before the Board of Supervisors require your support and endorsement, and much more investment is needed. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Steve Kuh. I'm the Chief Psychiatrist at UCSD Department of Psychiatry. I also oversee the Community Psychiatry Program. When this report first came out, and when I was teaching my fellows and residents, a question came up. How do you know this is going to work? And it reminds me of one of the acronyms that we sometimes use, which is AIMS. Why is this going to work, and why is this a report that's worth supporting? It's aligned with what we have been trying to do within this county. This does not focus on just one area of the county, but it's county-wide. It's aligned with our regional approach that we've been trying to do with BHS. It is innovative. What's before you has never been done before. There are ideas and concepts that's introduced in this report that no other county and no parts of the country has been doing. One of the things that I like to highlight is the idea of creating a centralized, a uniform training agreement for all students and trainees within the county. This has never been done. Why are we having the students go through each program so that they could just train here? Let's vet them centrally and let them deploy them. It is measured. We've never looked at data like this before. As mentioned previously, if we train them here, they will stay here. The program that I personally run, where we have over 500 applicants for just 2 spots, every single one of them, 95% of them, after they graduate, they go into the public sector. So we like to do this within San Diego. And lastly, it's strategic. When we think of this, this can't be just a solution for the next 3 years or 5 years. This has to be a solution for the next 50 years. And the best strategy that I've learned over in my career is investing, perhaps not in buildings or brick and mortar, but in our people. Because the work that we do is to encourage and to support the people that we are trying to serve. And so I believe that this report is covering all those bases, and I urge support. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Karen McCauley. I'm the School of Nursing Director at SDSU. I'm a native San Diegan and received all my nursing education here locally. I've worked as a registered nurse and nurse practitioner in our communities for 42 years. San Diego State is the School of Nursing is the largest supplier of bachelor's prepared nurses in our county. It's very important, and I'm very proud to have served on the task force for the Behavioral Health Workforce Task Force, and want to add that California is projected to be the highest state in the nation to experiencing a nursing shortage, with a deficit of 44,000 nurses by 2030. The COVID pandemic took a toll on the nursing profession and the mental health of many nurses. SDSU and I are in support of this Behavioral Health Workforce Report and efforts to develop pipelines into behavioral health careers, including nurses and psych mental health nurse practitioners. Thank you, Chair Fletcher and Supervisor Lawson-Remer, for spearheading and supporting this very important work.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item, Mark and Audra.
I only get 50 seconds. Oh, there we go. Chair Fletcher and members of the board, my name is Stephanie Joya Beckman, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Rady Children's Hospital. On behalf of Rady Children's, I want to thank Chair Fletcher for leading the Behavioral Health Workforce Initiative and Supervisor Lawson Reamer for joining him to execute on the implementation phase of this important work. Over the past 10 years, Rady Children's has made significant investments to expand innovative behavioral health programs, including entering into a unique partnership with the county for the first of its kind behavioral health hub for children and youth. Despite significant investments, maintaining a trained and stable workforce remains our biggest challenge. Deficits in the behavioral workforce are hindering our ability to grow capacity and sustain programs for the ever persistent and serious mental health needs of individuals in our region. And we're seeing that at Rady's. We are still seeing very high numbers of youth present in our emergency rooms that need behavioral health needs met, and then all of our programs, which we have several under child welfare, First 5, and behavioral health department, every single one of them has a wait list. And these are not reasonable wait lists. This is 2 months to 6 months. Some are 12 months. And families are struggling, and the stress of our clinicians is high because they can't meet the demands of the patient load. As such, Rady Children's strongly supports the recommendations outlined in item 10, and our top priorities are competitive pay, reduced documentation burden, and retention, stipend, and training funds. Rady Children's appreciated having a seat at the table at the steering committee, and we look forward to offering our expertise and input on the advisory board going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Username Audra. So this has nothing to do with the workers actually doing stuff. It has to do with what you guys are doing. But just the fact that there's an anticipated growth in demand in the next 5 years is a little bit disturbing. But the $128 million that you're saying that this is going to cost, I mean, I know not all of this would go to the workers, but say it did. If you did that with the amount of workers that you have right now, it would be an increase in their wages about $7,529. All of these people are living in poverty compared to what you guys' numbers are as far as like a low income person, which is like 72,000 or under. These people are making no money while all of you sit up there and make hundreds of thousands of dollars that we spend for you to be up there doing things. And these people are living in poverty, according to your numbers. And it's like they're being paid less than any other county. I mean, you can go to McDonald's and work for 15 bucks an hour. But yet you want them to do something that is not an easy job. So it's just very sad that you can sit up there and be okay making, you know, 400,000, 300,000, whatever, right? And these people are making something that they can't even afford to live here, but you're having them do jobs. I mean, no wonder why they want to leave. But also we have to get to the root of the problem, which is so much more than, like, I mean, this was, your statewide projected shortages were before COVID, so you can't blame COVID for this happening. But I do blame you guys for things that you're doing to people, like making them lose their job, their livelihood, their families, and they have to deal with that, and now it's a behavioral.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
My name is Levi Giaffalioni with Lived Experience Advisors. I also work as a housing navigator downtown. The key to ending my homelessness was a consistent team of caseworkers who walked me through the whole process. And I see what happens to my clients when their care team changes. Case managers are often overworked and procrastinate their own self-care. Because wages are low, this causes case managers to move throughout different organizations for better pay, leaving the clients feeling forgotten once again. This needs a homegrown solution because in San Diego, it is common for both case managers and their program managers to qualify as low income. So we can't import mental health workers from out of the county because there is nowhere for them to live. My kids deserve a yard to play in, and I could get another job, but my neighbors need me. Housing now. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Nerys Farmaxizian, and I am a social work student at San Diego State University. I'm also a member of Payments for Placement, a national movement of social work students who believe that all social work students should be paid for their fieldwork. I am in support of item number 10 and urge the Board of Supervisors to include social work students in implementing these recommendations. The social work field emphasizes the importance of equity and mental health, and yet we, as students, are expected to work for free and put our own mental health and well-being on the line. I believe that paid fieldwork will make social work education more inclusive and accessible, thereby reducing the barriers to obtaining social work and work employment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Chair Fletcher and Board of Supervisors. My name is Crystal Irving, and I'm proud to represent the members of SEIU 221 that serve the county every day. I'm calling in support of this item and the overall goal to aggressively address the behavioral health shortage in our region. Our county employees live and breathe the impact of this problem in dealing with short staff and high workloads due to vacancies. And this has an impact on the clients that we get to serve and our collective ability to provide support and resources to those who need it. We appreciate all of the stakeholders that have participated and provided feedback to this process. We recognize that in order to address this shortage, it will require a partnership from multiple stakeholders throughout the county. And we also recognize that the backbone of an effective behavioral health workforce is built on investing, supporting, and growing the county workforce. We thank you again for moving this item forward, and we are eager to actively participate in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Paul Hinken. On August 30th, in connection with the Alvarado Hospital contract, I said of the behavioral health care worker shortage, you seem to want to throw money at the problem rather than focusing on quality. But many of these issues are not a money issue. They are the real causes: exhausting working conditions and long delays in care for their patients. County mental health departments are struggling to hire. So are commercial health plans. So are nonprofits. Some clinicians don't accept any insurance at all and thus aren't accessible to the vast majority of patients who can't pay cash. New telehealth that has one-size-fits-all startups specializing in mental health treatment offer good pay and flexible hours, and they are siphoning off providers from the public sector. Also, you need more bilingual speakers. A few ideas: team-based models with therapists, caseworker, parenting, housing, or employment specialists, and a peer provider who has lived with mental illness and therefore can support others in a crisis. Expanding the provider class to include the people who cut or braid your hair, live on your block, or work where you work. Investing in career ladders so people who enter the field as care providers have the option to earn more advanced degrees. Also, I'm wondering what happened to, I believe it was item 15 that was time certain at 2 o'clock. Anyway, thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
Non-stakeholder truth, bananas. Nathan, I think in this item, we have the establishment of a eugenics reintroduction impact fund version 2.0, where anyone can be locked up in behavioral health institutions, put on drugs, and told how to live, all against their will. Even recommendation 5 about establishing behavioral health training centers partnered with educational institutions is exactly the same thing that happened in the eugenics era. Schools such as Yale would provide so-called experts to work with government to conduct experiments on people deemed crazy or less than. Funded by the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial Fund, Yale's Institute of Psychology studied what they called problems of human behavior, but it was all based on the American Eugenics Society's lies. History repeats on. And this item's equity statement speaks of cultural humility. That doesn't mean light-skinned people kissing feet, does it? I hope not. This item will increase the size of the behavioral health workforce by over 10,000 workers, creating bigger government and trying to increase the number of people caught in the behavioral health web. A study will be commissioned by the San Diego Workforce Partnership, whose board includes Brisa Johnson from United Domestic Workers, who just received $125,000 from these supervisors in less than 1 month's time, and Carmen Summers of Microsoft. Not to mention, there's a conflict of interest when the chair of the policy board is Tara. Hello, Tara, you can't be voting on this item, but you will, I'm sure. And for the record, Jim is an alternate member, but that conflict won't stop him either. This crazy item will cost well over $128 million by the time it's done, and it's guaranteed to label more people as crazy and or just make them bananas.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Appreciate, again, everyone who testified and all the work that went into this. I want to go to my colleague, Supervisor Lawson Reamer, my partner in this board letter, and go there. I'd like to make a motion, though, to get us going to approve the recommendations to receive this report.
And happy to second. Just want to comment. I'm really proud to be able to work with you on this. Thank you so much for beginning this process and driving this forward. There's no question that addressing the shortage of behavioral health workers in our county is one of our most pressing challenges. We've been speaking over the last many weeks about physical infrastructure investments, which is critical, but there's no reason to build buildings if we don't have anyone to work in those buildings. And when I looked at those numbers at the compensation rates of San Diego County versus other counties, it's just so stark. And the notion that we are expecting folks to take care of others' well-being when their well-being is not being looked after, I find it frankly unethical and really sad, and a sad statement as to how we got here today. So I think it's just the time has come. I think I'm really proud to be part of a board that is tackling this issue head on. Part of a workforce partnership that is bringing its expertise to bear on how we can address these issues across our region. And again, certainly this is not a challenge that we as a county can tackle alone. This is going to take partnership from across the private sector, across our hospitals, across our providers. And I think what we can do here today as a county is to do our part. There were some really strong, clear recommendations coming out of the Workforce Partnership Report. And it is incumbent upon us as a county to lead and to not wait for others, but instead to do our part and to step forward first. And that is what we're doing, and that's what we're proposing to do today. So again, thank you to everyone. Thank you to the entire steering committee. Thank you to the Workforce Partnership for all your thoughtful and diligent work. I also really want to thank all the thousands and thousands of behavioral health workers throughout our county who serve our community day in and day out. I want to make sure that their voices are also heard and represented at the table as we look to improve working conditions so that we can more appropriately staff up and sustain staffing and well-being in our behavioral health workforce. So again, I'm proud to second the motion, and thank you for all your work, Chair Fletcher.
Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Reamer. Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher and Supervisor Lawson-Reamer for bringing this forth. happy to support it. I was actually, particularly, I was very interested in the fact that addressing the cultural competence piece and making sure that we're meeting people where they're at was so important, and the fact that it was in the report, I think, is extremely important. The only thing I just want to make sure that we highlight or emphasize is that as we're talking about behavioral health, often I think we focus a lot on adults, and so I think I've mentioned this before, but I want to just make sure that as we're identifying professionals, that we're also addressing the needs of children, so we can make sure that they have the resources that they need, especially specifically for their needs, because I think they need extra. The professionals need to have special training as well. So with that, I'm happy to vote on this item, and thank you for bringing it forth.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Fletcher and Supervisor Lawson, for bringing this forward. It's an eye-opener of how unfortunate we are on the wages, particularly for a lot of these people. And what kind of rang true is we got to grow our own. We got to grow our own here in San Diego County in a lot of different ways. Even engineers, technicians, law enforcement, behavioral health, people that are educated here will most likely stay here. I know that's true up in North County that I represent. People who graduate from Cal State San Marcos up there, about 80% of them stay in the region. So I have spoken with just recently some of the presidents of Maricosta College and Palomar College along the 78 corridor up north, and they're telling me that they're already providing classes and curriculum that can lead to behavioral health careers. And so hopefully, moving forward, partnering with particularly the community colleges, because they're a little more nimble as far as, creating certificate programs and bringing people into the different fields faster than sometimes the four-year schools, but no offense to San Diego State. But I do think that it's critical that, we focus on growing our own and working with our community colleges. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher. I was listening to all my colleagues, and I know the medical profession actually will pay down debt for those who go to underserved areas. And I wonder if we should amend something looking forward that maybe that we can get people to commit for the first 2 to 5 years of their career if we help them and assist them with their college along the way. So I just throw that out. It's not my motion, so.
Yeah, it's a part of the report, actually. That's a central part of the report, Supervisor Anderson. It's just that, because we've always had this historic break. One day we won't talk about behavioral health. It'll just be a part of health. But in the interim, a lot of things that are in place for traditional health care are not in place for behavioral health. And creating one of those funds, so if you want to come into the public sector, it doesn't mean you work for the county, but you're serving Medi-Cal lives. The creation of a fund that can provide that loan payment assistance could be a great draw to get folks in. But it also has the beauty of over time and duration replenishing itself. So the actions we take, and so I think that's a great suggestion that I think is integral to the work we're doing, and certainly has potential to be a part. I mean, it's a piece. Whole bunch of other things we got to do, but I think that's certainly one that's there. So appreciate that. All right, congratulations. Thank you for the great work. We know we have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're moving in the right direction. We have a motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer, to receive the report, and in particular, just to highlight again the administrative burden efforts as a county. The quicker we can implement those changes, the quicker we can get some real relief, and it's probably the fastest thing in this report that we can do to have the most immediate impact while we work on the long-term things. So motion by myself, second by Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item number 12, building partnerships to prevent, address, and seek an end to homelessness. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Anderson and Vice Chair Vargas. I'd like to ask them if they'd like to make some introductory comments. We'll go, or you can wait. Go first to Vice Chair Vargas. You want to wait? Okay, let's hear from our public speakers on this item, then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person, 5 by phone. Also note we did not receive any comments on this item. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. For those individuals that requested to speak by phone on item 12, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll start with those speakers in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Robert W., Jason Robo, and Judy Schur. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Okay, here I am again. Hi, my name is Judy Shore. I'm the Executive Director of Hope for the Homeless Lakeside. I interact with the homeless population of Lakeside on a daily basis. I support this agenda item as submitted by Supervisors Anderson and Vargas, and I appreciate their actions to bring solutions to homelessness before the board. I can report from my boots on the ground perspective that the situation in Lakeside has become more and more critical. Our homeless literally have nowhere to go. They are moved and pushed away. Wherever they try to sleep, their sleeping gear and possessions are taken and disposed of regularly, and they are dying in record numbers. They need help now. They are ready for solutions now. We cannot wait for the time-consuming process of site selection, approvals, handling community resistance, on, for a sleeping village type of facility to be established. In fact, this discussion has been going on for a year, and it doesn't seem any closer now than it was a year ago. I'm not in a position to personally bid on any contract to run a facility, but I can offer some input from my connection to those with lived experience whom I encounter daily. And here's my idea for Lakeside anyway. I hope you'll consider it. Lake Jennings Park Campground, owned by Helix Water District, has been leased to the county in the past and could be leased again. It has campsites, restrooms, showers, trash facilities, everything that you would need for a campground. And it's not close to any schools particularly. This facility could provide safe camping in a very short span of time. It could be leased temporarily until a more formal sleeping cabin type of arrangement could be established in Lakeside, which would take more time and still should be done. I urge you to explore this safe camping solution immediately, and perhaps at this level with your clout, you could push that through and make it happen. It's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, my apologies, the speaker in favor of this item is Jason Rose. And I'll call the speakers in opposition of this item: Mark, Audra, Consuelo, and Jason Robo.
Okay. Robert Wellston, it's wonderful that the board wants to partner with local charities to help tackle the homelessness problem. According to beyondhomeless.com, this doesn't mean excluding faith-based charities or favoring one or few like VOA. And it doesn't mean cooking up another sweet deal to benefit for-profit real estate cronies at taxpayer expense. We need to stop letting many people live in squalor while few benefit from Housing First property acquisitions. Housing First fails in that for every multi-unit rental or low-budget motel conversion San Diego transacts, renovates, and donates to a housing authority trust, there's less affordable housing for minimum wage earners and seniors on fixed income. The county and city's Ponzi schemes cost $500,000 to $800,000 per unit. The communist policies are worsening homelessness, where a growing number of new homeless are being priced out of their apartments because of dwindling supply, competition from outside investors, increased competition for housing, and exponentially growing taxes, and not prioritizing or requiring wraparound services for the medically needy, mental health, and drug addict subpopulations. So what happens is encampments flourish. But the encampments need to be cleaned up because that's where the squalor is happening. There needs to be a loving bottom line and a substantial increase in supportive services. Scale up cooperation, not just rhetoric. And I'm recommending everyone vote for Amy Reichert in District 4 to replace Nathan Fletcher. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I use the name Audra. So, building partnerships to prevent and address and seek to end homelessness. You guys are good. So I know you want to create 6 additional caseworkers, right? So you guys got to, make more jobs. And you dedicated $85 million in federal stimulus funds. How'd you get those funds? Are those not for the people? Are you taking the homeless stimulus funds and being like, we're going to use this for you? Don't worry, we're going to take care of you guys. We're going to be like, move down the street. It'll be good. Because I mean, you know, this safe parking program, 17 spaces, that is a lot of spaces. It's a lot, so it's good. And you know, you recommending that you purchase sleep cabins and sprung shelters. Where are you gonna put those? How much are those gonna cost? Do you guys know? You do, well, how much, Joel? Go ahead. You can answer, you just don't want to. You don't want to inform the people of how much it's going to cost them, right? Is that not weird that you can't talk? You're like, I don't want people to know how much it's going to cost. It's better to keep people in the dark of what you're doing. It's better to not inform the public and let them know what's going on, right? Because then you just pull the wool over there like, oh, I can't see it. It's good, it's good. And we're gonna be paying for that. So I mean, is it gonna be like $1 million for a sprung shelter? Joel? Am I close? I'm pretty close, right? It's funny, right? It is. This is such a joke, right? I mean, it's so funny. You can't tell the people information. You can't be transparent because that would expose you. Good to know.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, understand this. The only help government will ever give to these issues is contributing to perpetuate them, not solve them. There's too much to be fixed in their purposely flawed system. It's beyond repair. They are doing everything they can to be done. They are doing everything they can to be done with the independent, hardworking people. Government is the reason why these people's problems exist. Throughout history, they've never made things better. Just look at what's happened within the past few years. We now have way bigger problems due to their misinformation and mishandling of the pandemic and all their taxes they've collected from us. They could have easily, with all their taxes they've collected from us, they could have easily helped the homeless wanting help and all the small businesses who were affected, but they didn't. Why? Because it's a part of the plan. It's the agenda, 2030, death to the hardworking upper and middle classes. You see it, it's happening, been happening. Look around you. Things are not getting better. Government is only getting bigger. The progress they do make is only ever for their benefit. Government is not, have not, and will never be the solution. They create the problems to appear as the heroes. They thrive on an ignorant, consumed, obedient, and dependent society. A society which asks no questions, a society who's entirely dependent on them for everything. Above all, society not paying attention. The majority of the people living here do not even know who any of these public servants are, but the ones paying close attention know who every paid shill and puppet in this county are. Government only cares that you pay them their taxes and that we abide by their bullshit. It's not easy standing up and calling out the big bully government, but what's the alternative? Continue on the hamster wheel, the rat race to Nowheresville, being a slave? Not I. Wake up, humanity.
Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. Yeah, what's the last problem you guys actually solved? Because I thought that you were going to vaccinate everybody and the pandemic would end, but we're still in an emergency, which is more money for you guys. It's totally ridiculous. I liked your graphic, though, the one beyond homelessness. I thought that was kind of funny. Like, is that like Beyond Beef? Is this like the homeless impossible burger? I mean, if you guys actually do something that works, I'd be totally surprised. I'd be impressed for once, but I'm not. Yeah, I mean, what's their new home, like cardboard coffins, the big box in the sky? I don't know, it's ridiculous. I feel like you guys use poverty basically as like a hamster wheel motivation to try and keep people running on their wheels. And then, I don't know, you guys do street sweeping. Why don't you do sidewalk sweeping? Because you just had this dual meeting, and I mean, is the C in cement stand for Hep C? It's just like disgusting. I see people crapping on the street. Once again, you haven't done anything. Great documentary, Money is Debt, for people that are paying attention, that actually want to learn something, is free on YouTube. It's like less than 30 minutes. It's animated, and it talks about how the monetary system basically thrives and creates debt and makes people poor. So these people are pretty much side effect of that. Also, there's a book, I don't know if you guys actually read anything, Scale by Joffrey West. He did a TED Talk, and he talks about how cities create these externalities as a result. It's subtitled, The Universal Laws of Growth, Innovation, Sustainability, and the Pace of Life in Organisms, Cities, Economies, and Companies. So for those people that actually like to learn things, check that out. And yeah, I don't know, it's just crazy. Talk about addiction and syndicates and cartels, but it's really a mental health issue. They did a study with rats, and if they were happy, they didn't eat crack or whatever was in the cage, if they had social abilities and little playgrounds and stuff. So Maria Van Zellner's show Traffic did a great thing on fentanyl, if you want to check that out. And then speaking of homelessness, I think Lemur has an issue with seatlessness because she doesn't sit in it. And yeah, you guys are full of crap and you make us sick.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. To remind the callers, they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Nate Wallman. I'm Vice President of SEIU Local 221, and I'm calling in support of Item 12. This board letter continues advancing the goals and values that we need to properly address the homelessness public health crisis. It builds on the success of the smaller model of North Magnolia Safe Parking Program and starts the process of scaling up effective solutions to apply to the broader stage of homelessness in our region. While we are strongly in support of this effort, we want to offer at least two considerations to move forward. One, please consider building on the success of the safe parking program by favoring low barrier settings to meet people where they are, such as safe parking or safe camping sites. Two, it is important to take steps to ensure that we fully staff and train on the back end of the programs we are offering to the unhoused to ensure that we can follow through on our promises. Again, I want to reiterate that overall we strongly support this letter and are grateful for the efforts of Vice Chair Vargas and Supervisor Joel Anderson bringing this forward. It's a wonderful example of successful methods using non-coercive outreach methods, ones that are proven to work in functionally ending homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello. This is Teresa Smith with Dreams for Change. First, I want to start by thanking Supervisor Anderson and Vargas for keeping the focus on ways to move more solutions forward and providing immediate relief and exploring multiple options. I believe the county has the opportunity to be the leader in really making a difference in homelessness here in San Diego County. With San Diego County being so large with multiple cities, it has been very difficult as a service provider to navigate each city's resistance to assisting with these solutions. When we started safe parking over 12 years ago, and we've worked with multiple organizations, municipalities, and across the country to replicate the model that we started. But the issue that we find is we've had more issues here in San Diego County to replicate than we've had in other parts of this country, and here being the lead on the start of the program. The Magnolia Safe Parking site is a start, but the issue is much larger. As was already been commented on, 17 spaces is definitely not enough. These issues and difficulties include, though, finding sites to operate not only safe parking, but any homeless service provider type services. And even so, if we do find these sites, there are many issues in trying to move forward, often provided by the cities that they're located in. There are times that we've had found locations and even funding, but received those no's from those various cities. Ultimately, what this has resulted in is us carrying a wait list of over 100 households. Well, at this time, we're not adding any more because we know we won't be able to serve all 100 in any timely fashion. Homelessness is such a complicated and large issue that needs an equal cross-sector approach that involves the government, nonprofits, and private sectors, with all partners invested in solving these issues. The county is in the position to take the lead on these efforts to find ways to move beyond the barriers that have prevented us from reaching those who are desperately seeking this assistance. So we do support and appreciate the efforts the county is making in trying to help solve these issues we see in the.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul Hinton. The shelters you're advocating for and the board subsidized housing plan are a good start. But this is a multifaceted problem, as I think you recognize. Sounds like you'd rather pay a private company for ideas rather than have a group think session, as I suggested. I think that dignity, employment, quality of life is really the #1 problem. It costs society as a whole. People fearful when they find a street so filthy that they dare not go down it, and businesses lose out. Police costs paid for in rising taxes, extra ambulance trips, which we all end up paying for when the hospital bill has to be adjusted for the overtime, and on and on. A few job ideas, and I'm sure the homeless have done more than their fair share and are good at these. Teachers of survivalism, cooperation, and cooking. Advocates for the homeless, impoverished, or drug users. Agriculturalists, gardeners, planters, and farm workers. Other ideas. Social workers to make sure they're eating enough and quality food. Help prevent psychiatric problems. A social worker embedded in city and county libraries and parks. Parks and recreation, monitoring recreational areas, and connecting homeless to outreach teams. Psychotropic meds are great if they work, but they can drive people crazy either when they take it or when they forget. And there's crime. Homeless with too much spare time often turn to drugs or crime to fill a void. You start taking stuff.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our final caller.
Truth, Audra and Consuelo loved both your comments. Here's another public health crisis because money shall be funneled to the stakeholder friends to implement these programs, just like Recommendation 1 says. Public-private fascist partnerships. This item refers to a board letter entitled Compassionate Emergency Solutions and Pathways to Housing for People Experiencing Homelessness in East County. Rolls right off the tongue. But I can't help but notice that East County is mentioned. Was dumping homeless people off into El Cajon the so-called Compassionate Emergency Solution and Pathway you supervisors were referring to? Joel, eternal texter like a teenage girl. Was that the plan all along? To create a homeless crisis in East County? And this item even tries to give credit to the county's Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities for the cleanup of one of the homeless encampments in El Cajon. Yeah, right. El Cajon Mayor Bill Wells had to fight the county to get things cleaned up. This is all a mess you supervisors have either caused or directly enabled. And it's still being enabled with the illicit motel voucher program and Joel's parking lot. The North Magnolia Safe Parking Program with only 17 spaces. Our future affordable homes, Nathan, and more sustainable because there's fewer cars, right, Tara? Or because there's no electric homes adding to the grid overload. But Jim and Nora, the parking lot's right near a highway. Oh no, that's not green. You supervisors would be better off working with Mayor Podgoria on cleaning up the urine-soaked streets of Market or E downtown.
We fought on homelessness for a decade, and we have failed. Time and time we failed. We fought on homelessness for a decade, and we have failed. Time and time we failed.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Anderson first.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I want to thank my colleague, Nora Vargas. I really appreciate your heart on this issue. I appreciate all of the work and help that you gave me in putting this together. East County's numbers are exploding. When we saw the point-in-time count, that was the most shocking of all the areas of San Diego County. We have more homeless now in the last year and a half than if you add North County Inland, North County Coastal, and South Bay. And the numbers are staggering, and I'm not going to accept it. And I'm not going to accept the speed in which our great team works, because they're doing everything in their power. Putting those 17 parking spots online took far too long, but our hands are shackled. We've got to go by the law. We have to do everything correctly. And I appreciate staff for all their hard work for doing it. And I'm not down on you at all. I think you're doing a great job. You've added a lot of structure to East County that we never had before. But that's not enough. And I can't wait. I'm term limited. So we've got to get this stuff done in my term. And one of the ways of doing it is looking for strategic partners throughout our community. So we know, I just recently went to a grand opening, 9 small cabins. They're on a church parking lot. They've solved it all. And now there are going to be 9 women who are pregnant who are on the street, off the street, with wraparound services, with all the things they need to move their lives forward. And I looked at that and I thought, my gosh, we can be doing so much more. We just have to find the right partners. So having a criteria of what we need moving forward, a framework, would allow us to look for those strategic partners in East County who are willing to step up and help us. And the beauty of it is we can cut through all the red tape that's keeping us from moving faster. When we locate that stuff, we have to do so much legal and so much environmental background. If we go and we partner with somebody and it's private property, we eliminate a lot of it. And so to have a structure that we can loan or we can move with people, we can deliver this product for under $10,000 a unit. The cabins that they built were $8,000. So when you think in terms of the amount of cost of homelessness and the few people that benefit from it, we need to change that. And I think that this potentially will give us that opportunity. Now, we may do this, and it could be a terrible dud and not work out at all. But then we'll change to the next thing. We'll look for something new, because we're not going to roll over, and we're not going to allow people to live like this, and we're not going to allow communities to live like this. We're going to lift people in our community, and the best way we can do that is to put everything on the table and exhaust every possibility in giving people a better life. So I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, but I want to thank you again, Nora, for all your hard work. And one last quick thing. Judy, I appreciate all your hard work. Judy's been a trooper in East County for homeless. I really appreciate her speaking up today, but I appreciate all her hard work. Long before I got elected, she was working on these issues. And I love her suggestion. I'm going to chase down the Lake Jennings suggestion. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm really proud to be working with you on this, Supervisor Anderson. I think what all of us want is solutions, and we really need to take action, because first and foremost, nobody should be, sleeping in the streets. And I actually had a conversation with some folks in Spring Valley, which you used to represent just last weekend, and one of the things that they said to me, the folks who were there with their doggies and all their things, they said, I really don't want to go live downtown because this is my community. I just can't afford to live here anymore. And so I think we have to do everything we can. This was one of the ladies, was a former teacher that had been, she had been a teacher for like 20 years, retired, and sleeping on the floor of a parking lot. So I think whatever we can do to help, I think, and be creative is really important. And so I'm excited that the CAO, this letter, what the letter does is really allows the CAO to really look into these sprung shelters and really look into working with partner organizations. Also, to make sure that the county has an opportunity to develop the criteria for this, right? And then also engage private companies that have other innovative solutions to do this. So with that, if you would like to make a motion, I'm happy to second it.
So moved.
All right. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas. Let's go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, first of all, I just really want to thank my colleagues. I really appreciate the innovation. This is obvious. We all know we are in a crisis, and we can't just move along at a plodding pace and expect sort of business as usual to take care of this problem. I think this is a really innovative approach, and it might do wonders. So I really just thank you guys both for for just, looking for different solutions and looking for what else we can do. And I think this is really exciting and really great. I guess I'd like to ask Helen and staff, would love to make sure that we're really kind of thinking about whether this works and doesn't work and evaluating this, because if it does, we could scale it up. And obviously, as Supervisor Anderson said, if it doesn't work, then we don't continue. But let's just make sure we're kind of building in those evaluations from the outset so that, we can have lessons learned and can scale up stuff that works. I think that's one of the greatest things about innovation, is that we can always build on successes. And then I think the other thing, just to, I know we're going to be having a broader homelessness strategy coming back with Home Base in the next couple months in the spring. I would love to make sure that this and everything else that we've been doing on homelessness, not just this, is kind of referenced and incorporated into that broader strategy, so that we don't have, lots of random programs out there, but that, our homeless strategy, kind of broader, bigger vision around homelessness is taking into account these initiatives as well, as part of our stopgap solutions. So those would be my two comments, to make sure that we're kind of thinking about how we can learn from, hopefully, some successes in an innovative program. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to comment on that?
Thank you very much. And yes, we absolutely will do that. I see Barbara out there nodding her head, so we'll make sure that that is integrated and part of our overall strategy. I hear you, Supervisor, and we're very committed to that and to try to expedite this. I do need to make a caveat that we'll be returning to you in November. Even though it says 30 days, the way the board meetings fall, we'd have to docket something in 6 days. That's not enough time, so we will return.
Helen, I think I know how hard you're working. I know that your plate's full. Whatever time you need, I'm sure if my colleague agrees, that's not a problem. When we wrote this, we were thinking only in terms of how fast we can move on it. So I want to be appreciative of all the staff's hard work. You've done, while they're baby steps, they're huge steps. When people say, well, it's only 17 parking spots, that's the old starfish story, right? The boy's walking along, he's throwing the starfish in, and there's thousands of starfish, and an old man comes up and says, well, you can't solve this. He said, for that starfish that I threw in the water, I did. You know what? This is baby steps. This is a complex problem, but every day we got to make progress. And I just want to thank your team for doing and making that progress.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Vargas bringing this forward with a new innovative idea. And I've had some concerns from some of my residents in North County here that they asked me a couple of questions. I plan on supporting this, absolutely. But I just want to make sure that, we're asking for you to come back with criteria at this point in time for, setting up these county funding cabins and shelters with our partners on non-county owned properties. I just want to make sure we're able to coordinate our services, because if these go up in different churches and there's like 4 or 5 here and 4 or 5 there, that the county is able to coordinate and make sure that the wraparound or program services are able to be, keep up with maybe multiple sites. And then are land use regulations still going to be followed in the unincorporated area, or is this going to negate land use, its current land use regulations?
Would you like me to respond? The beauty of the private property is we'll follow the land use, but we won't have to start from scratch. So for many of these folks, this is an easy thing. They're already in that zone, and they can do it.
Okay, so it's a proper. So the zoning's not going to change.
Getting action on the ground as quickly as possible, and not trying to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, I also think that the model of the county services, and Barbara's here as well, but part of the beauty of this is looking at it, it looks different in each of the different communities, right? So, in Spring Valley, we're looking at a space that's pretty big, and so we probably would be able to have services right there and be able to work directly with folks who need it the most, but it may look something different if we're doing it in a church or somewhere else. And so, the beauty is that our Homeless Solutions Task Force team is already doing so much work in the community that this will allow us, I think, to bring them to be in one place and be able to provide those services. The other thing I was going to say is that The other space is that places like the city of Chula Vista are already moving forward with some of these programs, so we can take a look at what has been working or not working in other communities, and that'll help us as we're trying to come up with criteria and learn from them, and I'm sure that they would be more than happy to partner with us, and I have a great relationship with them, and so does our county team, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure this wasn't usurping current land use zoning and things like that, in particularly the unincorporated areas.
All right. This is why Nora is such a great partner, just saying.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Let's go to agenda item number 13, public health update. We will give staff a second to reset and then turn it over to them for their presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher, members of the board. Currently, our county has 2 active public health emergencies due to community transmission of COVID-19 and monkeypox. We continue to make significant efforts to address these health emergencies with sustainable approaches to test, trace, and treat San Diegans. Today, for the first time in a joint presentation, we're here to share an update on our work to protect the health and well-being of San Diego residents under both public health emergencies. I'm joined by our Deputy Public Health Officer, Dr. Cameron Kaiser, who will provide a public health update regarding COVID-19. He will be followed by our Deputy Public Health Officer, Dr. Akita Kadakia, who will provide a public health update regarding monkeypox. And additionally, our Public Health Services Director, Dr. Liz Hernandez, will share details of both our local responses to monkeypox education and outreach efforts. With that, I'll turn to Dr. Kaiser.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. For the 14-day period from September 24th through October 7th, daily cases reported range from 170 to 488 cases. The average number of cases for the week of September 24th through September 30th was 344. The average number of cases for the following week of October 1st through October 7th was 276. Therefore, the percent change was a decrease of 20% between these 2 weeks. This is compared to a 29% decrease over the 14-day period prior to the last presentation to your board on September 13th. Looking at the same 14-day period from September 24th through October 7th, in addition to cases decreasing by 20%, hospitalizations decreased by 17%, going from 202 to 168 admissions. No change in deaths occurred between the 2 time periods, with an average of 1 death per day in each week. As reported cases have continued to decline, we will continue to monitor for any increases in wastewater COVID-19 detections, where currently Omicron BA.5 is still the predominant variant at greater than 85%. Of the reported cases which have been whole genome sequenced, BA.5 is also the predominant variant. We continue to report on the CDC COVID-19 community levels framework, developed to help the public understand the impact of COVID-19 on the healthcare system. You will recall that at the last update to your board, our county had a low or green COVID-19 community level. As of October 7th, San Diego County remains at a low or green community level based on metrics for case rate, new COVID-19 hospital admissions, and the percent of staffed inpatient beds occupied by COVID-19 patients. Given the current community level, the county will continue to implement the actions specified for low community levels as indicated on the green box on this slide. The low community level supports and aligns with the decrease in cases and hospitalizations seen during the past month or more. We believe that the decline in daily cases reported is heavily influenced by COVID-19 vaccinations. These resulting outcomes have only been possible due to the unique collaborative efforts of community and county partnerships. As of October 5th, over 7.9 million vaccine doses have been administered. Note that the eligible population now includes those 6 months of age and older. Over 2.68 million, or 80.3%, have received their primary vaccine dose. Over 1.4 million booster doses have been administered to eligible county residents, which is 59.6% of individuals who are eligible for a booster dose. These results include aggregate data provided by Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defense. This slide shows the proportion of the population between individuals who are not fully vaccinated, who are fully vaccinated, and those who are fully vaccinated with a booster dose. The persons in orange are individuals not fully vaccinated. The persons in green represent those fully vaccinated, and the persons in blue represent individuals fully vaccinated with a booster dose. Importantly, please note the size of the population for those not fully vaccinated, which is the smallest of the three. This will be referenced on the next slide. The number of deaths by vaccination status from January 1st through July 31st are displayed in this slide. The persons in orange represent the deaths among individuals not fully vaccinated. The persons in green represent the deaths among individuals who are fully vaccinated. And the persons in blue represent the deaths among individuals who are fully vaccinated with a booster dose. During this time period, there have been 498 deaths among individuals not fully vaccinated, 281 deaths among individuals who are fully vaccinated, and 133 deaths among individuals who are fully vaccinated with a booster dose. The group with the most deaths is among individuals who are not fully vaccinated, despite this group making up the smallest proportion of the San Diego County community, as referenced on the previous slide. Additionally, the right side of the slide indicates the death rate among vaccination status for a narrower time frame, August 14th through September 10th, which is the period most recently for which we have complete death data. Individuals who are not fully vaccinated are 5 times more likely to die from COVID-19 compared to those who are vaccinated with a booster dose. As we approach the fall and winter seasons where we expect an increase in respiratory illnesses such as COVID-19, the county strongly recommends to complete your COVID-19 primary vaccine series for those who have not already, and if eligible, to receive the most currently available booster, which right now is the bivalent booster covering 2 COVID variants. Following these recommendations can greatly reduce your risk of severe illness. Effective September 23rd, 2022, the California Department of Public Health has announced changes to masking requirements based on community levels for COVID-19. San Diego County community levels for COVID-19 are currently low. As such, people may mask at any time based on personal preference or medical need. People with symptoms, a positive test, or exposure to someone with COVID-19 should wear a mask. However, the county is maintaining the mask requirements in specified high-risk settings consistent with CDPH and Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention recommendations. Face coverings are required for everyone regardless of vaccination status in healthcare settings, including long-term care settings and adult senior care facilities, which applies to all healthcare settings. No person can be prevented from wearing a face covering as a condition of participation in an activity or entry into a business. Effective September 17, 2022, all COVID-19 screening testing requirements are removed, but vaccination requirements where vaccines were required will continue to be required. In closing, throughout the past 2 years and 7 months of this pandemic, everyone has continuously been encouraged to be COVID safe. Through a sustained collective impact effort, our partners continue to serve as a critical resource in encouraging safe COVID-19 practices and vaccinations, and we urge everyone to take these recommendations seriously. You can protect yourself from serious illness by getting the bivalent booster that protects against the latest variants. By following these actions, everyone can protect themselves, family members, and friends. Now please welcome Dr. Ankita Kadakia, who will give an update on the monkeypox outbreak.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. The current case counts for the United States, California, and San Diego County are shown here. There are currently 26,577 confirmed cases in the United States, where every state now has reported at least 1 to 10 cases. The state of California has reported 5,136 confirmed and probable cases as of Friday, October 7th. San Diego County, depicted by the red circle, has reported 429 cases as of October 9th. Analysis of 429 cases in San Diego County with data through Saturday, October 8th, identified that 17 or 4% are persons experiencing homelessness and 12 or 3% have been hospitalized. Thankfully, no deaths have been reported. The epidemiology curve is shown here with the number of cases by episode date grouped by CDC week, which is Sunday through Saturday. This curve shows that we have seen a peak in cases during the first week of August. While there has been a slight uptick in the week ending in September 17th, all indications continue to show an overall downward trend. Monitoring cases weekly will continue to determine if there is a sustained decrease in incidence. Given the incubation period is up to 21 days, more cases could still be reported in the gray area. Additionally, wastewater surveillance indicates a decline in concentration, supporting the decrease in weekly case counts shown here. To ensure equitable access for individuals at greatest risk for exposure, vaccination sites have been identified at hospital systems, federally qualified health centers, private providers, and county public health clinics, where services are routinely provided to the affected population. This slide shows the vaccination ecosystem, including with a map of vaccination sites throughout San Diego County. There are 4 ways in which someone can receive an Mpox vaccine. Individuals can call their healthcare provider. Individuals can make an appointment for a county vaccination site by visiting www.myturn.ca.gov, signing up for the county's text message alert system by texting COSD monkeypox to 468-311 is another way to receive Mpox information, including vaccine information. Outreach for higher risk individuals is being conducted in partnership with community-based organizations who outreach to their clientele to schedule appointments with county vaccine clinics. This process contributes to the county's equity-focused client outreach efforts. Lastly, the federal government has provided vaccine directly to Ryan White HIV providers such as Family Health Centers of San Diego and San Ysidro Health Center and the Veterans Hospital to vaccinate their clients. We have a new Mpox vaccination schedule by day webpage for the San Diego County Mpox website in order to make searching for a vaccine easier. From the main page, visitors are encouraged to click the new link to check the list of county-coordinated vaccination sites. Mpox vaccinations are listed and organized with a section for each day of the week. Appointments can be made by myturn.ca.gov, but we are also allowing walk-ups at the county's vaccine events at the Golden Hills Community Club. The link to the new webpage is on the Mpox homepage, sandiegocounty.org/monkeypoxsd. As a continued reminder, the vaccine supply from the Federal Strategic National Stockpile goes directly to state health departments, except for Los Angeles County. Allocations are based on a state formula, which can be found on the county's Mpox website. This formula is based on the number of Mpox cases in the past 2 weeks, as well as early syphilis cases. As of October 9th, 35,608 vials have been requested from the California Department of Public Health. The county has received 10,057 vials from the state. 7,903 vials have been allocated and distributed to hospital systems, federally qualified health centers, and county clinics. Cumulatively, 14,965 doses have been administered across the county. This total represents vaccines received for phases 0 through 4A, as referenced on our county website. As vaccine allocations increase, staff will continue to work with county partners to vaccinate those individuals who are exposed and those at highest risk for exposure. Now, please welcome Dr. Elizabeth Hernandez to report on outreach efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Kadakia. Education and outreach efforts continue countywide to provide the latest Mpox information. As of September 29th, a total of 40 telebriefings have been conducted or scheduled via various sectors. Some of the education and outreach achievements are displayed on the right side of the slide, and these include reaching over 4,900 people directly via telebriefings, conducting 21 community presentations to several community groups, including the Regional Task Force on Homelessness and community town halls, reaching over 1,700 individuals. More than 19,000 have been reached via e-blasts. The Mpox website has had over 171,000 views since its July 1st launch. Over 6,600 individuals have signed up to receive updates via the county's Mpox text alert system. Alerts can be received in English and Spanish. And finally, 8,000 flyers have been provided to LGBTQ+ community partners, persons experiencing homelessness via vaccination foot teams, and to 34 county library branches. A wide range of information and resources are regularly updated to provide the latest news on the progression of the disease, case demographics, treatment, vaccines, and educational materials for individuals and communities in the 8 threshold languages. Additionally, information for healthcare professionals and sectors continue to be updated and shared through various platforms. Educational materials continue to be developed and updated as the outbreak progresses to ensure communities and individuals have the most up-to-date information. These materials cover disease information, the difference between Mpox and COVID-19, prevention, and steps to take if exposed or sick. Continuous communication is a priority to ensure preparedness and response remain thorough and at a very high level. Our social media efforts continue to be a key resource in this response. 5,183 individuals have been reached via posts related to Mpox. There have been over 400,000 impressions or views of the advertising posts. And social media ad applications have resulted in over 23,400 hits to the contractor's Mpox website. Through our high-impact prevention contractors who serve as boots on the ground in the community, almost 1,900 persons have been reached through these individual outreach efforts, and over 600 educational materials have been distributed to members of the population at 15 different venues in the community. These high-impact prevention contractors have provided 22 hours of training on Mpox to their staff in their organizations. As shown in the previous slide regarding our contractors, our partnerships, coordination, and collaboration efforts continue to be critical to understand the importance about and dispel misinformation and stigma about Mpox. The HIV/AIDS Planning Group's Mpox Task Force is continually meeting to guide our efforts on vaccine equity and risk reduction strategies. Homeless outreach teams are conducting foot team Mpox vaccinations in encampments and other hard-to-reach areas. To date, 22 individuals have received Mpox vaccines via the homeless foot teams. Lastly, we have set up a healthcare safety net infrastructure for those that do not have a health home and need to receive Mpox testing and/or treatment. As we continue our Mpox response, our goal is to make sure everyone has access to the appropriate assistance, support, and information. Now, please welcome back Agency Director Nick Mescione.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. In addition to receiving this update, we recommend your board take the following actions with respect to this item. First, adopt the resolution entitled Resolution Authorizing Continuance of Teleconference Public Meetings Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953. And second, receive an update on the Mpox response and find that there is a continuing need for the local health emergency for Mpox until no longer needed. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our public health workers. Let's go to our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 20 requests to speak on this item, 10 in person and 10 by phone. Also note for the record that we received 5 e-comments, all of those in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 13 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition to this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling individuals in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. Michael Brando, Mike Borello, Oliver Twist, Mark, and Robert W. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Robert W. The first speaker believes that cases and deaths are low attributed to C-19 vaccination. You can start believing whatever you fool yourself into believing. The footnotes from these reports from 8 to 12 months ago stated by definition that the not fully vaccinated included those who took a dose within 14 days of a second and even a third dose. So when you start counting cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, in fact, you're including people that had 0, 1, 2, or 3 doses, but 14 days hadn't passed. So when we go back after the 14 days, the magical 14 days, does the HHSA accounting go back and recategorize all those people that had been counted as not fully vaccinated? I don't think so. And if they do, they're hiding that. There are so many emergencies concurrently going on in this county. An emergency implies imminent danger, and all other things must stop to give all hands attention to deal with it. This word, emergency, is being overused and cliched. What's the criterion for ending the state of emergency? Do you remember when we treated viruses with soup, vitamin C, and plenty of rest instead of communism? This perpetual state of emergency is modeled after Nazi Germany's disease fear of the Jewish people and coercive vaccination as a condition of employment. The perpetual state of emergency should be ended. Do what is right now and end this hand-over-fist grab for money and power. End C-19 vaccination mandates. And also on monkeypox, do you remember the 1970s chickenpox pandemic? People used to have parties so that we could reach herd immunity, and it worked.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Oliver Twist here, urging a no vote on continued teleconferencing under AB 361. You also absolutely need to quit gaslighting the public, fomenting the idea that this vote is somehow to allow teleconferencing for them. You see, virtual participation for the public is already allowed under your revised Rule 4C from last November. So here are a few ideas. One, you're already allowed to teleconference under Government Code Section 54953, albeit under much stricter conditions for you. So such as agendas must be posted at the teleconference location from which the members of the legislative body will be participating, and that your teleconference locations must be disclosed and accessible to the public and allow us to address you from each virtual location. Number two, AB 361 makes life easier for you, not us. Relaxes the standards so that you can teleconference from your home or office, but the public cannot show up to speak from your location. It makes virtual participation easier, convenient, and far more private for you, the members of the governing body. Three, do your behaviors align with your vote? There are already teleconferencing measures in place to allow you to participate remotely. I would ask you to reflect on your own personal behavior. Do they align with what your vote is going to be? Are you attending outside meetings, special events, and campaigning? Is AB 361 really about safety, or is it about convenience and privacy for you? Lastly, you should absolutely take a cue from Sandag. They have already relaxed their teleconferencing under AB 361 and quietly let it even slip away. The last time they voted on it was July 22nd, and it has not been brought forth since. It seems a good and fitting gently into the good night ending to a policy that is no longer warranted. Also for HSA, please delineate vaccine.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Sarah, Audra, Consuelo, Jason Robo, and Bryant Rumbaugh.
Mike Borello. So I submitted my supplemental vaccine injury report to supplement your report. Dr. Kaiser, Dr. McDonald, suggests you look at a paper by Constantino and Marino. It was published by 2 Italians in the Journal of Molecular Science. It's had over 10,000 views in less than a month. So the main point of this paper, while injections were intended to be localized intramuscular treatment, there's clear evidence now from post-market surveillance indicating systemic distribution of the spike protein throughout the body of injected subjects. The mRNA vaccines exhibit a complex pharmacology, more characteristic of a pharmaceutical drug rather than a static localized disposition of a vaccine. The misclassification of these injections are putting patient safety at risk, and mounting reports of injury and death indeed justifies immediate action. The FDA approved these and continues to allow them to be used. The county should not wait. They should act now. It's in my report. First page, look at it, the references there. Paper reads like expert testimony in a court trial. The other thing in my report, VSafe, organization called ICANN, they requested under FOIA data from VSafe, and they denied them, so they took them to court, and it revealed over 800,000 people receiving the vaccine had to get medical treatment multiple times. So this independently corroborates the VAERS data is true. Part of Bradford Hill.
Next speaker, please.
Username Michael. Numbers have a unique psychological effect. They create an almost irresistible illusion of objectivity, which is further enhanced when numbers are presented visually in charts or graphs. When people see numbers, they believe them to be objects or facts. This illusion blinds people to the nonetheless obvious truth that numbers are always relative and ambiguous, that they are constructed and produced from an ideologically and subjectively shaded story. At first glance, the numbers seem only true to the facts, yet on closer inspection, it becomes clear that they slavishly serve every story. And for 30 months, we've come here and listened to this bullshit story about this, about this, about this. We're done with it. Done. I really want to know, is there a purpose to you being here other than to create genocide or to make people sick? This is on record. Yeah, put your finger in your ear. This is on record for the last 30 months what you're doing. You too, Jim Desmond. We're done with it. The politics is over. You're involved in murder, and it's on record. That includes you, Eric McDonald, back there in the platypus duck mask. Your wickedness and your Satanism is for all to see. It's over with. It's over with. Why do we keep coming here repeating this over and over again? Because there's other people, lots of people out there that feel the same way. You say you speak for San Diego. You don't. There are so many people out there that know you and all of you for who you are. It's coming to light, and you can laugh and giggle all you want. It's over.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. I have a picture.
Thank you. As the staff is bringing up the speaker's picture, I want to note that what is about to be shown may be considered graphic for some viewers. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. My name is Sarah. My shirt is true. It's facts of what I'm seeing on the front line with the chemicals that's happening to these patients. Doctors, what is misinformation? Well, it starts here in this room with all of you, okay? You are misinforming the community people about the consequences of your protocols. This patient right here that you're seeing on the screen and on your piece of paper are examples of that. This patient had remdesivir and a ventilator with major consequences of he rotted from the inside out. And this is exactly what's happening on the front lines. Your misinformation is killing our community people. This is reality, and this is what is happening inside the hospital doors. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
All right. How is everybody? My name is Brian Rumbaugh still. So I'm here to talk about, this is a new topic for me, but more or less the continuation of your state of emergency. And what I can tell you is, just like all these other problems, homelessness, this kind of never-ending loop that I've been noticing here the last, 4 weeks, 5 weeks as I've been doing these rounds. Orange County, they're obviously dealing with the same thing. And last Tuesday when I was speaking with them, they did actually have, people that would be considered to be leftists, okay? One guy was more or less I can't remember the name of his organization, but it was the California Left something or other. And him and his buddy were there. They had their no mandated vaccines sign, really just trying to tell people that, your job is to not tell me how to live my life. Just like my job is to not tell you how to live your life, mean, that's the way it's going to work, okay? This is not a left-right issue, a Democrat-Republican issue. You know, when I actually just heard that it was 2 years and 10 months that this has been going on. I mean, I'm witnessing not just my country fall apart, but more divisiveness that is like literally, it's systemic at this point. Okay, there's been some wisdom that came out of this room today, but I can tell you it was from this podium, in my opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion. I know you're up for re-election, and I'll be talking about you and really just a couple, when I get back to my open thing, okay, as I break your microphone. All in all, we got to kind of get past a lot of things. And this state of emergency is certainly something that, you know, we need to look twice on. You know, and I really hope some sense comes into you people. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, we don't speak out expecting you to just believe us. Research everything we say. Educate yourself. We are not the media. Our purpose is not to brainwash you. We are here to open your eyes so you can find the truth for yourself. Reading can seriously damage your ignorance. With that being said, there is not a single disease ever caused by a lack of drug, but there are diseases caused by lack of vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. What the past 3 years have taught me about the majority of people on the planet is, 1, the majority will lick boots and do whatever they are told. 2, have zero scientific knowledge. 3, the majority are weak, afraid, and cowardly, and are very gullible. And the majority have zero integrity and intelligence. The new world is an extension of the old world with technological advances where logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. First, we overlook the evil, then we permit the evil, then we legalize the evil, then we promote the evil, then we celebrate the evil, then we persecute those who still call it evil. The unjabbed are truly a different breed from the rest. They threw every lie they could think of at us, and we didn't flinch. If we were really wrong about them, they wouldn't need to censor us. The whole thing is falling like a house of cards. They know it, we know it, and to those of you who still don't know it, once you open your eyes and see it, you can't unsee it. The bottom line is, we must unite, not just awaken. The bad ones are united, you better believe it. Arguing over perspectives is a waste of time and mainly energy. Tactics and bad forces used against us daily involves pitting us against each other and over small, unimportant.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
He used the name Audra. I don't know where Dr. Death is. It's interesting she's not here. But, you know, it's like I have things to say. I mean, one thing is that you're spending $52,631,579 a month to murder people and take their livelihood, ruin their lives, destroy families. And it's like we come in here, Mike spends a lot of time on these reports that you guys pretty much probably throw away. Tara gave your office a 500-page book with why the shots are genocide. You ignore it. You act like we're sitting here like, oh, we're spreading misinformation. How about you actually look into it until you decide that that's what's going on? Because you guys are spreading the misinformation. At no point do you ever show the unvaccinated. I'm not talking about not fully vaccinated, the unvaccinated. Because it would show that all the vaccinated are the ones sick and in the hospital. But you don't want to acknowledge that. You'd rather say that we're the super spreaders, right? We're killing everybody. If that's the case, why are we still here? But you guys can't take any of that information into consideration. And you're okay with murdering people with these shots that haven't even been tested. You have no control group if you can't show the unvaccinated and what is happening with them. I mean, and even Wilma's like, oh, if we want to test your natural immunity, it's going to take several years. But we're just going to go ahead and give you a bioweapon. Just inject yourself with it. But we don't need to test that. But I mean, your immune system, we need to make sure that works. You're destroying immune systems with every shot you give people. And now you're doing it with monkeypox. Your numbers show that everything has gone down. We should not be in an emergency, yet you keep us in it for the fucking money.
Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. Yeah, so this is crazy, you guys' report. I don't know if you actually listen to anything, appreciate eye contact, but it's just this ridiculous pharmaceutical forecast with a 100% chance to make it rain for the pharmaceutical industry. Like, you guys do not care about people's health. Like, 1 in 6 people are dying of heart disease. Like, why isn't that a public health emergency? Way less of a threat, like COVID, compared to that. So it's total craziness, but you know, this is basically pharmaceutical fascism. 97% of the time, Princeton studies show that the government doesn't listen to us. So you guys have the listening skills of Helen Keller, basically. Yeah, it's left and right. You guys are all both part of the problem. You're some ambidextrous assholes. You've changed the definition of pandemic through the World Health, so basically anything can be a pandemic. They also changed vaccine to something that reduces symptoms, which isn't something that actually helps people, especially with pre-existing conditions is the main problem with people that actually die of anything. And I mean, you talk about protection and you're still wearing a face covering, so how the hell is that going for you? You look like Kane or Bane or Kenny from South Park. I can't even barely understand you. You sound sick, like your nose is clogged. Anyways, yeah, no control in the experiment. You guys want control. 1/3 of drugs are being recalled. That's standard, actual, and you know, we're #1 in healthcare spending. And Commonwealth Fund has done reports since 2004, and it shows that we're last in health. So you guys are obviously failures. 1/6 of our income goes to health spending. I never go to a hospital because I'm healthy. Half of our spending, 1.5 trillion, literally half-ass, is wasted money. This is all like documented, look it up. So basically our healthcare eats dicks like Jeffrey Dahmer. And Joel and Nora, you talk about your hearts are the same. Why? Because they're clogged? This is just totally ridiculous. Just same shit, different disease. What's the new scariant for this monkeypox? The homochronic? It's totally ridiculous. And by the way, Wooten's not here, but the blackest thing about her is her heart.
Robo, your comments are not appreciated. They're not welcome. Hey, no, your time is up. It's my turn to speak. Your time is up. Your comments are not. Audrey Morgan, your outbursts are disrupting the conduct of the meeting. This is your second warning. Robo, your comments are not welcome. They're not appreciated, and no one here thinks you actually believe it. We don't think you believe anything. You desperately need attention, so you come down to be as outrageous as you can be. But your time has expired. Sit down. Next speaker. Robo, your outbursts are disrupting the conduct of the meeting. This is your first warning. Your outbursts are continuing to disrupt the conduct of the meeting. Second warning. One more and you'll be ejected.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Manisha, I oppose this particular item. This sure is a virus. We have the virus sitting in the Board of Supervisors and the advisors and the policymakers. We have a virus of bad management, spreading fear, misappropriations of federal funds, misleading the general public into taking the COVID and monkeypox shots. This is a money game, and everybody in the Board of Supervisors and policymakers are complicit in this vaccine death caused by these vaccines that are getting pushed. The report by the medical group over there sitting there is subpar. Even a high school kid can come up with a better presentation and more accurate numbers. There is more evidence that people are dying with the vaccine. There is more cancers now in the public. People are taking time off. Go to corporations and find out how many people are taking days off because they are sick. We have created a sick community here because you cajole them into taking the vaccine. You mind control people into doing the right thing, which isn't working for them anymore because guess what? People are sick. Kids are dying. Sports people are dying. Adults are getting sicker. And they could have just survived this, but this is if this doesn't rile people up, I don't know what will. What is driving this agenda is pure politics, and everybody knows that by now. So if you think that people are going to the monkeypox website just to check things out, they're doing because they're laughing at you. They're laughing at people going to these websites and saying this is bullshit because people have woken up. So this shit has to go down in a way that people get their justice back. And just bullying people from up there from the podium doesn't count. The Board of Supervisors has to do better. Even the president said that the pandemic is over. What are we doing with all this money? People need to get their act together here. We are not showing a very realistic picture.
Thank
And
you.
it's
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Jim Ellis. Now, I'm hoping a constant drip of logic and rationale will have its impact. If not with the board, then with the people who are listening, watching, and ultimately leading. Government Code Section 8655 defines an emergency, including the words, the duly proclaimed existence of conditions of disease or of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property. What are the exact current conditions of, quote, disaster and extreme peril existing in the county regarding COVID-19, monkeypox, or anything else? Please answer this clearly and directly. Please answer this clearly and directly. And by the way, you may want to discount and dismiss out of hand the likes of citizens Mark, Michael, Mike, Audra, Consuelo, Oliver Twist, and everyone else. But history will show that these were the truth tellers blowing the whistle. We are all waking up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Karen Vogue, item 13. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm calling to ask that the COVID state of emergency be rescinded because we're not in the same conditions that we were at the beginning of the pandemic. Even though the governor waived the necessity to proclaim the emergency or vote on it every 30 days, they still need to comply with Civil Code 101080, where the emergency has to be rescinded at the earliest time where conditions warrant. And I feel that conditions do warrant the rescinding of this emergency. I submitted papers, public comment number 2, attached to today's agenda, and I outlined through county data that we are not in the same position as we were before. I've done deaths per 1,000 cases, and the last wave we were at 1/12 the death rate per 1,000 cases as the first big wave in November of 2020. And the Unified Disaster Council met in August, and there was a monkeypox and a fentanyl presentation, but there was no presentation on the agenda for COVID. So if we were in a COVID emergency, then I believe that the Unified Disaster Council would have talked about it. So please rescind this. We're not in the same conditions we were in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Paul Henkin. I had a change of heart. I now favor extending the COVID emergency, not your fake emergency, the emergency for 90% of the county. You need to trash the old emergency declaration and write one applicable to the present. No more vax or mask mandates, no more pushing the deadly defective vax. Why? Sean reminded us on September 13th that there are now just about as many deaths among the vaxxed as among the unvaxxed. I hadn't realized that this was happening here to this extent, but here we are. For the month of September, it's worse 14 deaths among the vaxxed and only 5 among the unvaxxed. From your own data, follow the science. You need to stop trying to get as many shots and as many arms as possible. I sent you the scientific articles on December 1st of last year, and I don't know how many more times. The mRNA lights up the liver like a used car lot and circles around to the other organs. Anyone who takes it can get myocarditis, SADS, organ failure, and so on. And I have to give credit to Mike Borello, Michael, Audra, Consuelo Truth, Eleanor, Oliver Twist, and dozens of other people who have warned you about or researched the effects. The mRNA vax is a quick fix, but will need special care and funding probably until the youngest person who got the shot up passes on. The COVID mRNA disaster will be here for years to come. Monkeypox.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth. Thank you, Paul.
The longer I think that we drag this emergency out, the next time that we have an actual emergency, people are just going to tune us out.
COVID and monkeypox have now morphed into one genetically modified being. I don't even know if that's legal, but fused together in a crossover, I'd call it Money ID, Return of the Co-Pop. But Wilma Wonka of the West isn't here to read her script. She either got sick from wearing a mask all the time, or she broke under the pressure of lying. And Helen should also be ashamed for signing off on this item. Through press conferences and presentations at the San Diego County Board of Supervisors meetings, the county has been able to disseminate misinformation about COVID-19 and monkeypox to a wide audience, as well as providing a forum to receive public comment that was able to easily crush the lies. But still, the county spent over $1 billion in 2022 on COVID measures, not including American Destruction Plan Act debt dollars. Monkeypox measures have already cost the county $1.8 million in only 2 months. These supervisors love debt. It's paid for the county's activated propaganda messengers, Foot Clan teams, and biometric contact tracers everywhere. Nothing but monkey business. And it's obvious that you supervisors, and even Wilma, you couldn't make up your minds on what to do with 2 emergencies.
How can't you make up your mind?
That's the trouble. I can't make up my mind. I haven't got a brain. Only strong.
How can you talk if you haven't got a brain?
I don't know. But some people without brains do an awful lot of talking, don't they?
With the thoughts you'd be thinking you could be another Lincoln if you only had a brain.
Oh, that's you guys, isn't it? No to this item.
Now hear from the next caller.
Sí, buenas tardes. Soy el intérprete. Adelante.
Next caller is Carla. You may need to unmute your device.
Carla, ¿sí está en la línea?
Sí, hola.
Ok.
Sí, estoy en la línea. Sí, gracias.
Si está hablando con el intérprete, adelante, Carla.
Hola, ahorita lo que quería decir es que todos nosotros estamos aquí porque estamos bien enojados. Ya estamos hartos.
Okay, I wanted to let you know that all of us are here. We're very, very angry. We're sick of this.
Ya ha pasado tanto tiempo y tanto dinero y solamente es para su ganancia de ellos.
Okay. A long time has gone by, so much money, and it's just for your benefit.
Nosotros somos trabajadores y estamos aquí para la gente con interés que vivan con abundancia.
Okay, we're here, we're workers. We're here because of the interest of the people and because we would like them to live with abundance.
Aquí en los Estados Unidos ya no ofrecen eso. Ahora estamos para la calle.
Okay, but it's not happening in the United States anymore. Now it's just to be out on the street.
Así como dicen que están ganando más dinero para ayudar a los pobres en la calle. No es cierto. Ya no lo creamos para nada. No hay emergencia.
What you're saying is that you're making more money for the people that are on the street. We don't believe you anymore because, there's no more emergencies.
La única emergencia es que ustedes están robando de nosotros y cada vez, en cada manera, encuentran otro lado para robarnos.
The only thing that is happening is you're stealing from us, and you're just always trying to find ways, in any way, in any shape, to continue with this.
Ahora esta cosa con los changos, esa es una pena. Deben de tener más vergüenza.
As far as the monkeypox, that's a shame. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Eso es todo. Y ya deje de darle vacunas a los niños.
Okay, and that is all. And please stop giving vaccines to the children.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations. Is there a second? Motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, I'd like to bifurcate the vote, please, item 2. Pull out 2 and vote on that separately.
All right. We have a motion and a second. We'll first do recommendations 1 and 3. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Now, a motion and a second on recommendation 2.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now go to agenda item number 14, a variety of behavioral health related items. We'll turn over to staff for their presentation.
Chair Fletcher, members of the board, this action will continue to advance our behavioral health continuum of care by establishing critical infrastructure and services dedicated to support thousands of San Diegans with behavioral health conditions. We're requesting your authorization to establish appropriations for several critical behavioral health capital projects. We are requesting your authorization to accept grant funding received for the new acute inpatient psychiatric unit at Edgemore, as well as your authorization to formally shift the future service scope and capital development of the property on 3rd Avenue and the services at our San Diego County Psych Hospital. At this time, we'll turn it over to Dr. Bergman, who will provide more details. Luke?
Thanks, Nick. We came to the board just a couple of weeks ago to provide an update on the significant progress we've made in our efforts to create a behavioral health continuum that's driven by continuous care and prevention rather than repeated crises. Our presentation included an overview of the optimal care pathways, or OCP model, which recommends big additional investments in both subacute and community-based long-term care. Today's actions are in direct alignment with the OCP model's recommendations and, in fact, help us achieve substantial progress towards its recommended service level goals. We want to begin by putting forward recommendations that are necessary for us to continue the development of our regionally distributed services through expanded capacity and added infrastructure. These include establishing the following appropriations: up to $7 million for the Tri-City Psychiatric Health Facility, which is expected to start construction this fall, and $1 million to support one-time capital project costs related to the planning and facility programming of the East Region Community-Based Care Facility. We're also requesting authorization to accept $4.4 million of Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program launch-ready grant funding, which will go towards the development of the new 12-bed acute psychiatric unit at Edgemore. The new acute psych unit will have the capacity to serve residents countywide as needed and will provide more equitable access to vulnerable individuals within the East Region, an area with currently limited acute psychiatric resources. Back in August, your board approved the establishment of the Central Region Hub at Alvarado Hospital, a move which takes advantage of the truly rare opportunity to site acute psychiatric services in an integrated hospital setting. The collaboration with Alvarado Hospital also means that we're able to take resources and infrastructure that would have been tied up within acute inpatient care and devote them to other levels of care within our continuum where we see, thanks to the recommendations from the OCP model, the most urgent need. In particular, the San Diego County Psychiatric Hospital building and the county-owned property on 3rd Avenue, which we had planned as sites for collaboration with UCSD and devoted to acute care primarily, can now be shaped to meet subacute and community-based long-term care needs, specifically and respectively. These two categories of care are the primary components of our residential and long-term care strategic domain. Subacute care is often offered in secure settings and allows clients to step down from acute inpatient beds and towards longer episodes of community integrated care. According to the Optimal Care Pathways model, a needed capacity increase in our county is for the most complex cases that pose challenges for providers of both acute inpatient care and many of our step-down service providers. The OCP model recommends that we increase capacity of subacute beds for those with such complex needs by almost 65%. In our framework, long-term community-based care is primarily board and care, along with residential care for the elderly with behavioral health conditions, where clients with ongoing need for behavioral health assistance and support can live for years. The OCP model recommends a 142% increase here. While this expansion is necessary to alleviate the current bottlenecks within our system, the speed at which we bring on capacity will be informed by funding availability to sustain operations and revenue modeling to ensure those services can remain in place for the long term. With the planned shift of acute services from the San Diego County Psych Hospital to the Central Region Hub at Alvarado, we see the Psych Hospital facility as a perfect opportunity to address the need for more subacute care, owing to its already ligature-resistant infrastructure and its current configuration as an acute facility. Though significant tenant improvements aren't anticipated, the facility will require substantial infrastructural work, major maintenance, and system upgrades to continue operations. We're in the planning stages of identifying arrays of subacute services that could potentially transition into the psych hospital building, including a smaller acute inpatient unit, skilled nursing facilities, specialized treatment program or SNF STP beds, SNF neurobehavioral health beds, SNF medical beds, or other subacute services. And the shift to a new service array will allow us not only better to meet need, noting that consistently around half of the patients at the county psych hospital currently would be appropriate for step-down transition, if any were available, but also in getting us out of a standalone IMD, which prohibits Medi-Cal revenue. The shift will enable us to optimize our ongoing operational investments. The process to get us there will include issuing a request for information, conducting community outreach, and gathering feedback from your board. We anticipate this investment would be approximately $5 million for costs related to planning and design. The total final cost will depend, of course, on the finalized service array. To ensure a smooth transition and minimal disruption, services would be timed to begin after the new acute inpatient services within Alvarado Hospital are operational. We would then move existing services out of the psych hospital, allowing for the completion of facility improvements and subsequent licensing, depending on the service array. For the county-owned property at 3rd Avenue, we're working towards establishing a central region community-based care campus. This action is responsive to the urgent need in the region for community-based care beds and takes advantage of the strategic pivot your board has made in infrastructure planning. This facility will likely include an array of community-based care, such as beds for an adult residential facility, residential care beds for the elderly, and recuperative care resources. Today's recommendations include formally shifting the capital funding and original provision of services to support the development of this community-based care facility, as well as the authority to issue and award a competitive solicitation. The estimated total cost of this capital project is still under development. We'll return to the board at a future date with additional recommendations, key updates, and to request additional funding once we finalize the array of services for both the psych hospital building and the 3rd Avenue property. In summary, today's actions request that the board find the proposed actions exempt from CEQA, establish appropriations as previously mentioned, authorize grant funding acceptance for Edgemore, the shift of services at the psych hospital and 3rd Avenue, and competitive solicitations for facility development. Thanks, and we'll now take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bergman. I think this is another step in the direction, and when you really get into it, I mean, you realize how much our region was hurt by Tri-City taking their beds offline. It impacted the entire region, but we stepped in as best we could to try and get those back online. We know it'll take a little bit. But the really exciting part of what we're doing is the ability to shift at 3rd Avenue and really provide what we know is the greatest need in the subacute long-term care beds. And hopefully we can move with someone quickly responding and get those built out. But the opportunities at Rosecrans are really significant. You know, as you pointed out, the number of folks that are occupying an acute inpatient psych bed that would be better served in a different classification of bed that would also allow us to draw down revenue means we can not only get the right care for the right person, but we can draw down funds that we can use to invest in the overall services. And so I think the configuration of what we're doing here with Alvarado, with 3rd Avenue, with Psych Hospital, and what we're continuing to do up north is moving our region forward. So fully support this. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations. Is there a second? Second. All right. A motion and a second by Supervisors Anderson and Lawson Reamer simultaneously. So we'll go with Anderson. It starts with an A. Let's hear from our public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 7 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 4 by phone. Also note we did not receive any comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers in opposition to this item, as your name is called, please come forward. Audra, Jason Robo, and Consuelo. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Use the name Audra. Oh, you guys, I mean, I wish I could live in some of these facilities that you create because they cost so much money. I feel, oh, Nathan, that look, you're like, I wish you could too. Exactly, right? High five on that. We agree on something. We do. Oh my God.
We agree that one of the
We
facilities
do,
might
that
be
you
good
think
for
I should be in a home. Oh my gosh, I think you should too. Maybe we'll be in one together. Wouldn't that be great? Let's go to a FEMA camp. I think that would be exciting. I mean, he's smiling right now. He's happy. It's like, what? Why don't you join me in jail one time? That might be fun too, right? Or is that's not your kind of stuff? If you want, I'll come over for dinner. No, you don't want me to come over for dinner. That's okay. Would you like to come over to dinner at my house? You don't. But you want me to go to a mental psychiatric place. That is. See, this is what I'm talking about before when I was like, yeah, you could call us a 5150 and then what? Just send it to a FEMA camp, right? Yeah. Gosh, that's so great, Nathan, to know that the chair of the board thinks somebody fighting for the rights of all people should be in a psychiatric unit.
For the record, that was your suggestion.
My suggestion. But you agreed. You agreed to it. I said, do you think I should? Wow, he's actually talking. This is some shit. Oh my gosh, and Tara's laughing? It's funny, huh? It's so funny, you guys. I mean, these places cost $1.4 million per bed. That's why I'm like, are the beds made of gold? Gosh. I mean, it's probably better than your house, Nathan, right? Wow, you guys just took up all my time talking about going to a psychiatric unit. I knew that's where this was headed. You guys are so great.
Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, a message to all those who don't care what government does. You will care when their boots are on your face. There's so much chaos on earth right now because their system is imploding. Reminder, the worst evils which mankind has ever had to endure were inflicted by government. The sheep will spend its entire life fearing the wolf, only to be eaten by the shepherd. I don't know who needs to hear this today, but safe and effective is not a lie. It's 2 lies. The veil is lifting. The pure hearts, I say to you, stay strong, keep standing up to them. Truth and love is winning.
Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. My pronouns are thee, thou, and your highness. Yeah, so the chair, your piece of fascist furniture. You say I'm like trying to bring attention to myself. I'm bringing attention to the stuff that you won't talk about and you say is crazy. And the idiot Kevin Stevenson, or whatever his dumb name is, says I'm paid. Yeah, I fucking wish. Yeah, this model, you say you're going to go from crises to care and prevention. That's like saying that you're going to install smoke detectors on a burning house. It's total nonsense. You guys are failing massively. It is crazy, too, on the note of mental health. You have 2 emergencies in one item. You even changed to vote on it separately. So, I mean, I feel like you're just going to add homelessness to that next. I don't know. This is like 4-H with humans. It's like a factory farm. We're living unnaturally, the conditions in our diets, and people are going crazy. So I think it's fitting, you know, like the factory farms, you can tell if people have mood suppressants. And then you talk about herd immunity. So we're all just like animals to you guys. And yeah, we got issues with autism. They say it comes from heavy metals in the environment, pollution, which is fitting because some of those children are headbangers. So I guess poetry in motion. And then, yeah, we've got autism. You know, it's hard to tell what people are talking about in New England, where I'm originally from, because, you know, the accent. Are they talking about artistic or are they autistic? Maybe they're both. But anyways, I'm not a fan of Puff Daddy, but clearly with the way you guys operate, it's about mo money, mo problems. All about the Benjamins, right? And control, of course, that comes with it. So, but yeah, if you wanted to do anything about solutions, we'd be talking about spending more time in nature and people getting exercise and sunlight. But you like to close the beaches and deprive people of vitamin D. Obesity actually is a mental health issue as well. So you say healthy at any size or too fat to fail. That's what you get is heart failure. And as far as caring about health, those lies are about as fat as Fletcher's wife.
Now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. Start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin, $7 million for a Tri-City clinic in Vista, where there are already psychiatric facilities. But then you have only $1 million for East County, where there are no big psychiatric facilities, and then $16.8 million for 12 beds at Edgemoor, which is $1.4 million per bed. That's ridiculous. You want to shift future services of the county psychiatric hospital facility from acute and emergency care to a new optimal array of services to be informed through a request for information, which may include a small psychiatric acute inpatient unit and subacute care. Sounds a bit like you want to keep more patients at the hospital lockup. And then you say the final service array will be informed by revenue modeling to determine availability of funding to sustain operations. Are we talking a hospital run by doctors or accountants? This sounds like care, but only if the county can afford it. Until your report, by the way, only confirms monkeypox cases and not orthopox cases, I will say you swept it under the rug as it deserves. Sounds like it's about the ads and media more than the disease. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. But Audra, will you and Nathan eat sustainable bug smoothies? And I don't approve of the crush, though, Nathan. This item gives $7 million for Tri-City Psychiatric Health, $1 million for East Region Community-Based Care, $5 million for San Diego County Psychiatric Hospital, and $4.4 million in state debt dollars for 12 beds at the Edgemoor unit. No building subject to CEQA, business as usual. The county's behavioral health service partnering with UCSD via a community experience partnership. I can't think of anything more dangerous with the scandals coming from that school. And what are they going to do? Track and measure people caught in this behavioral health system? Talk about a eugenics nostalgia nightmare. This item says, quote, under the supervisors, behavioral health care is in the midst of a transformation, end quote. Things in the county are under a World Economic Forum transformation thanks to members such as Nathan. So, of course, they're spiraling downward at warp speed. For example, moving behavioral health from a model based on actual crises to one based on prevention, where there's no issue or emergency. Personalized preventative health care. It's not about getting people healthy. It's about monitoring a person's health continually to know everything about them. Biometric monitoring, just as the World Economic Forum's Yuval Harari wants. It sounds even worse to add the optimal care pathways model, which is just a computer algorithm, into this already twisted health system. I suppose the computer is going to determine which individuals are worth the care and what type of care, if any, they'll receive. Just like in socialist Britain, where even children have been deemed unworthy of care. The soulless, data-driven method at its best, Tara. We don't need efficiency. We're not machines. We're humans and need of real health, not numbers. Get yourself help, Nathan.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Tanisha? So here's my concerns. The budget is rather inflated for this facility for just a few beds. It's quite interesting. I wonder how they're going to spend all this money. But guess what? Because it's not coming out of your budget, you're just using public's money as if it's something that you can just take off and use however you want to. This is no less than going and gambling in Las Vegas, actually, if you really come to think about it. Because guess what? If you really had the people's mental health care and people's well-being at heart, this would not be the case. You would have used the money much better, and you would not be pushing the vaccines on people, okay? So that's number one. Number two, none of this is data-driven. I want to see more data. I want to see who needs what care. None of that is available. Number three, Tara and Nora, have you ever voted for anything against Nathan? If Nathan says something, he becomes king, and then you vote for it with any item that he provides to puts on the agenda? That's really shameful. I don't think you can even think for yourself. Stop following people. And Nathan, you know, Newscomb is not going to save you, because stop brown-nosing him. He's not going to save you from any of this. I know all of you have very good political agendas going on, and you have your own personal interests at heart. You do not care about this community. You do not care about this. You know, in fact, I would like to know who's going to be awarded this contract, because that's probably the more important question to ask. Nobody cares about people's mental well-being. This is all a specific political agenda that's getting played out and personal interests getting played out. It's loud and clear.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hola, bueno.
Patricia.
Sí, señora. Buenas tardes. Yo soy la intérprete. Adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Carla Millán y otra vez quiero hablar sobre el carácter que están enseñando allí enfrente. Con las sonrías, o sea, ¿por qué se están sonriendo?
Okay. Yes, my name is Carla Millán, and I'm just wanted to talk about your behavior. I don't know, why is it that you're smiling?
Como habíamos comentado, no hay nada de qué reírse. O sea, esa es una situación muy, muy triste.
Okay.
Deben de estar llorando.
Okay, there's nothing to laugh about. This is a very, very sad situation. Actually, I think we should be crying.
Sí, nosotros aquí estamos enfrente de ustedes diciéndole todo el consentimiento, lo que sentimos, y ustedes se ríen y agarran más dinero y con ninguna conciencia.
Okay, so what I'm feeling here, we're really talking our souls. You know, we're really expressing how we're feeling. And here, you know, you're laughing, like spending money. You're not being conscious at all.
Eso no es ser responsable. Para ser responsable sobre la gente, uno tiene que tener honor y un poquito de ¿cómo se dice? Sentimiento de la gente.
This is not being responsible. You know, in order to be responsible, you have to have honor, and you also have to have feelings for people.
Esta gente viene sin pagar. A ellos no les pagan a venir a hablar con ustedes.
Okay. The people who come here to you, you know, they come and they don't get paid. They don't get paid. They just want to talk to you.
Y ustedes se ponen con unas sonrías, pero como que estaban celebrando algo para de gusto.
Okay.
No, está muy mal.
And then, you know, here you are, you know, you start smiling and laughing, you know, like if you're celebrating something, you know, that's not right. That's really not right.
Ni sé cómo se pueden dormir en la noche, de veras que no. Hasta para mí me da un sentimiento tan fuerte para la gente que se están vacunando, pensando que están ayudando y nadie está ayudando. O sea, es peor.
Yeah, I just really don't know how you sleep at night. I really don't. You know, I feel really bad, you know, about all these people, you know, that you're trying to help and they're getting vaccinated and everything, and it's getting worse. It's just a lot worse.
Sí, hay que hacer nuestro propio, estudios y no escuchar a las palabras que ustedes nos están dando, porque nos están dando basura.
Okay. What we need to do, we really need to do our own study. That's what we need to do, you know, and not listen to what you're saying, because what you're talking is trash.
Y eso es todo. Ya, deja de vacunar a la gente.
And that is all. And just, you know, just stop like laughing at people. Gracias, señora.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher,
Gracias.
that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
I just want to say thank you. This is, again, another step in the right direction. I know how hard the team has worked to bring this forward, and I'm looking forward to actually seeing the services roll out and serve our community. So thank you very, very much for all your work.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you very much also, Dr. Luke, for all of your staff and team for bringing this forward. I mean, it's kind of, as you always, your continuum of care, you know, throughout the entire county, where we've got Tri-City Hospital in North County, Edgemore, the 3rd Avenue property, and it just seems, it's really good that, you know, we don't always agree on everything on this board, but as far as county mental health and facilities countywide, we all appreciate the services that go in throughout the region and offer that support. So thank you very much. But I got to say, I'm excited about Tri-City Hospital finally breaking ground on those psychiatric beds. Thank you.
Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I just want to say thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item 17, receiving the report on raising the bar for a more accessible San Diego County. I will turn it over to staff for their presentation once they have a chance to get settled.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and Board of Supervisors. I'm Todd Hood, Chief Privacy Officer and Countywide ADA Title II Coordinator from the County of San Diego Office of Ethics and Compliance. I'm returning on item 17, and just want to bring attention first off to this month is Employment for People with Disabilities Awareness Month. So we are happy to be presenting at this point. Historically, the county has been responsive to the needs and requests of people with disabilities. Recognizing the need for equitable management of resources, there's an opportunity for the County of San Diego to take an even more proactive approach to accessibility awareness, to anticipate and provide for the needs and concerns of people with disabilities above and beyond the federal and state legal requirements. On January 25th, 2022, your board directed the Chief Administrative Officer to identify areas within county services, programs, and activities to increase accessibility and communication for people with disabilities. We're here today to return back and report on the findings from the following actions that were taken. County staff convened a cross-functional accessibility awareness working group of approximately 30 representatives from various departments from all groups that came together to plan the community engagement sessions, the surveys, and analysis of results. Early input from stakeholders indicated the need for county to have a central location for accessibility awareness, community engagement. Staff established a public-facing accessibility awareness webpage on sandiegocounty.gov that provides community engagement information and links to documents regarding rights available for people with disabilities and resources in and around San Diego County. 3 virtual community engagement sessions that were conducted in May 2022 were promoted via email to over 30 community-based organizations and agencies, county news center articles, media press releases, social media postings, and county departmental sector newsletters. Approximately 50 residents were able to learn about the current state of accessibility and awareness, and to complete or to learn about the Accessibility Awareness Survey and to provide input on their lived experiences accessing county services, programs, and activities. Input from these sessions and from stakeholders regarding communication with people with disabilities is incorporated into the recommendations you'll hear today. The Office of Ethics and Compliance conducted the Accessibility Awareness Survey of San Diego County residents for 3 weeks in June 2022 in threshold languages including English, Spanish, Chinese traditional, Arabic, Vietnamese, and Filipino. The survey sought input on how to increase communication and awareness about access and accessibility to county services, programs, and activities. The survey was promoted through the same channels as the engagement sessions, as well as on the Accessibility Awareness webpage, which permitted limited English proficiency speakers to read the announcement in their preferred language. The goal was to receive at least 250 responses to the survey. There were 469 unique individuals that responded. The Office of Evaluation, Performance, and Analytics was engaged to analyze the results. 1/3 of respondents were found to represent each of the categories of having a disability, being a caregiver with someone with a disability, or being interested in learning more about accessibility awareness, while almost 25% work on behalf of people with disabilities. Of course, the numbers do not total 100% because some respondents represented multiple categories. The combination of being a person with a disability and/or being a caregiver of someone with a disability represents nearly 2/3 of the respondents. Therefore, the bulk of the results presented today will apply to this core group of respondents. The Accessibility Awareness Survey collected responses for the departments most used by people with disabilities. Here are the leading departments within each group. Results for remaining departments are included in the attachment report to the board letter. Ideally, these departments from all 4 management groups will work with the County of San Diego's Committee for Persons with Disabilities to receive input and to seek recommendations, unless, of course, there's already another community advisory group for accessibility. As an example, the Voter Accessibility Advisory Committee for the Registrar of Voters. The survey collected responses for how people with disabilities currently learn and how they prefer to learn about services, programs, and activities. Respondents prefer to learn more from nearly all sources than they currently do. And this is indicated by a higher percentage for the dark teal bars than the light teal. Substantially more respondents prefer to learn from the county website than they currently do. The next most preferred sources are online search, community-based organizations, and case managers, navigators, and caregivers. As seen by the second option on the graph, a lower percentage of respondents selected that they would prefer to learn through family or friends than they currently do. This suggests that this source is less preferred than the other sources. These results support a recommendation for continued emphasis on making more information available and accessible online and through community connections. Next, the survey collected responses for how people currently access and how they prefer to access services, programs, and activities. The most common ways to access services appear to be in line with their preferences. However, mobile app, in-person mobile, and kiosk, as reflected by the difference in the dark teal bar versus the light teal, shows preferences for using technology and providing services where the audience is located and in need. Next, the survey collected responses for the difficulties people with disabilities experience in finding information. Of all respondents that attempted, the percentage that found it difficult or very difficult to find information was over 2 times greater than the percentage that found it very easy or easy. When asked what made it difficult, the most common responses reflected a lack of understanding of the services, programs, and activities that are available and where to find resources. Additionally, navigation of the county website was cited as a difficulty. These results support locating information in a manner that is more customer-centric and intuitive for the audience and promoting resources that can inform, educate, and advise. As a footnote, that activity is already in process. The survey collected responses for the frequency that people with disabilities have requested accommodations. Nearly 1/4 of respondents have requested an accommodation at least once, with 15% requesting accommodations on 2 or more occasions. Over 1/2 of respondents have not requested an accommodation, while 12% didn't know whether they had requested an accommodation. These results reflect an opportunity for establishing resources to inform the public, as well as train personnel about reasonable accommodations that are available for people with disabilities. The survey collected responses for the level of satisfaction that people experienced when requesting an accommodation. The amount of satisfaction is approximately equal to the level of dissatisfaction. We note that satisfaction is lower for people with disabilities than for the other groups, than for the all respondents or the respondents for people with disabilities and caregivers. Members of the Committee for Persons with Disabilities reported being concerned that a recent demographic survey of County of San Diego boards, commissions, and committee appointees did not include disability status as part of the demographic identifiers. To address the opportunity, it was agreed to conduct an additional survey to assess the representation of people with disabilities on the County of San Diego's boards, commissions, and committees. For confidentiality, the Office of Evaluation, Performance, and Analytics received, compiled, and provided summary results to the Office of Ethics and Compliance. As a result, a board memo was sent to the Board of Supervisors on August 23rd, 2022, that a return to the board would be delayed in order to include results from this supplemental disability status survey. Results from the 315 respondents, a 33% response rate, were compared with the 2020 American Community Survey, and overall, the percentage of board, commission, and committee appointees that responded with a disability is 12% compared to 10% for the county overall population. So feedback from the community engagement responses included providing more support for people with disabilities throughout the life cycle of their interaction with county services, programs, and activities. The following key recommendations are provided. To evaluate the current staffing model for roles that support accessibility. To provide for needs for people with disabilities in community engagement activities, especially for people with hearing impairments and limited written language proficiency, or those that lack access to technology and assistive aids. Departments review internal policies and procedures to enhance accessibility awareness, and then to provide training, additional training for client-facing employees that interact with clients and customers with disabilities. Additionally, to promote and publicize the Committee for Persons with Disabilities internally as well as with the community. And then, of course, logging and periodically reporting on accessibility enhancements. Staff is working on these recommendations under the authority of the Chief Administrative Officer. If board action is needed, we'll, of course, return to the Board of Supervisors. The feedback received from this community engagement is critical to determining recommendations for enhancement by prioritizing services, programs, and activities that people with disabilities might rely on most. This initial data can serve as a launch pad for more targeted community engagement to include future focus groups, listening sessions, community satisfaction or customer satisfaction surveys, etc. Furthermore, the annual report of accessibility-related enhancements implemented by county departments during the year will provide the board and the community with a better understanding of the services, programs, and activities offered by the county to persons with disabilities. We want to thank you for hearing our presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. Let's hear from our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 5 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any comments on this item. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 17 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Both are in opposition to this item. I'd like to invite forward Audra and Jason Robo. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Here she goes again. You guys know my name. Yeah, so just interesting that you survey people and you only got 469 responses out of your number of 312,565, but that was in 2017, so your numbers are totally off by now. But being a disabled person, I was in a wheelchair for 8 years. You guys don't help people, and it's just interesting that you think people are going to go seek this information. A lot of these people aren't able to do that depending on why they're disabled, if they're sick, if whatever it is. And you want to hire more staff to promote this. So it's like, let's create more jobs for you guys so that you can pay them tons of money to pretend to go and, let disabled people know. For me, it's more that you guys use children, disabled, the homeless, people that are mentally ill according to you, whatever it is, and you just kind of use them to get money. And nothing really happens. Because like Nathan said, he'd love for me to go in a home, and it's like, see, this is what kind of stuff you guys do. Like, I bet you he'd pay money for that. And it'd probably be our own money for him to do that, but just for you to like create more jobs so that you can access the disabled, it's just a joke. It's a very big joke because it takes years for people who are disabled to get help when they really need it. Because there's people like you sitting up there dictating whether or not they're deserving of that. But here you guys can sit up here and get hundreds of thousands of dollars per year and live in these lush lifestyles, right? It's like, it's so great. All while the people suffer continuously. Love it. You guys just deserve an award.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. Yeah, as far as accessibility and raising the bar, I think the only time you guys raise the bar is when you're playing limbo. Yeah, your report says, once again, as everything else did today, basically that you're a failure. And yeah, there's just, let's do more reports. I guess inactions speak louder than words. Yeah, 2/3 of people say it's difficult to deal with you guys, and 2/3 don't bother asking for help because they have so much faith in you. Yeah, 73 people are watching this meeting on YouTube out of 3.5 million in the county. I'm sure there's other platforms, but that's pretty sad. Yeah, you're like, we're not gonna suck, we're gonna blow. Is that an improvement? I don't know. Yeah, and as far as accessibility goes, you also just ramp up nonsense. And yeah, what about accessibility for the people whose lives have been crippled by your policies, their businesses destroyed, and their, what do they call it, the COVID-30 a while ago? It's probably COVID-45 now. More obesity. So you guys are getting fatter pockets at least. Yeah, government attention deficit disorder, is that a thing? I think we should add that to the DSMV. Anyways, yeah. Oh yeah, and you also have people who are basically overworked and underpaid. That is in a way a form of disability, making it hard to try and deal with you guys. And then yeah, you leave the unhealthy businesses open and you close the other ones. So, and then I don't know about accessibility, but I'm sure some of those people having problems are vaccine injured. And yeah, engagement is low and you guys are married to moronic policies. I thought it was funny, though, you said that people speak Filipino. Their language is Tagalog. It's not Filipino. That's like saying that Latino people speak Mexican. But anyways, yeah, your body language and community feedback, you don't want that. And one disability I also think that you have is look down syndrome. You actually are looking at me for once, but that's rare. And I think you're voluntarily hard of hearing also.
Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Truth. Let's raise the bar by installing handbars or something like that. Hey, Nora, how come your friend Michelle Cruz is not getting in on this? She actually used to have some good suggestions for aiding accessibility in these meetings, and her advice seemed to ironically fall on deaf supervisor ears. So the equity statement clearly contains a lie when it says, quote, the county has been responsive to the needs and requests of people with disabilities, end quote. Not even your friend was listened to, Nora. And I've seen others with disabilities who had needs and requests be completely ignored at these meetings time and again. Nothing but lies. Even one of the charts on attachment A shows that 41% of people with disabilities surveyed found it difficult or very difficult to find information on accessing county services, programs, and activities. You supervisors might want to get in touch with reality. When it comes to accessible county buildings, parks, libraries, websites, etc., that all exists and that's all great. But as far as providing language interpreters, you guys on the county staff clearly failed to do that for me on August 16th. Somehow, somebody got the memo to discriminate against me in my language accessibility that day. Not very equitable. And I don't think that you supervisors trying to progress past the state and federal laws and the Americans with Disabilities Act is sensible or realistic. Not only is it not necessary, but if it goes anything like your supervisors' affordable housing project, then it's just going to be another embarrassing failure. And for the record, item 8 sucks, and I was against it.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations. Is there a second? All right, we'll go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Just wanted to say thank you for all the thorough work, and I think, it was earlier this year that we introduced the board letter on raising the bar and going beyond compliance so that people with disabilities in our county could have better access to services and resources to improve their quality of life. So really appreciate the survey and all the feedback that you received, and I understand that there's some items that we're going to be moving forward. I appreciate that there was various languages and different methods of how this survey was reached out to our communities. And I just want to make sure that, as I've stressed before, as a safety net for our communities, we need to continue breaking these barriers down to make sure that we improve accessibility of services and programs so that every one of our residents have an opportunity to really thrive and not just survive. So appreciate all the great work on this and look forward to making sure that we address the recommendations that were provided. And again, just thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Anderson.
I just want to thank you, Chair Fletcher. I want to thank my colleague. Too often we think we have something accomplished, and we do at that moment, but we forget time passes and we can do better. And so your board letter initiating this, I think, I didn't think it was going to be this fruitful, but the team did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
That concludes the agenda items we have today. Our child care conference is time certain for tomorrow afternoon. At each meeting, I ask my colleagues if you'd like to provide any brief updates, reports on progress, or pertinent information around any boards or commissions that you serve on. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I serve on the Metro Wastewater JPA, and we just made a bylaw change. So we're going to have that coming in a board letter or coming through staff sometime to reaffirm it. Each agency has to reaffirm it. And essentially all it does is it amends by removing the requirement that Metro's legal advisor has to be one of the participating agencies. And you can understand at the time that they thought they were saving money, and all it's done is create a headache because there's a conflict of interest at every juncture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. We'll go to adjournments. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And just a quick update on the Action for Spent Nuclear Fuel, trying to move the nuclear fuel from San Onofre. Actually, the Federal Department of Energy has taken the next steps from the RFI that it issued earlier this year. It was looking for communities that would be consenting to be potential repository sites for interim spent nuclear fuel. And there's actually a funding opportunity that Congress had passed, $16 million for approximately 6 to 8 community partners to explore interest in the interim storage of spent nuclear fuel. The applications are due by December 19th. At least there's some money and there's some progress, which is a good sign on moving the spent nuclear fuel off of San Onofre. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to our team, our county team. This week, we were able to preview the new Welcome Center, the new Immigrant and Refugee Welcome Center in National City in the South Bay. And it's, I think, a very exciting time to make sure that our communities are treated with dignity and respect, and that we continue to emphasize that we are a welcoming community. And so I wanted to say thank you to the HHSS team for all the great work that they've done. And I'm hoping that this will be a model that we can use throughout the county. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We'll move to adjournments in memory. I have our first one today. I would like to adjourn our Board of Supervisors meeting today in honor of a truly remarkable woman, Natalie Gore. Natalie Gore was an absolute trailblazer. She was also an incredibly wonderful person, and if you ever had the opportunity to be around her, to talk to her, you were struck by someone who had such amazing life experience but had such a wonderful demeanor, and she just drew you in and you wanted to spend more time with her. Natalie Gore was one of the first female special agents in the history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During her career, she tracked down spies, including the Navy cryptographer Jerry Whitworth, who was convicted of handing over secrets to the Soviet Union. As a pioneer in her field and as a trailblazer, she knew her job performance would not only be interpreted as a reflection of her worth, but as a validation of the significant contribution that women could contribute in the special agent role in the FBI. Her fellow agent, Jan Caldwell, said she wanted to do the very best and be the best agent she could be, but it wasn't about pride. She knew if she did a good job, it would make it easier for all of those who would come after her. She was born on May 4th, 1945, and grew up in the Northern California small lumber town of Chester. She left home to attend UC Davis, and her first career was as an elementary school teacher in the Bay Area. However, when she moved to Sacramento to be closer to her family, she saw an opening and that the FBI wanted female agents. And so she jumped at the opportunity, traveling to Quantico, Virginia, to train to be an FBI agent. There were only 4 women in her training class, and as you can imagine, many of the male trainees and instructors were not thrilled to have this historic barrier broken down. As she told the Union Tribune, it made her and her 3 fellow trainees more determined than ever. She served as a group leader, leading the team in push-ups, pull-ups, rope climb, all of the requirements of the FBI Academy. All 4 graduated and were among the first 50 female agents. After graduating, she was sent to Seattle, where she was the first female agent ever in that office. While in Seattle, Natalie met Bill Gore, who supervised a different team in the FBI office in Seattle. And according to a story in the UT, one day when Bill was instructing at the shooting range, none of the male agents would stand next to Natalie. She asked Bill Gore, "Are they afraid I'm going to shoot them?" To which he replied, "No, they just know you're a better shot than they are, and they don't want to be next to you when the targets get pulled back." They started dating. They married in 1976. They moved to Hawaii. Their first son, Ryan, was born after. And Gore thought she was just taking a few years off, but unfortunately, Natalie needed eye surgery, and the FBI declined to rehire her after that procedure. She described it as a true and utter heartbreak that she had fully expected to retire with the Bureau. But and Bill, when he retired from the FBI in 1997, they made their way here to San Diego, and Natalie remained very involved in the community with Voices of Women, the San Diego Zoo, and many others. A tremendously accomplished artist. She lived a remarkable life, was a tremendous person, and will be deeply missed. Natalie Gore passed on September 28th after a long battle with colon cancer. We extend our deepest condolences to Bill Gore and Natalie and Bill's entire family. And today we adjourn our Board of Supervisors meeting in the memory of Natalie Gore. Supervisor Jim Desmond will honor the memory of Aaron Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to adjourn today in memory of Aaron Schmidt of Oceanside. Aaron Schmidt, he was a co-founder and editorial director of the O-Sider, the Oceanside magazine. He died late last month following a battle with cancer. Schmidt was an avid surfer, skateboarder, and snowboarder who moved west from Florida to pursue his passions. Schmidt and his co-founder, Zach Cordner, worked together over the past 2 decades, later collaborating with Nick Cannon on Project Canvas, a shoe company that allowed individuals to make and design their own shoes. In 2014, Schmidt and Cordner joined Oceanside native Jamie Stone to create the O-Sider. The team also revived Encinitas magazine and created the Riversider magazine. He was all about putting community, journalism, into a nice package and producing a magazine that had high international quality at a local level. He was fascinated by people, and he always worked hard to get the story right the first time. Schmidt enjoyed local journalism and was passionate about history, heavy music, surfing, and other extreme sports. He created that worked well for the Osider stories. He talked about the past, the transition to present day, and then discussed the future. Schmidt's friends and family plan to have a paddle out on October 23rd at Oceanside Pier to spread his ashes, honoring his memory and love of the water. The Encinitas, Riversider, and Osider magazines will each feature dedications to Schmidt in their respective publications. He was an all-around awesome guy, and he'll be greatly missed, Cordner said. Schmidt is survived by his mother, Barbara Theis, who helped take care of him during his treatment. He's also survived by his sons, Avery and Kagan, and his former wife, Christy. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Vice Chair Vargas will remember Frank De La Rosa.
Thank you, Chair. Today I would like to adjourn in memory of longtime South Bay resident Frank De La Rosa. Frank was born November 2nd, 1959, and was raised in National City, attending Sweetwater and Delray High School. His life was an example of generosity and making a difference for others. He was a business owner, husband, father, brother, and a friend to many. Frank owned Rockland Builders and chose his headquarters in National City. As a commercial contractor, his company renovated and repaired public buildings, including courtrooms throughout San Diego and the state of California. He exemplified compassion and second chances towards others, often hiring employees who experienced recent job loss, homelessness, drug addiction, or those recently released from serving time who could not otherwise find work. Frank mentored them, teaching them trades and construction and providing his employees hope, new opportunities, building confidence, and a second chance at life. Several of his former employees expanded their own horizons, starting their own businesses because of the work and life experience Frank inspired. He never sought or requested recognition for his generosity, and quietly and anonymously made financial contributions to support community causes. One of the best things about him was helping individuals who had no family or financial means to meet code compliance required for their homes, building a fence or repairing hazards in their homes, or building a ramp for seniors. One of Frank's lasting contributions was taking the lead to repair and secure a glass encasement of a new statue in front of Our Lady of Guadalupe Church in Barrio Logan after it had been vandalized. Frank is survived by his loving wife, Susie, daughters Emily and Jennifer, granddaughter Chloe, son-in-laws Blake and Andrew, and his siblings Kathy, Trish, and Michael, and their respective spouses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Our closed session will be tomorrow between our morning session and our afternoon session. With that, we will resume non-agendized public communication.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 14 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 7 in person and 7 by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals. Aditha Adams, Doug Moore, Mark, Peter Anderson, Audra, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Consuelo. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Okay, Bryant Rumbaugh. So, hey, Jim, I just wanted to let you know, and that last time I was up here, I wasn't like more or less saying I was coming after you or anything. I just wanted to talk about you because I happen to see you have a campaign sign, okay? I have a problem with really kind of the way that campaigns are ran. And I was actually doing a little bit of, research on you just now. I do not live in your district. I do have many family and friends. I was actually born in your district, okay? I noticed you're a Navy veteran. I do appreciate your service. You know, in today's meetings, was that not correct? Oh, okay, you're looking at me like I'm, need to be checked into a psych ward or something.
I just want to make sure this doesn't turn into a campaign issue.
All right, well, can you restart my time? Oh, you're not going to? Okay, then no. Till Valhalla, what does that mean to you, man? What about you? Mr. Fletcher, Chair, sorry, whatever. Call you whatever? Do you know what that means? 22 veterans a day from our war in Afghanistan are killing themselves. Okay, that is a project that's been going on for about 5 years. I'm sitting here listening today, listening to you guys talk about suicides in jails, suicides with whatever it was. It makes no difference. You even you had actually even brought up weapons of mass destruction, which, I mean, do you know who coined that term, right? And that kind of got us into one of those wars. Do you remember that? You don't? What about the girl in the 1990s that was talking about the incubator babies? Do you remember that? Okay. All right. I will have to continue tomorrow. You kind of got thrown off. I appreciate your service. But, you know, think about those guys in all these wars. I know you interrogated Al-Qaeda, I read. So you probably understand what that means.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right.
Can you hold my gun? No? Okay, I'll just put it right here. Audra, so Jim, thank you so much for my pet emergency kits that you guys promised me. I didn't get them. No, I didn't, and nobody even told me about it, and it's so great. I'm glad that you guys are on top of it. Okay, you just let me know. You can call me. You have my number, Jim. Okay, let's make you look good for your campaign, right? I mean, because if you don't hold up to your word, how can people, you know, trust you? Nathan, love that you've been on Instagram all day, just posting stuff. It's good, because you don't listen to people. I'm just wondering if you got the book Reptile. It's a $1,500 book. And the World Economic Forum, through Klaus Schwab, is like passing these out to all his young generation of global leaders. So it's great, because you're one of those. And the book instructs on how to prey on what they refer to as the reptile brain. Which is the humans that they see as animals. And well-paid instructors will then do sessions adapting its concepts to influencing the masses. Sounds about right. You probably have already read that. That's why you're smiling. Right? Are you a reptile, Nathan? Is that why you get so twitchy and itchy? Or is it your addiction? Right? Because you want me to go to a mental place, but like you're super twitchy all the time and you gotta get out of it. What's that about? Are you itchy in your meat suit? Do you have a demon inside of you? What's his name? Ball? You hate the light. It's evident. And you will spend your days somewhere very hot if you don't change your ways. But you have an opportunity, all of you guys do. You can repent and turn away from your wicked, wicked ways. Klaus Schwab is saying too.
Thank you.
You're worth it.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a San Diego County resident and attendee of the Valley Center Planning Group. Last night, a resident spoke regarding her horrific experience with an industrialized hemp marijuana grow quickly expanding in her neighborhood. Her description of the operation was astounding. Constant noise, 24-hour HVAC, industrial fans, and other types of engine noises were described as turning a quiet country ambiance into one of a factory environment. Odor, the overwhelming odor caused headaches and nausea even when residents were in their homes. Workers are coming and going at all hours of the day and night, past midnight, as well as in the early hours. This resident has contacted code enforcement as many of the improvements to the operation have not been permitted. She's received no response from the county and no code enforcement officer has been out to investigate the property. I bring this to your attention as it's deeply concerning, especially as the board considers a marijuana ordinance. This is a resident who does not know what to do and spoke to her planning group board in hopes of answers. If this board can't regulate current hemp and marijuana operations in our county, how does it expect to expand? Residents deserve better and feel helpless when their quality of life is diminishing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul Henkin. The biggest greenhouse gas is water vapor because of its heat trapping ability, not carbon dioxide. Contrails and industrial steam are big man-made sources. However, the county's GHG plan makes no mention of water vapor. It also admits ozone, chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, hydrofluorocarbons, and perfluorocarbons. The county could mitigate these simply by mentioning ways to mitigate the effects. The GHG plan mentions promote weekly certified farmers markets, page 3-14, or although the county does not collect solid waste from the community, it influences and supports waste diversion in the private sector, page 3-54. Mentioning things to reduce water vapor is not a bad idea. There are a few suggestions. Cool and capture water vapor in factory chimneys, cover reservoirs fully or partially, use covered tanks or pipes or caves or cisterns to store water, which has been done in a lot of ancient cities. Encourage travel execs to do business via Zoom or online rather than flying. Encourage virtual travel rather than actually flying there, like movies, surround sound, or theme park stuff. Be creative. Encourage train travel, which is slowly but potentially more comfortable, scenic, and better social atmosphere. And then encourage electric, hybrid, solar-powered planes. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Ann Riddle, parent advocate. I've been meditating ever since item 11 was heard regarding improving the type of education we're providing in the community around fentanyl and some of the recommendations that were made to expand our thinking to include all drugs so we better protect our youth and help our parents. And I'm remembering that one of the parents told us at a training for our middle school regarding Red Ribbon Week activities for their school sites, and they said that it was their understanding that Health and Human Services provides funding to about 4 agencies in the county for the 6 HHSA regions. And I was wondering if perhaps we could hear from them on a quarterly basis at our Board of Supervisors meetings about what they're providing in their region so that we parents could have a better insight into what the county would like us to understand and what's happening and what the messages are and what the partnerships are. That seems to be a missing piece, is that we're not hearing from those who the county's already funding to provide prevention. We'd just like to ask you to respectfully consider a quarterly report from who the county already funds to provide prevention education here for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes a request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon.
All right, it's been fun. With that, we stand adjourned.
The board will reconvene tomorrow, October 12th, 2022 at 9 a.m. for the Planning and Land Use session of this meeting. The board will also consider item 15 from today's agenda at 2 p.m. as well as closed session matters tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. In a few minutes, I'll call you. Now, this memo becomes very important.
May we go now?
Don't rush me, Mrs. King.